Oh, there we go. Talk about do that backwards. All right, camera's mucked up again.
Whoa, how's it going?
All right, darling. Do that backwards. Oh, I'm hearing myself. Yeah. All right, camera's mucked up again. Right. Ah, I see. Okay. Good night, Vienna. Right, let's see what's going on here. Hello, camera. Camera.
It's misbehaving.
Yeah. Camera.
Goddamn technology, can't trust it.
Nope. Goddamn stuff. Right, let's try
Son of a
that.
bitch.
Yeah. Ooh, over here. All right, hang on. See if I can manually.
Give it a good whack.
Let's see if I can manually move that. Whoa, where am I going? There we go. How's that? Does that pan me now? Oh, it must have been fixated on the.
Just waiting for someone to walk through the door. I was stuck over there.
It's fixated on the sledge. How are you, dear?
How you doing?
Yeah, quite a week.
I'll bet. What's the crazy news? Any weird repairs or weird shit going on?
Well, you know, did you see me doing those 3 memory modes at the
time? Yeah, that was funny.
Well, one of them is all done.
Oh, nice.
That's all ready to rock and roll.
So you weren't worried about? Are they not static sensitive? Because you're grabbing the shit out of them without any kind of protection.
No. A lot of that is folklore, I think. I think
like for computers, it's true. Like CMOS stuff and all that is pretty tricky.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, the 4000 series is CMOS, right?
Oh, it is.
And mate, you can chew on a CMOS IC and put it back in, and it'll be fine. I think, though, it does depend on the individual. Some people store more static in them than others. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah.
you can hand it. I think I'm trying to remember. It's I know it is. Jim McKenna, his missus. He's a tech up in Glasgow.
Yeah.
And you can hand her a diode, and she will hold it and then give it back to you, and you put it in. It don't work. And she's pretty.
Is there a certain class of CMOS? Because I thought CMOS by design was just super sensitive.
I mean, I've handled.
Because the voltages from static on your hands can really fuck it up, right?
Well, supposedly, but it depends on if you're storing that much static in you.
I mean, just like scooting across the carpet and leather outfits and all kinds of stuff, you know.
I mean, yeah, there is that. But do you know what? I've never taken out an IC simply by touching it.
Oh.
Weird. But, fortunately, I haven't. I seem to be, shall we say, rather grounded.
But I'm
wherever it is. But I don't know. Maybe I just don't store the static that much. So, I mean, if I was a person who did, I'd be a strap and all that sort of malarkey.
I mean, there are many times when I just grabbed a RAM chip or something like that, and it says, "I'll be fine," and it was fine.
Yeah.
But it's just that one time,
Yeah, but in 20 odd years, I haven't had that one time yet. So
yeah, I don't think I have either. Cool. But you never know. Sometimes things are just faulty.
Actually, when they're in boards, I think they're even safer because there's places for it to discharge to.
Right, sure.
Like the bridging caps and stuff like that, and out it goes. But no, I'm not the sort of person that gets like static shocks off of things anyway. So I clearly just do not store it up.
Well, they even warn you at the gas pump now, like make sure you touch the gas pump because if you discharge, you'll blow up the gas station. It's like, well, I've never seen that either. So
no, I would be more worried about if you have a Tesla, stay away.
Yeah, exactly.
I think would be a safe.
I would just stay away because I hate Elon Musk, but that's a whole other story.
So. Yeah, I mean, talk about. I think it was Christine was the first self-driving car that burst into flames, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean in their defense, it's new technology. There's going to be a lot of bumpy stuff. So I mean, obviously Tesla, as everyone knows, was not invented by him. He co-opted the company surreptitiously, and basically was a real dirtbag, like he has with everything else he's done.
Yeah.
So the real inventors had some clever stuff and made some really interesting ideas, and hopefully he doesn't run it into the ground like he's done with Twitter, where he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's laying off techs, doesn't know how the code works, criticizes everybody, but still it's a mystery to him. He's not a real good coder. So he wants to talk all kinds of smack online, but people are clowning him left and right and owning him because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
So I know plenty of people own Teslas and they love them, and that's great. But don't claim they're
While they're
100%
working.
green because
Yeah.
they're not 100% green if you're charging off the grid. So
Yeah, I know what you mean. But
and also he also sells his carbon credits to dirty companies. So when he wasn't selling cars for a while during the pandemic,
yeah,
they were still making tons of money selling carbon credits to dirty, polluting companies. So that doesn't support the movement either, right?
I see.
Hey,
He's still got keyboards up on the stands. He's been slacking.
Don't even.
he had to play them. He couldn't put them away yet.
I wish I could, but they're all disconnected.
Oh.
Everything's disconnected. I made the mistake of literally packing. I thought I should have kept my little mini lab. At least I could have just had that here for some light stress relief. But oh, what a fucking day!
Yikes.
Well, what a fucking few days. It's just ridiculous. Everything. Fucking Brexit can fucking fuck the fuck off.
So we've heard. Yeah.
I was supposed to be receiving something from an EU country.
Uh-huh.
It's supposed to be arriving on Friday so that I can do reviews.
Yeah.
And I thought, I've got a couple of weeks here. I can probably just set it up, get to know it, and get an opinion on it, and then I can write the review. It got shipped. FedEx picked it up. Got to Charles de Gaulle. Ring, ring. Hello, is that Mr. Percha? Obviously, this is FedEx UK, because otherwise it would have been, hello, is that Mr. Percha?
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, I said, yes. Are you expecting a synthesizer?
Nailed.
Yeah. I said, yes. Yes, we have it. It's in our system. However, the company that have sent it have given it a value of €1. And I said, oh, interesting. She said, obviously, it's a synthesizer. It's 10 kilos in weight. It's not worth €1, is it? And I said, I honestly don't know what it's worth. I said, this is this isn't even for sale yet. I said, the company is sending this to me to do a review. So you haven't bought it, sir? No, I haven't. No transaction has taken place other than a verbal agreement that, will you be sending it back? Quite possibly. Right, okay. Well, everything has a value. I said, okay. And she was getting a bit arsey with me. And she said, everything has a value. It doesn't matter whether you paid anything for it. It has a value. And HMRC will assume that everything has a value. And so, therefore, €1 is completely unrealistic. Do you know what it's worth? And I said, no. I don't know how much it costs to make one of these things. I don't even know what the fixed retail price is, because that's changed. Certainly since, he first announced it. Anyway, moving on. She even said to me, oh, well, if he'd have put £130 value on it, we wouldn't have even given it a second glance. So she was telling me how to cheat the system. So I'm really biting my tongue here and not saying to this woman, well, it's 130 quid. No, move along. But fucking hell. A couple of years ago, you just put a box, slap a label on it, pay a courier, it would have turned up. That's it, job done.
You see, if they'd sent it to you as spares or a repair, you get the 6-month window. You quote your
But you still have to put a value on it.
Yeah, you have to put a value on it.
And I'm just I'm just an average Joe. I'm not a company, so I don't have any of those codes or numbers that she was asking. I was like, I don't know. It's just me.
Yeah,
So I write for a magazine or a website.
Yeah,
so.
well, you can have an ORI number. Anybody can have an ORI number.
Yeah, well, I ain't got
admittedly,
one.
it's a little bit of a blowjob in a brothel getting the number, but you can get it.
Yeah. She said,
And that
saves
saves you a lot of shit, I tell you.
Yeah, she said something to me about you could put it through the business. I said, I don't have a business. I'm a freelance, trading as sole trader.
Yeah.
I do stuff. I get a little money for it. It pays my bills.
Yeah.
or pays my expenses for doing that sort of thing. It's not a job. I have a day job. Thank you very much. That's all done.
Yeah.
Oh, so
No, she meant to say she's giving you the business.
yeah. So I've written to the manufacturer, who was like, "Yeah, God, I thought that might happen." So he's going to try and sort it out. In fact, I've just got to respond to his email, but he's going to try and sort it out. But it's probably not going to be here for Friday, which is when I was expecting it. It'll probably, because now the whole thing is it's in limbo somewhere. Is it?
Right.
Is it going to get delivered before I move? After I move?
Oh Christ!
I
I think
already.
no, you'll have it by then. You'll have it.
I hope so. Otherwise, it's getting sent back to the originator. But
Yeah, it's going to bounce, isn't it? Yeah.
Jesus. It's just honestly, it was. What were people thinking? No, actually, they weren't thinking. It had to do with boats and brand skin. Now they're fucking realising it's nothing to do with that.
Well, they were technically lied to.
We all were lied to.
Some believed that. Well, we
Few
all were,
believed.
but some believed the lie.
But
That
the
was-
minority believed the lie.
well,
That was your big lie. Like we had some big lies recently from Trump and others. So
yeah. Well, you see, if
Yeah.
people are willing to believe the lie, if it kind of falls in line with what they think and what they want.
Yeah.
So there you go.
so I'll be right back.
Okay. So all you got to do is move to Northern Ireland. There you go.
Don't even get me started on that. Fucking Rishi Sunak stands up and says, Northern Ireland, oh, it's got the best of both worlds. It can trade with the EU freely, and it can trade with as a UK. Hang on a minute. We all fucking had that a couple of years ago until you cunts fucked it up.
Yeah. Interesting they said the best of.
Oh. Jesus.
So, and here you can have a shitty stick.
Yeah.
Have fun. But there you go. That's life in general. So, I do like my road arm.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice. You move it, and where you leave it, it stays there.
It
It's
doesn't
like,
fuck about, yeah.
no. The other one used to sort of like following it like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, oh, he's back. He's back.
Yeah, I had,
Bonjour.
I had to fix my avatar. There we go.
Oh,
Now I'm official.
oh, hey.
If that means anything.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as I was telling Andy, we got, you know that really screwed memory moog?
You had 3, didn't you?
Yeah, but the one I was working on, it was particularly screwed up.
Yeah, it wasn't going beyond the... Yeah.
All done.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, all done. Somebody had worked on it before. I knew that anyway, which is why I had to look at it very, very closely, because you never know what they've done, especially when they don't really know what they're doing. And I found one problem eventually, which was... It's weird. The way they've written the software on the Plus is... there's no... Well, there is. There's kind of code on the 3 EPROMs on the CPU board for the sequencer, talking to the sequencer and what have you, back and forth. And then on the sequencer, there is a 4th EPROM,
Right.
which runs the sequencer and the MIDI on that board. However, due to the way the code's been written, if you disconnect the sequencer, it won't boot up properly. Because it's looking for... You go, well, where's that sequencer that's referenced here in my code?
Mm-hmm.
Which is normally... With most sense, if you disconnect a particular add-on board, you get the synth to run as it was before that board was added, unless it really cuts in and wires everywhere. Well, the Plus doesn't. The Lintronics does, but the Plus doesn't. So I go, okay, so because it's not there, it won't boot up. But when you connect it up, it doesn't boot up anyway. And that wasn't really helping matters. Until I found that the EPROM, he'd managed to put 2 legs into the same slot.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. So it was a 27-pin EPROM,
Oh, my word.
and one of the RAM ICs, he managed to bend the leg so beautifully, it looked like it was plug-in, but it wasn't. Unless you pressed it, and then it kind of worked, because it was just knuckled over. You
What
know?
a maniac.
Yeah, so I go through all this stuff, and it started to boot up, which was something, but booted up badly.
Mm-hmm.
And all the there's two displays. You got the numeric display, and then you got the alpha one. And if you pressed, say, 1, you got a 3. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Push a 7, you get a 5. It's like, isn't it? And it was like fucking hell. And then if you put either 0 or 9 in, you got 2 little C's. So, and I go, well, that could be the bottom of 2 2s, 22 or something like that, or 5 or something like that. And I thought, okay, so what he's done is he's managed to short out several data lines and killed certain chips all in a line, right through the whole bloody system, all the way to the voice cards.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I'm putting this stuff in, and I don't know how many 3360s I had to put in it that he'd blown, because he kept putting them in back to front, and some 3080s, all this sort of thing. So anyway, eventually I get it to work, and I'm going, okay, apart from one voice would not work, wouldn't sound. I tested everything on it, and it wouldn't work. And I tested, and I tested, and I tested, and I changed this out, changed that out, checked voltages, everything's correct, but it wouldn't sound. And I'm getting the crocodile clips out and jumping wires for audio to the common analog board, see if it's breaking the wire. No. Put the oscillator on it, you can hear it coming out. But it wouldn't sound. And that went on for 2 days. Right? And I don't know how he did it. I'll never figure out how he did it. But he managed to take the wiring apart that goes to voice card 4, where there's these 2 plugs, and get them wired the wrong way round, so they go into the wrong place on the card. So once I uncable tied this wiring loom, paired it back, and then reset it, and then put it onto the right plugs, the fucker fired up, didn't it? There was nothing wrong with the card. So, but I knew there was something wrong with the location, because I took a working card and fitted it into that location, and then it suddenly stopped working. But you have to fit those cards in upside down,
Right.
and they have to flip it up and do it from the
Was this the guy trying to service his own stuff, or what's going on?
Yeah.
What a moron.
Yeah. So to make matters worse, I've got it all done. I even got the factory presets on it eventually, but that wasn't the memory mode's fault. That was that fucking stupid laptop I've got. I tell you what, never ever buy a £169 Windows laptop.
The clue's
Right?
in the price.
Mate, this is no exaggeration whatsoever. 8.5 minutes for the media player to fire up.
Wow.
Because there's so much shit going on in the background. Because they've loaded this thing with Windows 11.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think the processor is something similar to like a J-type Celeron.
486XX.
Well, do you know what? It might as well be. I'm not kidding you. And I go, what sort of SATA drive has this got in it, for Christ's sake? It's like really, really, really slow. And it's got apparently a tiny, tiny, tiny SATA drive in it. And the rest of it is a standard mechanical drive.
A bit like
It's
a
like,
Fusion
here we
drive.
go.
It's like the Mac Fusion drives had a small SSD,
Yeah.
but it was a mechanical drive. But
It
you
was
had
platter and SSD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I popped this thing open just to see if it... I mean, it was still, it's brand new, but I popped it open just in case. And it's got the cheapest drive controller you've ever seen in your fucking life, innit? It's the equivalent of, I don't know, Target. It's a Target drive interface, basically, in it. And it's like, fuck it, no.
Hey, by the way, that thing you were saying about the thing not booting without the sequencer, why would they do that? Is that just it just happened to turn that? What was an advantage to doing that?
I think what there was an EPROM upgrade, so it went to 4.1 for the pluses, and a lot of that was to like redistribute MIDI in information into the computer.
Well,
and
what if you
etc.
didn't want the sequencer and you took it out? It wouldn't work, right?
It won't work. You'd have to go back a set of EPROMs.
That's crazy. It reminds me of the old Mac PowerBooks that if the battery didn't work and was still plugged in, it would boot. If it was unplugged or whatever, it wouldn't boot. So it didn't care if the battery was dead or unusable.
Yeah.
You had to make that circuit, otherwise the damn thing wouldn't boot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. It's just the way it's just the way they did it. But what was incredible when I got this thing all sorted out, and I took out. They got these resistor arrays, which is a little 14 leg IC, and basically it's just 1% resistors, across, so pin 14 to pin 1 kind of thing. And I take them out and I put in new ones. I hit auto tune. It come back. I'm not kidding you. At 2 foot top key, and the bastard wouldn't even beat.
Wow.
It was like spot on. The thing sounds absolutely beautiful now. Do you know what?
So those pins that were bent to hell, they went back without breaking?
They went back without breaking. I mean, you get maybe 2, maybe 4 goes at bending a pin before it goes dink. Depending on how cheap the IC is, of course.
Yeah.
So that was all right. But I'm just glad it didn't take the EPROM out, because it's like, I don't fancy bloody
you had your
blowing more
burner,
EPROMs.
right? Were you going to burn some more?
Yeah, I was going to burn some more, but it's such a fucking pain in the arse with that bloody laptop I've got.
Oh, right.
It's such a dog, mate. But I looked for a laptop that was equivalent to my old one, and they're about $3,000.
Do you need a special? You can't do USB burning. You have to use a serial port.
No, what it is I'm a tart. So I go look at a laptop, and I went for this one because it was dirt cheap, and I could have it next day, and it would just, I can load factory presets onto it from it. Except that takes an hour because it takes so long for it to download anything. Then that's RJ45 directly to a 380 meg bloody internet, and it still comes down as bytes.
Wow.
It's fucking everything about this thing is just dog shit. It really is. So I go looking at a laptop and go, oh, that one's got an RTX 3070 video card in it. I can play games on it as well, and it's got 64 gig of RAM in it. Oh, it's got a nice big SATA in it. Ooh, next thing you know, it's $3,000. So I was looking for a halfway decent one, and there's a gap. It goes up to about 1,000, and then there's a big gap, and then it starts again at about 2,200 up to 3.5. It's like, so I'd bought the cheap one, and I really wish I hadn't.
So you don't have a dedicated music or service laptop that never touches the internet?
I used to. It died. The old laptop, the old Asus. I forget the name of it, but it was their flagship. Done in like carbon fibre and all that sort of thing. And it was like, and it was it was warm shit on a chrome shovel. It really was. It flew, but it was only about 1,100 quid, something like that. But of course, that's a few years ago. But I thought technology got cheaper as it went on.
And also, you're paying for the fancy looks and stuff. I remember someone had a Ferrari branded Asus or one of those systems laptop, and it was just extra expensive because it looked like a Ferrari.
Oh, no, this one's just black carbon fiber looking.
Yeah.
But the thing what I've always wanted from my laptop is a 17-inch screen.
Yeah, the MacBook used to be that way, and they stopped making them.
Well, you see, when people say to me, "Oh, you should get a MacBook," and I go, "What? I got an iPad bigger than that. Fuck off."
Yeah, they used to be 17, and they killed it right around the time they were getting rid of the optical drives.
Yeah, that's always been a bit of a shame for me.
I remember when I used to work at Gateway Computers, so we're talking...
Hey, 89?
No, 2000.
Oh, it's old as that.
I joined them in I think it was 99, and then
I've had a Gateway.
I was there about a couple of years.
Were they called Gateway 2000 where you are? Because they rebranded and called themselves.
They just it was the stupid thing was like when they started the whole thing, it was sort of late 80s, I think it was.
Yeah.
And they called themselves Gateway 2000 because 2000 was in the future. It was the next century. But of course, when we got to 2000, it was just like, oh. Yeah, So they dropped it, and I think when I joined, it was just after they maybe dropped the whole Gateway 2000 thing. It was
And
just
the couch
Gateway.
blotches too. When did they get rid of that?
Yeah, no, they never got rid of that. That was their whole brand, because obviously they'd started it with, they'd started it in a cowshed in South Dakota.
Yeah.
And we used to sell. We basically had two laptop designs. One was a 15-inch and one was a 17-inch, and this was the turn of the turn of the century. And you'd show these people this 17-inch laptop, and I think it was billed as a desktop replacement, and it was as powerful as any sort of well-spec'd desktop at the time. But people were like, a 17-inch laptop? What are you thinking? That's huge. I'll need a truck. No, it's a proper laptop with a proper size screen. You don't have to squint, and it's brilliant.
Well, to be fair, the desktop replacement laptops were heavy and thick.
They were quite a chunky little thing.
You had everything you ever needed. You had panels, serial,
you had everything.
PS2 ports.
Well, put it this way. Then we brought out a 13-inch
removable
one.
floppy drive, removable.
My Asus, I used to run Lightwave on my Asus laptop.
Sure.
To do all the rendering for the anaglyph. That's how meaty that fucker was. It was beautiful.
When Gateway, because Gateway shut down everything outside of continental US. Cheers. Hey. They shut everything down outside of continental US in 2001. Ding. Because they'd made an absolute killing on the Y2K. And then, of course, year 2000 happened, and they'd sold all of these computers. Now nobody needed a new computer for the next few years. Yeah. So sales went, and they laid us off. And so they said, we're going to sell off all the stock that we've got in the store, and all the business stock as well. And I had the choice of one of those 17-inch laptops or their fairly new little, what was it called? It was like a magnesium alloy case. It was lovely, and it didn't have any drives built in. It just had you had an external DVD and an external floppy, and you just connected it via a single cable. And I went for the pretty one, and I went and got the little thing, and it lasted, I don't know, a couple of years until the hinge went and the screen would just go.
Yeah.
And I so wish I'd got that 70, because I reckon that would have lasted for fucking ages. Beautiful things they were, but yeah, I went for the pretty one. Story of my life.
Well, here's a sentence I heard today that I thought I'd never hear in my life.
Go on.
Your kitchen tap needs rebooting.
And on that note,
what?
I'm going to pull an Ian, and I'm going to go and spend some time watching TV with the family, because it's Mandalorian and Ted Lasso.
Pulling an Ian.
Pulling an Ian.
So it's brilliant.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Mandalorian. So I'm under like.
It's on catch up, don't you?
I know, but they all want to watch it now. That so I've got to watch those. But that'll be about an hour, so I'll be back.
You mean they're not watching this? Shame on them.
Yeah. I mean, fucking hell. Talk about entertainment.
He's talking to his weird friends again, Mum. So anyway, I will see you in a bit.
Friends.
Yeah, check.
Show friends. See you later.
What a wanker.
Yeah, what a wanker. What a wanker. No, I can't do it again. I used to be able to do it. I can't do it now. So yeah, my tap needs rebooting. It's like fucking hell.
With natural boot.
Yeah. It's like.
Yeah, give it a boot.
Yeah, wait until the red light stops flashing, and then hold the button down and wait until the red light on the tap stops flashing. It's like, what dystopian future have I allowed myself to go into?
I know.
Is it a subscription service? Do you like need to pay if you want water out of it?
Oh, can you imagine? You have to phone up Tap IT. Fucking hell. Yeah. Hello, Tap IT. How can I help you? There's no hot water coming out of my tap. Yeah. Have you tried turning it to cold and then back to hot?
It'd be like that soon to just walk through a door.
Yeah. Fucking hell. Well, here we are. It's now Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm glad it's Wednesday because I can't make tomorrow.
Oh,
Neither can I.
I've got a band rehearsal,
ooh.
and
I
I haven't done my homework. But
I've
don't
got
tell the
EMOM.
band.
So
Oh, have you?
Why, have you
Yeah.
never put on a hairband before?
No, no. Hair's always too short.
It go ping across the room.
Excuse me, Jim. You can make tomorrow anyway.
what?
After the EMOM, you can make tomorrow.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, that's true enough. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it your EMOM?
Yeah.
Jim?
Yeah,
Brilliant.
it's the
I'll
darker
have a
one.
good one.
So, thank you.
I will come and do it sometime. Promise you.
Yeah, yeah. You should
Will there
just do
be more after video available?
possibly. Yeah, I'll just have to see.
Well, if it's anything
So-
like your last bloody set, I hope so.
Oh, cheers, man.
Yeah, that was a
That's,
cool, babe. Mate.
cool.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I go, my God, chords. I didn't know that you did chords at these things. Honestly. No, honestly, the ones I've listened
Yeah.
to has all been, thump, thump,
Monotonic,
thump, thump,
yeah.
and stuff like that. But it was like
Yeah.
shit going on, man. I thought,
Oh, I love a
"Ooh,
bit of
hello."
melody, me.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah. So yeah, oh no, cheers. So yeah, I'll be doing something similar, I imagine. But yeah, I'm planning to hopefully live stream everyone in future.
Live long.
So yeah,
Hi, Andy.
probably not
Hello, is
tomorrow.
this microphone working?
It is. It is at the minute till you smack
Can't,
the shit
can't
out
hear
of
you,
it.
mate.
All right, thanks. James. Gives a kiss.
Right. Can I have a translation as well, please? Carve
Oh, you've got to work it out yourself.
I can just use Google, but
Yeah, I know you can, but you've got a brain in your head, Jim, so use it.
I think it's Latin for I thought I was going to fart
Yeah.
and I sharted.
Hey, I bought a new
And I-
synthesizer, chaps.
and I
And
sprayed the wood.
chapasses. I bought
What's
a new
that done?
synthesizer.
Oh,
Is that a
More-
critter
more-
and Qatari thingy?
It's a mini
It
critter and
is.
Qatari.
Nice buttons.
not a
It's the
guitar
Izzy.
pedal with,
No, it's not.
with
It's,
thoughts of grandeur.
it's a video synthesizer.
Oh,
Oh, that thing. Yeah, you
Yeah.
mentioned
interesting.
I mean,
More.
I just lost the afternoon messing around with it. Literally, just, there I was 3 hours later, like, bloody hell, I haven't done any work. It was great. It's great fun. So yeah, it will probably end up at an EMOM when I get a
Excellent,
projector
Jake.
that's big enough or good enough.
Well, it's more bright enough, really.
Yeah, bright enough actually. That's all. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you something. It was I had a conversation. It looks like we're going to have Ty doing live at the KSR EMOM.
Excellent. Hey, when's that happening?
When is it happening?
There's two
Are we
things. That,
invited?
everybody is
I
invited,
know that. I know.
but
But
it's dog friendly. It's dog friendly.
I'll need to take my
has to be.
antihistamines.
Yeah. But Ty said to me, he brought it up and he goes, one thing you will have to do is placate your neighbours first. I said, no, I've worked on that.
Yeah.
I've worked on that. And next door, they play piano, classical. Mate, they go, we hope we don't make too much noise coming through the wall. I said, no, honestly, if you could play it louder, I'll be even happier because she's really good, right? And this side, they're up for it, but they might be away. But then a new problem arrived. We think that by the time this EMOM happens, the house that they're building right at the bottom of the garden here, literally 10 foot away from the bottom of my garden, will have people in it by then.
Well,
Ah,
the speakers
just
are facing the other way, so it's
Just
fine.
invite him. Just invite him round.
Yeah, but it's a lot of they call it cheap housing. I don't call 380,000 particularly cheap housing. Do you?
Excuse me, it's less than $1 million. That's affordable.
And like I said, these houses, honest to God, are 12 foot wide.
Yeah.
They're
I can
tiny
believe
little. Yeah, they're tiny, and they've crammed about 8 of them just out the bottom of here. And I go, that's a lot of people to invite.
So what dates are we looking at, Kent? What dates are we looking
Possibly.
at, roughly?
Well, at the moment we're looking at in the June, July kind of neck of the woods.
Don't
but
make it August.
yeah, but this is the thing. I'm trying to pick a
end of
date.
July. End of
that-
July, please.
Yeah,
End
that
of
fits
July.
as many people
Yeah.
as
End of July,
possible.
please.
Right.
End of July.
So Ty said, look, he goes, well, look, he says, and Anna's written out all the different dates that I'm going to have Boo or the puppy. It's not a puppy anymore, is it? And he goes, these days aren't going to work. So it's like, okay, so we'll work around those, not be on any of those days, and so forth and so forth, right? And hopefully what will happen is that there'll be one day that works for absolutely everybody. Do you know what I mean? So I'm hoping Mr. Hilton will be there as well. And
Well, I'm
I'll
in
give it-
London, July the 14th to the 16th at Gearfest.
oh yeah,
So either before or after that is fine.
mm.
But there's nothing else. There's
It
nothing
is
else.
looking, yeah, it's looking sort of like the sort of like the latter end of July at the moment.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
I go to Edinburgh on the second of August. So anything before that should be fine for me.
Right. Okay.
If I'm still employed and I have money, I'm going to fly out there and go check you guys out. So,
Yeah.
No, that would be great.
That is dedication.
an event not to miss. And I love dogs, so it's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we going to have enough space?
Some of the imams I've seen, yeah. I mean, the one I did in Leeds, they've changed it now, but it was tiny, was the room.
Well, we've got a whole garden and a veranda and a kitchen for that matter. So,
I once did do a kitchen concert. We
There you
played in
go.
somebody's kitchen. We had a back in the 2000s. I was in this punk folk band
yeah.
called the Bloody Marys, and our manager, who was an ex-tabloid news journalist, and he came up with the idea of selling us on eBay. So he sold us on first band ever to be sold on eBay. The local radio around Yorkshire loved it, and the lady that won us, we said, well, where do you want the gig? She says, oh, will you come and play in my kitchen, my party? And I went, how big's your kitchen? She went, well, it's not very big, but there's only 4 of you. So we literally played in our kitchen.
Brilliant.
You know, everybody else was in the front room because we were in the kitchen. You couldn't get anybody else in. It's brilliant.
We will need access to your 30 amp line. Can you unplug your cooker, please? Well, love, eh?
And should be able to get some speakers out during that week, hopefully.
Yeah, because to be honest with you, at the moment, all I've got is one single Mackie 246, 264, I think it is. Or I've got my Bronze 6 speakers, but they're more hi-fi type of things.
Yeah, no, I mean, if I can do it properly, then I will just.
You'll bring a 20k rig, Robert.
No, well, it sort of depends what I might be inheriting from a hire company I
All
been
right.
at the last month. So, but I mean, they're sort of hesitant of letting get rid of too much useful stuff until September, because I mean they're still waiting on getting stuff that they really wanted a year ago, and all the stuff they wanted to bin in July or June last year was kept around after it was all out in July and August. But yeah, if not, I'll be able to just steal stuff from my old uni.
Sponge mob. The aptitude, sponge mob. Brilliant.
Oh, what a day.
Oh, I've got another festival date. I'm going to be playing Off the Tracks again this year.
Oh, yes.
Good one.
So 2nd of September.
Splendid.
Where's that one, Jim?
Castle Donington.
All right, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a really nice festival. They even have like proper toilets with toilet paper. It's kind of like a dream festival, to be honest.
Excuse me, what is this toilet paper you're talking about?
I
Yeah.
know.
What the hell?
Where did they get that from?
I don't know. And it's even there on the last day. It's really
That's a
weird.
right step up from a Galby bucket and some straw, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bucket luxury.
Yeah.
Yeah, you used to have to do it in my underpants, walk around with it. Keep it in my pocket. And be bloody grateful. Oh, mate. I still haven't plugged that Expressive E in yet.
Really?
Keep meaning to.
what the touche?
Yeah, indeed, sir. Shannon thought it was a foot pedal.
I mean, Gaz is famous for using it with his foot.
It's a funny Moog Taurus.
Yeah.
No, but actually, if you have a rolly for each hand, then clearly, not what a touche on the foot is probably the correct choice, right?
Yeah. Mind you, in all honesty, I don't think I've plugged in that ring one either yet. I haven't tried that out. You know, the one you wear as a ring.
Is that the company went? Didn't they go bust or something?
Oh,
Is that-
probably. I'm always buying stuff from companies go fucking bust.
I might
You
be wrong
need
about
a software update. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Current rolly hasn't gone bust yet, have they?
No, well, again.
Not yet. Not yet.
Just wait. Just wait.
It'll give it time.
Sort of wanted to buy one at some point if I might have money.
What was it? Oh, I noticed the other day.
Anybody want an Andromeda?
Not yet. There was somebody put up a photograph of that Behringer Taurus,
All right.
Right.
Or,
and I go, there's something about that logo that's not right. I'm looking at it, and it really does look like the ball's trying to fuck the S. Do you know what? It really it looks like it's mounting it. I go,
Yeah, the posture and everything, he's mounty. Yeah.
Yeah. And I go, I'm sure the original pedals didn't look like that.
Maybe they're trying to make a statement.
Yeah, I did wonder.
what? Just how,
And then I thought, wait a minute,
Something there.
Behringer and Subtle.
It's literally DNA of the Taurus, right? So
Yeah. Well, from that angle, it'd be more like wouldn't it? From that angle, it'd be more like Soros.
I'm looking at it right now. I see exactly what you're talking about.
What? Who?
Yeah.
Where?
now it's impossible to unsee that you mentioned it.
Yeah. It is one of those things, isn't it?
Wow.
But
Oh, I
luckily,
don't
we're all mature people, so we would never graffiti on a Behringer product.
know. Well, I wouldn't count on it.
Well, actually, if you look at the Taurus 2 picture,
Yeah.
that does seem to look quite similar.
Yeah, but the Taurus 2 was a arse fuck anyway.
No,
I mean,
the Taurus-
compared with the Taurus 1s.
I mean, yeah, the Taurus 2 is just a rogue for people who
Yeah.
like to jump around.
Yeah. Yeah, but it didn't seem to have the warmth and grittiness of the original ones.
Well, I mean, there's Taurus preset, low node, not the nice and slow one with a relatively open filter.
Yeah.
is that the difference? The Taurus 2 actually is the Rogue.
Yeah, the Taurus 2 is a rogue with a full
Yeah.
pedal.
It's yeah,
Taurus is just a different circuit. It's warmer and all that.
yeah.
Uh,
It's more. It's
Taurus has unique oscillators, and the filter is. I mean, it's the same Moog filter, but slightly different. It distorts earlier than the others.
So
Yeah.
do you think they copied the Taurus 2 or the Taurus?
Well, it looks like a Taurus, and you'd hope it.
I don't know.
Nobody in the right mind would do a Taurus 2, so Behringer might.
Yeah, Behringer might. Yeah, exactly. So it fits in the case nicely.
Well, because Cherry Auto did the MG1, so maybe they're doing the Taurus but calling it a Toro.
Yeah.
Taurus 2 is a Toro.
No, I mean everything looks like a Taurus 1 on the Béranger product.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they're going along the philosophy of, well, we can do the 2s because the people who will be buying these would be too young to remember a Taurus. I wouldn't recognise a Taurus 1 if they fell out of a tree on them. And wouldn't know. It's quite possibly.
I mean, but Taurus 1 just looks like one of your like shoe cleaning machines.
Because we know we know that Behringer as sort of like not really caring too much, as was demonstrated with that single JP8 voice that's paraphonic.
Oh, I would love to put a Behringer Model D inside a proper sized case that looks like the real deal.
That's a
Just-
business model right there, mate.
I didn't say putting RA Moog stickers on it.
It'll take ages for the lawsuit to get through. You'll be fine.
Yeah, but it's only Musonics that I'm planning to put on it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
To be fair, are there fewer Musonics than RA Moog ones?
Good question.
Because it was like, was it
Oh,
200
super.
RA Moog ones? Or it was like 10 with a silver one.
I
and
think
then-
I think it was about 150. It was about 150 RAs. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's less Musonic ones around than there is RAs.
I mean, yeah, interesting business model there for you, Kent.
Yeah, yeah. Take Behringer products and put them in the original cases. See who notices.
It's not a bad idea. I'll
Yeah.
get my woodworking tools out.
Because it's all about the
the
aesthetic
amount
that
of
convinces the listener.
But the amount of woodwork on a Minimo case is quite expensive.
Yeah.
Do it well. Yeah, make it like the 1979, 1980 Minimo
No,
cases,
that-
which are more like balsa.
No, like, come on, you want the proper mid-70s, early to mid-70s, nice wood from a nice tree, where the carpenter actually spent some time on it, and a lot of time hand sanding all those corners to be nice and smooth, and the transitions between the wood at the front panel and the sides, that be nice and smooth, nicely oiled.
Yeah. Well, you could with those early ones because of the wood. Anything after about 76, I think it was a waste of time. Absolute waste of time doing anything with them.
Really?
But to be fair, I mean, the Cork 700 has to be one of my favorites of the veneer on the plywood. Just like,
Yeah, yeah,
well done, Cork.
yeah.
Put
If
some
only-
nut.
If only it would stay on there. But it's the same. It's same with the 800 DV. Exactly the same thing on
Well,
there.
even more wood.
Yeah, just a lot more wood and heavier, so there's more chance of the veneer going. Bye, see ya. Come in.
Oh, that's not Rugby. That's not a doorbell.
Yeah, it's just sort of like reverse doorbell something. That was somebody in here being detecting or dropping out. I don't know who.
Was it me?
No, I think it was on here. I think it was here somewhere. There's so many bloody USB things plugged in. I've got no idea.
I'm changing out my audio interface
Oh right,
tomorrow. Well, might not get it done tomorrow, but
for a more powerful, more inputty one, or
no, less inputty. I'm
Really?
downsizing. Yes.
good grief, Charlie Brown.
So I'm going to get rid of my Quantum 2626 and Behringer ADA 8200, and I'm going to get an Antelope Audio Zen Go.
Oh, okay.
Going for the artwork.
Cutting it right back there, my friend.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Because part of it is like, well, I mean, my live rig is just a stereo pair now anyway. So
Right.
I'm like, I don't need
Yeah.
all those
yeah.
inputs. If I need more inputs than that, I've got the overbridge anyway, so I can always bring stuff in like that.
Yeah.
And I just kind of want to go mobile again as well. So at some point, I'm going to swap my Mac Mini out for, sort of Apple Silicon laptop when I can. But yeah, and so I don't then want a rack interface. I want something a bit more portable. And I also it's a workflow thing as well. Whereas because those you basically got the plugins, zero latency plugins on the way in.
Yeah.
You can basically sort of commit to sort of EQ and compression stuff on the way in. So it's more like old school tracking, which is what I kind of prefer in a way.
Yeah.
So yeah, so there's a number of reasons. So yeah, it should be good. Not only that, this brings me up to the fact it's also class compliant and will work with an iOS device. So I could actually use it at EMOMs to get really decent quality audio for a live stream.
Okay.
Which is like, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I must admit, 'cause there's a lot of sort of apps on the iPad that do lend themselves to, sort of live stuff where you can, rub your hand and fingers on
Yeah.
it and do different things, which is always good for a laugh.
Rack is the most portable, Jim. You're living in a dream world. A dream world.
Yeah. Yeah. Well.
Also, there's an offer on at Anderton's at the minute.
Oh yeah.
So it's $399 the interface is, which is cheaper than anywhere else.
Right.
You also get all of their plugins with it, which is value of, well, it costs you like $6,500 to buy all their
Okay.
plugins alone, and it comes
Yeah.
with 2 free modelling mics as well. It's like, which are 130 quid each. So it's
Bloody
like,
hell.
yeah, it's a bit of a no-brainer as
Yeah,
well.
it's
As long as it
bargain.
actually works, it should
Yeah.
be fine.
Yeah.
They must be in trouble then.
Who, Anderton's?
Yeah.
Ian, you're such a cynic.
Maybe. So,
My godfathers.
But that sounds a great deal, though, Jim.
yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy good deal. Maybe interface sales are a bit sluggish at the moment.
Don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know, but I mean, their emulations are really good as well. Their Distressor one is better than the UAD one. It's really good. And, they've got all your Fairchilds and Pultecs and stuff, and having that, with zero latency on the way in is just
Yeah.
heaven, And you can also then sort of use like an external insert patch back out to, and then print the effects to your door again if you want. Oh, it also comes with Bitwig Studio as well.
Yeah, but I
in
think
case.
everything does now, doesn't it?
Yeah, just in case you didn't have enough.
Couldn't get on with
stuff.
Bitwig, because I got it free with the instrument and
Yeah.
tried it. And
I didn't like it either.
Yeah, I got it with
There's certain
the
things
Rollies
that do
pedal,
attract me about it, and that's sort of some of the modulation stuff. So you can basically get it doing lots. I mean, in terms of like sort of generative music, and yeah, it could be really good like that. Steve Elbows, I love Bitwig. Cool.
Yeah. You see, all the doors have their own little thing, isn't it, that the other one
Yeah.
can't do. If there was an all-encompassing door, that would be the winner, wouldn't it?
I mean, I've been using Reaper for so many years now that I've got Logic, and I mean, Logic's fine, but
Yeah.
I don't know it well enough.
I
So-
know Logic like the back of my
Yeah,
hand.
you see,
It's what makes it. I've got Studio One Professional as well, and
Yeah.
which is
I have
fine,
that.
but I just find it clunky compared to Logic. Logic, I just don't have to think, and anything where there's a disconnect in the creative process is like, oh,
Yeah, I know
that
what you
really
mean.
pains me.
Yeah, I end up sort of looking up how to do things on Logic, which
Yeah.
I don't need to do on Reaper.
Yeah.
All right, I'm kind of the opposite, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, workflow's everything with a door, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
You don't want to
I mean,
spend
I've-
too much any time messing about. You want
Yeah.
to get on with what you're doing.
I mean, I switched to Logic in 2001,
Right.
so it's been a while.
When did I have it? Because when 2010 I did my masters. That's when I did Pro Tools before that. But that was a mistake.
Did that. Same here.
Yeah, I didn't get on with Pro Tools.
No, it's just I
I
Pro
thought-
Tools 8. I think 9 was the last one I had.
But the thing is,
that-
I've been such a
that-
bloody
yeah.
stick in the mud with Cubase now that you could give me the greatest door ever created by man. I go, nah, I'm all right, thanks. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm just so set in my ways with it. Classic old fogey. Really is.
Yeah, 9 was the last one I had.
Yeah.
And then I think before that, I was working in a studio, like a local studio around the area, a small like project one, and they had LE version 8 was like the last one that computer could support.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, but no, I was using Cakewalk for the longest time since like Sonar 6, and I just recently switched to Studio One, and now I never want to go back to Cakewalk.
I prefer Studio One's mixing engine to Logic. I think there's something in the way it sums that just sounds better to my ears. But
I find MIDI editing, especially the way that I do things, easier in Studio One
yeah,
than I think Cakewalk.
yeah.
Just because I can move stuff around just a lot quicker and I don't have to think about it.
Yeah,
But I
it's
think-
interesting, isn't it? Because different people get on with different aspects of each door.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I mean, I think it's Gillian Kindred. It might not be, but I think he'll work in Logic, but then he'll convert everything to WAV files, and then load it up into I can't remember the name of it, and mix it in that door, rather than
I always mix it in Reaper.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
if I do a project in Logic,
A lot of
I then
people
s- I
do
then
exactly
stems
that
out.
workflow. Yeah,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they'll stem it out and they'll mix it in
Yeah.
Reaper. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Tycho do that actually.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff will be written in either Logic or Live and then mixed in Reaper.
Yeah.
I did that with Reason for a while. So I was using Reason for a couple of years, and then as soon as I switched over to Cakewalk, I just, bounced everything down, bounced all the stems down, dry, threw them into Cakewalk, and now I'm finding I'm doing the same thing in Cakewalk in Studio One.
Yeah. The one thing I think it's the only time I've ever done it was for an ex-girlfriend, funny enough, and she was going to play guitar on this track I was doing, and she could only read music, so I played her part and then printed it out with the Cubase notator and handed it to her, and she just went, "How the fuck am I supposed to play that?" Went, "Isn't that the notes?" And he goes, "Well, some of them. I don't know what else is on here."
Not necessarily in the right order.
Yeah, exactly, exactly so.
They're notes, they're on a page.
Yeah.
Hello, folks. Sorry for
I didn't know there was a J
Welcome back,
key.
Andy.
You're right, Andy.
Yeah.
How's your
it's
week
been-
been, mate?
It's been all right. Well, it's been a strike day today, but I've not been on strikes. I've been at work with no kids. It's been brilliant.
Oh, the perfect school teacher's day.
But isn't that just shouting at a room?
Yeah.
No, it was just looking at. It gave me an opportunity to get on with the
Coupon?
things that
Yeah.
have piled up that I've not done. So I've used it
Yeah.
to catch up on some of the back.
Yeah, because a lot of people think that teaching is just you teach the kids and you go home at 3:30 and that's the end of your day.
Yeah.
Has nobody?
Wait till
Has
you get 6
nobody?
weeks off in summer.
Yeah.
Has nobody deciphered the?
Yeah, only you've spelt it incorrectly. That's what I've.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Carve idus
Ooh.
martier.
Ooh.
Should be.
Ooh.
Carve idibus martii.
No, it's
Carve
idus.
id.
Oh, this is controversial.
No, it's not. No.
Well, it is according to Google,
Carve ides martii.
as in the
Are we
Ides
back
of
on
March have
University
come.
Challenge then?
No, carve means beware. And it's carve idibus
Right.
martis. Well, yeah, ides will be accusative, and that's dative. Anyway, beware the Ides of March. That's all.
Oh, this is starting to turn into the life of Brian. We're going to be
Yeah,
like,
it's like,
doing
what, they
graffiti
go
on
to
the
the
wall
house?
now.
Yeah.
No,
Conjugate the
Marlies.
verb.
Hey, young Thomas. What is
Conjugate the verb.
Domus? What, now, what case is that? Now, come on. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, hi, prom. So I know it. Well, it is. It is, of course, the Ides of March. And I've been denied the opportunity of sticking my Ides of March slide on to every PowerPoint that I start the lessons with, which is fine. I'm now allowed to do that because I can put the title Cultural Capital on the top. And then I can get away with talking shite about things I'd rather be talking about rather than the crap I'm supposed to be teaching. So,
Oh man.
beware the
Actually,
Marmite of March.
Oh, wait, idus martius. All right, okay.
Yeah, weirdly enough,
I've still
Andy,
got it. up. It's Martias.
Couple of
Apparently.
days this week, I've
Marty,
come in from the workshop into the kitchen.
You've come in from the cold, have you? Right,
Aye, I've come in from the bitter cold. And Julian and Sandy's been on the radio each time I've come in. Yeah. I
Oh,
thought-
ain't he bold? Old he is, I say. Ain't he bold? Sorry. Sorry. I'm off on one again.
yeah. I was going.
Why?
So,
What
do
on
you know
earth have
what?
you been listening to?
It does sound like Andy.
Oh, it's up. Oh, I love them. I honestly, I got them off pat. What on earth were you listening to that had Julian and Sandy and
It's
Julian?
round the horn on Radio 4, mate.
Are they playing them back
Who's
again?
Sandy and
They
Julian?
always play them. Sandy and
Do
Julian.
you not know, Ian?
Who's Sandy? and-
It's from Round the Horn. It was Kenneth Williams and somebody.
Yeah, I
honestly,
can't remember the name of the other guy.
No, the other guy. It's awful. And
They got away with murder.
absolute blue murder, and
Absolute
it's hilarious. It is so
It's
funny.
Kenneth Horn, wasn't it? Kenneth Horn and
Yeah,
Kenneth.
Kenneth Horn,
was
yeah.
from
And
Round the Horn.
I mean, I know it is
Jim
before
Whitfield.
my time. Sort
It
of.
was
it's
what Ian
be-
said.
yeah, it was before everybody's
Before my
time, mate.
time.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah, it really was.
Radio
before
4
my
still
time.
do
Yeah.
that. Hancock's half hour.
Do they really?
Yeah.
It
Uh,
was,
Don't tell me they do the goons. I used to love the goons. I had a goon.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
still do.
all that
No,
stuff,
still do
yeah.
goons, mate.
Wow.
Oh,
my-
See,
my
I don't listen
God.
to Radio 4.
Oh,
I
yup.
listen to Radio 3 and Radio 6.
well, yeah, but it was this. Actually, I'd never heard of them. It was this old queen who used to sit on a bar stool in the Rutland in Sheffield. You might remember the Rutland in Sheffield, Jim. Yeah, and it's called Harry, and he used to do the dusting and break things. He was ace, and it just and he was a proper old fashioned, dizzy queen, and he was amazing. It was so nice.
Dizzy
And it would be like, oh, listen, darling, I've got these tapes. You love them; they're gorgeous. Except you got to do it in a Sheffield. I can't do it in a Sheffield accent. You see, I can only do that sort of voice in Round the Horn. But he said, so he gave me these tapes. He said, oh, you love them; they're great. You love them. So I went and I put them on, and I just sat there for listening to these things, just crying my eyes out because they were so funny, really cool. So you can. There are some, I think, on YouTube, and if you type in Sandy and Julian or Julian and Sandy, Sandy and Julian, I think it is.
Okay, here is a contentious subject. This will get me cancelled. Has anybody been watching Only Connect?
I always watch Only Connect.
Yeah, I haven't
Right.
seen it this
Right.
week.
I even get some of them right.
I do
Right.
occasionally.
Now, over the last few weeks, both me and Fiona have developed this thing about Alex.
Do I want to know any of this?
Oh, no.
Well, you carry on.
About
Alex.
Oh,
yeah,
Alex.
Of the crustaceans.
I'm
Right.
sorry, but I find him really irritating.
With the. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's-
nothing. It's
Fiona turned to me and she goes, "This sets trans and gay people back 100 years stop doing that." Because it was so.
Well, what were they doing?
It was so fake. He wasn't.
Yeah.
That's not how he is.
N-
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I know who you're talking
And
about.
all this.
Yeah.
Can I have the lion, please? No, don't do
Oh,
this.
yes,
What's
it's
this?
the-
Don't.
Yes.
Yeah, and the
uh,
horny viper,
yeah.
please, and all that.
Yeah.
And don't wear earrings that are too big that they rub on your shoulders and make your ears twitch. Take them off. Put smaller. The little ones he had on were much better, but those big round ones, go, dude, that's uncomfortable. What are you thinking?
It was. Did you see? Because have you seen? Have you seen the final? Because I don't want to spoil
Yeah.
anybody if you haven't. You have seen.
No,
the
I
final.
haven't.
Who was that
No.
this week,
Do you
Ian?
not-
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was this week.
I've
Do you
not
not want
watched
me to
it yet,
tell
so
you
no,
then?
no spoilers.
No.
All right, I won't say
Don't
anything
know.
then, because
No.
Yeah.
I'll leave it.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
it is about who won. It's
Okay.
Yes, he did. Absolutely, Ian.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I mean.
Yeah, I know precisely what you
Yeah.
mean. Yeah.
Right, okay, well, I've got that to look forward to. Oh, joy.
Me too. Cool.
Spoke volumes, mate.
Oh,
Okay.
well.
Sounds
There's no
interesting.
accounting for folk, and there we are.
Yeah.
But you know what Fiona said? She goes, "Does he actually do anything?" It's the other two. It seems to be always coming up with everything.
Dennis.
Did he ever
Dennis would
actually?
Dennis with
Dennis
no
was
surname.
brilliant.
He's absolutely brilliant.
He was staggering the things he
Yeah,
was
he
coming
is,
up with.
he is,
She was quite good
he
as
is.
well. But
She's a bit sort of know-it-all, though, isn't she? Do you not think?
yeah,
You've
but
gotta
she
be
was
to be
coming
on
up
that
with some.
bloody programme,
Yeah,
haven't you?
well,
but
the-
she was
the-
coming up with some really good ones as well. But
Don't go on there if you're thick as pig shit.
Matey Boy was
Maybe you do.
He was
Superman.
absolutely superb. He was.
So,
yeah. Yeah.
But we don't. I don't think we ever saw Alex actually work anything out himself. If you know what I mean.
Are we using the correct pronoun there? Just checking.
Oh, yeah, well, I did wonder about that. I mean,
Yeah,
What?
like
They.
himself or herself or they.
We'll just say they because
They. Yeah, we'll go with they.
Do you know what? I'm not going to make excuses, but I'm 60, and it's a habit that's going to be hard to break.
yeah.
To be fair,
Yeah, I mean, it's
because
habit,
nothing. I mean,
actually.
nothing's
Yeah.
meant
I'll be
by
honest,
it. It's just
No.
total
habit,
habit.
but it's-
You know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
it's one of those things. Just try and be aware.
Yeah.
I
It's,
think.
It's
really
interesting. I mean-
difficult
So
sometimes. you know?
without somebody, letting you know, or you yourself asking what someone's preferred pronouns are, it's
Yeah.
like it's kind of like tricky. It's generally best to go with they if you don't know.
Yeah.
I think.
But see, it automatically cancels out when you're actually talking directly with the person, because you're not going to say they, he, them, she, or whatever
it's always
when
you.
you're talking to them
Yeah.
directly.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So that's nice and easy.
It took me, I would say, a month before I stopped saying Tom. Oh, come on, Tom! You don't really mean that. Oh, stop! No,
Yeah.
sorry, Grace. Sorry, Grace. Sorry,
Yeah.
Grace. You know, it really. And of course, Grace being Grace would just laugh it up.
Yeah.
I said, and now I never think about it.
No.
I never think about it at all. It
Yeah.
just happens. You know.
Yeah,
so
you get there.
Yeah,
You
it's
ju-
weird because for me it's fine because I never knew.
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
So,
So
Grace is just Grace.
always
Yeah.
been Grace.
Yeah,
for
it's,
me.
it's like 16 times to make a habit, or to break a habit.
Yeah.
Something like that. Is
Yeah.
that how it is? Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
You could, then you feel awful. You have to go into apologetic mode, and then Grace, don't worry about it. Don't be daft. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get used to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What was it Fiona said about Alex though? She goes, I bet he spends a lot of time in rooms where everybody's rolling their eyes every now and again.
Yeah.
Now,
I
what
could
I
just
was
see
going
him.
to
Because
mention,
he's a lecturer. I could just see him at staff meetings.
what I was going to
Yeah.
mention was, do you listen to the podcast No Such Thing as a Fish?
Yeah.
No,
So
but
it's
I know
the
of it.
it's the QI elves.
Yeah.
and
the
like,
QALs.
I need to. Yeah.
as much as like I love the content and it's really
Yeah.
interesting, they don't half come across as like smug wankers at times. It's just the tone is like,
Yeah.
oh God, and
I definitely enjoy it then.
yeah.
I'm wondering, but is that the rehearsed aspect of it that does that?
And it's really London centric as well. It's like,
Yeah.
when they say coming from the QA officers in Covent Garden, like everyone knows where the fuck that is.
Yeah.
It's
I
like,
get cross with that.
And you go-
Yeah.
yeah,
and
it's
everybody
not
on
the
the other-
centre of the fucking universe. It's
Yeah,
London,
and everybody
you know.
watching's going,
In the
ooh, and they
UK.
got money. Ooh.
And it's like, there's an international audience listening to this. Have some, respect for your listenership.
Yeah.
Just, that gets me.
But there again,
Fucking
admittedly, it's a QA associated program. I mean,
Get it off your
they
chest,
don't.
Jim.
If
Yeah.
they said they're coming from downtown Manhattan, they don't have to explain to me where it is. In fairness, I know where downtown Manhattan is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's downtown in Manhattan. Clues in the name, but
probably
yeah,
Hell's
I know what you
Kitchen.
mean though.
But
it is
does
sort of like
someone
very-
in Midwest America know where Covent Garden is? No.
They wouldn't be listening to that
exactly,
program.
yeah.
They wouldn't be listening to that. Come on. They'd be too busy shooting people and
Oh, no, careful.
having sex with their pickup truck. You know what it's like.
You're kind of being slightly intelligentist there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm such a dumb fuck. I get away with anything I can.
As if,
Hardly.
as if we all know, it's a thin facade you wear there. It really is.
Oh, no, don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. I left
Well, not-
school with no qualifications apart from RE grade 3, and that's only because the bloke doing the exam fell asleep.
But that, we
well-
know, but that we
So we're
know that
cheating.
you're
I still only
anything-
got 3.
Say,
We know that you're anything but.
Yeah,
So,
it's rubbish.
yeah,
Rubbish.
let's face it, RE on the curriculum, you know, it really did me a lot of good as an ex-Catholic.
Oh yes. Well,
Oh,
Oh, who do we
there's
lose?
another rabbit hole.
sympathetic.
Yeah, we lost
Oh,
We
he's
had a
got
meeting to go to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Meetings getting in the way of this.
I know,
Show.
exactly.
What happened to Robert?
Anyway, hello, Justin. What are you doing?
he
You've not
just-
said a word since I turned up. Clearly, it was a
bunch of
couple.
stuff.
Actually, I can't afford to get stuck into this. I need to rehearse for tomorrow and Saturday. So
Yeah,
if
well, I
anyone's
need to
in the
rehearse for
vicinity of
What you have to
Nottingham
rehearse?
on
You have to
Saturday.
rehearse to stand and twiddle.
Yeah.
I
You
need
have to
to rehearse for this.
You're not supposed to rehearse. It's supposed to be
Yeah,
live.
it's
It's
supposed to be
happening now.
spontaneous, But I need
yeah,
to
it
rehearse
still
tomorrow
ha-
night.
it needs a lot of rehearsing. My
Yeah.
stuff. It's like I barely have a chance to look up. And, like,
Mm.
I've run out of the digits and arms and limbs. All the time.
Jim, if I'm not rehearsing, which I'm meant to do right now for tomorrow night, you've got to stay. that's it, mate.
Oh, the gauntlet has
I'm not
been thrown
rehearsing, you're
down.
not rehearsing.
Yeah, but this isn't for an EMOM. This is for a gig on Saturday.
Oh,
Oh, I
I've
see,
got an
right,
hour.
okay.
So, yeah. Shit.
yeah. It's not just spelt differently then.
No.
It is a different thing altogether.
Yeah.
Don't you just press play and let it do its stuff?
Yeah, put the record
Yeah,
on.
if you want to be bored to an arpeggio for like,
Sorry, I'm being
An hour.
flippant. I know.
it's exactly what would happen.
Listen, I have watched and observed many times, and I know I'm just being a twat.
Are you coming tomorrow, Andy?
Am I? Honestly,
I think
Jim,
it was a
I'm not even
question
responsible
rather than a
to-
statement. Am I?
Oh,
I've not got you down to play, but I was just
Yeah.
wondering
no,
if you're coming down anyway.
no. I won't play. Yeah, I could actually. Yeah, I could. Honestly, I've really not thought about. Once Synth East was done, I've really just gone. Ka-chunk.
Yeah, I can imagine
And
that.
that's and that was such a focal point, and it's just I'm like, oh, I've not even thought about what's next because I knew in my own head I'm not doing Derby and I'm not doing Sheffield because they're all booked. So, right, okay, that's fine. Just take a breather. But I could come over. Yeah, of course I could. Actually, thinking
Cool.
about it. The trick will be tomorrow. Be actually to bloody remember it at about
Yeah.
4:30 when I leave work. So send us a text or something. Going, oi, you on your way?
Cool.
Who's on? Who's playing?
We have Bunny McBun
Oh,
who's
great,
making
yeah.
his return. So he was the one who does like live double bass looping. It's really good.
I haven't seen that. I must.
Ah.
That must.
Yeah, it's kind of like he was doing sort of almost trip hoppy kind of stuff with that, and yeah, really good.
That's very niche.
We've got Jerry Carnelli, who played at the Nottingham EMOM. I've seen him before. That's really cool stuff. One of his tracks is very sort of John Hopkinsy.
All right, cool.
We've got Rich and Glenn, so they're basically Rich has played before as Stimulus, and Glenn is his mate. Is going to be doing some guitar over some stuff. Chris Gunn, I don't think has played before. Me, Jessie, 50-foot woman.
All right, is she coming to
coming
Derby?
down.
Is she?
Yeah,
All right, cool.
yeah. Helder, of course, because it's
Who
Helder
is everywhere?
everywhere. Yeah,
And it wouldn't be an EMOM without Helder.
yeah, exactly. It's like that panda's the fucking EMOM mascot, isn't it?
Fucking panda. Oh God bless it. Oh,
Got Flaves.
world-
Kai's coming down.
oh, is he? Oh, brilliant. Yeah, 'cause I didn't get to see him at the Sheffield one. I
Yeah.
kid, you know.
Oh, yeah, he was really good at Nottingham as well. 'Cause he does this like live remix of a track he's just performed. It's like really quite something. Yeah.
Right, oh, excellent.
Then Paul Balfour, Aurora Project.
Is he down there?
Yeah.
Good. Good.
And Greg is doing his Obish thing on the Octatrack. It's cool. Not sure if Robert Carr is playing or not. I've got him down provisionally. And Brawny.
Brawny's coming. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
Brawny is just fucking amazing. Honestly,
Brawny's good.
Just,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's just so fucking melodic and joyous. And, yeah,
You know, he
dancey.
built his own lyre at 8.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
mad, isn't it?
yeah,
He built his own lyre at 8. He
Yeah.
got all the kit and the
That's
parts and
amazing.
everything.
yeah,
Yeah, don't know he did that.
yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, he said it probably cost him about the same.
Yeah.
Brooks, are you going for the whole? Am I going for the whole? What is this? Why are people having a go at me about the fact that I haven't had a shave in a month?
No,
So what?
no, it's
Just ignore him, Andy. It's perfectly all right. It's
yeah,
it's
They're hairists.
it happened to me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's the dog.
I must admit though, Fiona did go, "Oh, it don't suit
That's
him."
the darling's pubes. That's the darling's. Yeah, that was always weird, wasn't it? Because he was silver everywhere except for his eyebrows. They were freaky.
What's the other thing she said? Oh yeah, she goes, "It looks like the bottom of his head is older than the top."
That was me. You see that oddly enough, when beards weren't trendy, I used to have quite a lot of facial hair, but that's because
Yeah.
it was nice and black. And there you go.
Yeah.
And then eventually, when I realised that this had all gone grey, and the rest of my head was still dark hair,
Yeah.
it looked ridiculous. I thought, right, so that's when I started shaving regularly. And now that I'm fairly grey on top and fairly grey down here, it doesn't seem to matter very much. So now I can't be
just do a
arsed.
Ben Simpson, dye your beard, just for a week.
What colour?
Purple.
Purple.
Yeah.
Purple for Rave Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, the
definitely.
trouble is, if you get a good beard going now, the next thing's going to be the tweed jacket and the leather elbow patches, isn't it?
I'll just get my tweed jacket.
I'll go and get me. I've got a tweed jacket, but I have definitely got a jumper with it with elbow patches.
I do possess a tweed
Love
jacket.
Tweed jacket.
I wouldn't admit to that, Jim.
Tweed's Tweed's gorgeous. Tweed's lovely.
I think it might have elbow patches as well.
Wow.
So I can do the full geography teacher.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't
Wow.
teach geography. What will I have to do? Will I have to have like a tricolore there and a Schwarz-Rot Gold on this arm?
And what?
Could try it.
You got
Schwarz-
some Qatar.
Schwarz-Rot Gold.
All right,
Black, red and gold, you know.
that's what I thought you said.
He said knowingly.
You're weird, you guys. I don't think so. Once upon a time, all
Must
these
be the
different
Ides of
languages
March.
were mutually intelligible. Everyone used to knew what everybody else was saying, even if it wasn't the same language. But, go for the full-on mutton chops. No, I won't. Paul.
Oh, get the penny farthing.
Mutton
There you go. Most distinguished, sir.
Yeah, I think you should shave that bit so you've got like the
big
proper-
handlebar,
Yeah, big handlebar, and then
leather
Yeah.
jacket, and
yeah, that look
cock
cool.
rings placed in strategic places.
Well, they do tend to go in certain places. Clues in the name.
Yeah.
No, on your biker's jacket and those little things that used to clip open, you'd clip them open, put a cock ring in, clip it back down again. And it was silly. Oh, I've been to all those places. London Dungeon,
All right.
London Apprentice, not London Dungeon. London Apprentice is what I meant. London Dungeon's a museum that shows people being killed in brutal fashion. So
Don't get them mixed up.
Kind of the same.
maybe it's not that dissimilar to the London Apprentice. Oh dear God.
Just be careful where you get your cock out.
Yeah.
Oops.
The parallels are apparent.
Ooh, Mr. Freud would never feel the same with that one.
Don't get them mixed up.
Oh,
Oh, dear.
God.
oh dear me. Excellent.
Anyway, Justin, I hope you've composed your magnum opus while we've been talking shit.
Oh, I don't know. Just playing around.
Oh, it's very prog. You need a gold cape, mate. That's what you need now.
Yeah.
I've got all the keyboards. I just need the cape.
No, need no B8, mate.
Yeah.
Turn the music up, the background music up then.
No, I'll give you that. No, I'm just playing.
This evening we're listening to
This is Mercury 6.
Peter Zenobia. Why not?
now I'm not really listening to it, I'm just running some speakers in with some new drive units.
Should I admit this? Yeah, I'm going to admit it.
Go on then.
Oh,
I
hold
had
on
to
your
get.
seats,
I
folks.
don't know if I said this before, but I got new rubber diaphragm for my Mackie, powered Mackie.
Oh, did you?
And I watched Ian's video before fitting it.
Oh, I can't believe it. That's brilliant. Thank you, Ken.
And it worked. It went to bing.
Yeah, I've got to do it again on another set of speakers as well.
I was playing the memory mode through it with Unison, and it was like sorted.
So I've got a question for you, Ian.
Okay.
What's your opinion on bi-wiring of speakers? Not bi-amping, bi-wiring.
Why?
Why? Well, if it's not by amped, there is no point from it as far as I'm concerned of by wiring.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I had to think about that because it's like it's 30 years since I ran a hi-fi shop, but yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's, yeah.
I
But
was
if
going
it's,
to say,
if
is
it's by
that a
amped,
hi-fi myth thing?
Yeah.
oh
yeah,
god, there's
'cause
loads
it's
of them. I mean,
Yeah.
I connect my speakers to my amplifier via these steel rods
yeah.
that
Obviously,
open out
the
to
amount-
about 8 feet wide and then close down again.
I mean, the amount of ridiculous money people would spend on speaker cables.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, you need a decent speaker cable, you know, but
You need
solid
s-
core speaker cable is
Yeah.
complete
You need something
crap.
with good
You need-
current
you need-
carrying
yeah,
capacity.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know.
Technically, all you
so-
need is a coat hanger and a crocodile clip, and you're done.
Yeah. It's
Same
funny
thing. Yeah.
because I used to know this guy basically in my last job, and it was a massive audiophile, but he wasn't like a believe all the hype sort of audiophile. And I was sort of saying about, recording studios, they'd probably just use mains cable to cable up to the monitors, when they were passive monitors. And it's like, really? I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And yet, in the hi-fi world, they've got all this like expensive cable that's like hundreds of pounds a meter. And he had this stereo that it was worth about £30,000, this stereo.
Lunatic.
And so he was just like, right, I'm going to try this out. And his amps were in his like sort of downstairs cupboard, not even in the same room as the speakers. And he just got some mains cable and basically A-B'd the difference between his mega expensive speaker cable and the mains cable, and he's just like, well, fuck it, I'm going to flog the speaker cable. It's just like,
Yeah.
The only time you need a better speaker cable if you've got really, really long runs. Now, when I did my masters at York Uni,
you need
They
low
have a
resistance, basically.
yeah, they have an ambisonics theatre there, which is 32 speakers, right? And they're long runs because it's quite a big. It seats 150, 200 people. This thing, Each of the speakers was cabled with mains cable, and I did say to him, there is, these runs are long enough for you to use a better quality cable, even if it was just sort of 79 strand, But no, they just did it with mains cable.
Yeah.
It's just
that's
up the amperage. That's all you need to do.
Bigger
I
amp.
think this is why we're 42 strand, but only because they're really, really short runs.
Yeah.
79 strand is good. Is good for most. I tend to use something a bit better than speaker cable. Unless actually, having said that, this pair of speakers that I'm burning in, they're on speed. They are on mains cable. Because it's all I could find.
That's how.
I could only
that's how
find one bit, so I'm only doing one at a time.
That's how my church's sound system used to be set up, was with main cable.
Yeah.
And we've got like probably an 80-foot long room, and the cable wasn't even that thick. So if you're running 100 feet of cable, I feel like not only was it done improperly, but the cable was like raggedy and old, and
Yeah.
I'm so glad I ripped it out and replaced it
God.
with power
really-
speakers.
I really got to clean this Hydrasynth. It looks like a drug dealer's coffee table. It's ridiculous.
I bought something this week to clean synthesizers, and I got
Was it a
this from-
Bifaco brush? Did you buy a Bifaco brush?
Ooh,
No.
I see. What the
What
hell?
you
What is
bought-
that?
It's a
It's
mascara
a kidney.
kit.
Looks like an alien ear.
It's a metal
What
kidney.
is it? Oh, right.
Oh.
Right, yeah.
I got this from the guy who did the rolling course. Swore by it, so I went and bought. So he's right, actually. He does work. You know.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of self-serving on the Hydrasynth because it's still covered
would
in
actually,
stuff
yeah.
from when I had a cold, and it's so we're literally trying to take the same stuff off and putting it on with.
Yeah.
So Roland had a massive problem with red glue, and
Yep.
they've
Yep.
sold you a blob of green glue just to make up for it.
I had a JV80 that had the red glue.
Yeah.
God, if I had £1 for every time I've had to do one of them bastards. Jesus Christ. Oh, I did. Hang on a minute.
Surely you did, Ken.
Quite, actually, God, if I could have 120 quid for every time I've done one of them. Oh dear, that statement didn't work, did it?
I mean, Robert, are you going for a job interview or something?
No,
Oh, is it put your jacket?
He's got a
on?
jacket on, he's going to grow a beard.
yeah, I
You
went
got
for
shoulder
tweed
patches.
jacket. No, not yet. I mean, they are easy to apply.
Yeah, they are.
I'll be back in a sec.
Oh,
What, are we getting another
Nothing-
tweed jacket?
Nothing.
it should be. When
Tweed
people do that.
jacket, horn rim glasses. I am just missing the hipster beard.
Wow. Yeah.
I'll lend you one.
You just need the little strap-on ponytail as well.
Oh, it's not
It
strap on.
doesn't.
It's real.
Mate, you've got that as well. Mate, you're set.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only I could grow a beard.
Just put some
Mate,
cigarette ash on your cheek.
Don't
Oh,
shave.
done.
That's what most of us
Oh,
do.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
With
What-
elbow pads.
Wow.
Oh, man.
What is the capital of Sumatra?
Jim, you've let
don't
me
know.
down. You've let
Z.
everybody
Some
else
geography teacher you
the
are.
team down.
And just Google it.
Yeah.
I would have said Z.
Ooh.
What is it then?
I don't know. The capital? Z. First letter.
No, Sumatra. It's an S.
Sorry, I'm a musician. My hearing's gone.
Sumatra. Capital Sumatra.
Sumatra, yeah.
Jakarta.
what with a double O? It's the mantra.
Geography was never my subject.
Come on,
I
then, Ken, tell us
I
the
could
answer.
never find the room that we're holding the lesson in. It's a slow burner, that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to Google it
I
now.
was with you.
Yeah.
Medan.
It's like that picture I put up for this show.
Right.
I posted that on Facebook back in 2013. Made it all up and then posted it, and nobody got it.
Right,
brilliant.
you've actually got North and South Sumatra, I think. So,
Oh,
Bloody
okay.
hell.
and West.
Oh, just come on, just tell me the biggest bloody city in Sumatra. I don't need it.
The large
That's-
one,
Medan is the capital of North Sumatra.
and
Where is
Monsieur
it?
is the slightly smaller one.
What's its nearest
Da-da.
country?
We haven't got that, have we?
Medang, Palembang, Padang. So not. Where's Jakarta?
I
Then?
think Andy's having a stroke. What's going on? Padang.
Anybody have a door?
Yeah, answer that.
Yeah.
So you've still got your Andromeda there.
Yeah, and it still works. I just powered it on after 2 weeks or more. Still
Well,
works.
don't use it up. You got to sell it, remember?
As I said, I think it's gotten to the point of all the ones that died early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, can I just say that I'd like to share this? I'm sorry about this. I've just typed in Jakarta into Google, and the first
Right.
thing it gives me is Jakarta salon fashion forward hairdressing in Warrington.
Well, it's only
Yeah.
Jakarta they could
Obviously where,
find.
it's obviously where Ben goes. Sorry.
That's... Now,
just
what did you
wondered-
type that into?
What a wanker.
Google. Yeah, what do I get?
Into Chrome? Well, I've got...
Google.
It must have biased your search results, because mine are
Yeah.
completely different.
You just looking
Mine
up
too.
beauty salons all the time.
Yeah.
Clearly, look.
I mean, that's why you don't use normal Google or even incognito Google search on Chrome. I mean, it will still track you, even
Yeah.
if it claims it doesn't.
She walks
Just
of her own
Googled
accord. Jakarta, yeah. Jamaica. No, she went on her own accord. Jakarta. No,
Ba-dum-ba-dum.
bye. Badum-tish, yeah.
Yeah, I still can't get that.
My
spelling
old man's a
right.
dustman. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears core blimey trousers. He lives in the council flat,
Andy,
yeah.
what's a core blimey trouser?
I'm not from London, so I wouldn't have a fucking clue, would I?
I'm from London, and I don't fucking know either. So don't
Oh,
worry
don't
about
you?
it.
Yeah.
No,
I'm going to Google
All
that.
these years.
they're just trousers that you see and go, blimey.
I say my dustbin's full of fungi. How do you know it's full? There ain't mushroom inside. Badum-tish, yeah. Oh, God, blimey.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
I have an answer for you.
Oh, go on.
Core blimey trousers are trousers which are fit only for wearing whilst carrying out particularly grubby jobs.
Oh,
Blimey, trousers.
See,
Oh,
you
right.
come here, you learn something.
Yeah.
From a geography teacher.
which is
Now,
in
now
itself.
now we all understand. My old man's a dustman. Brilliant.
Yeah.
I think I've now become a sociology teacher.
Yes, yeah.
You,
I mean, you got a bit of the history teacher look as well.
Yeah, true.
Although, when you need to make sure that your shirt is definitely not tucked in and covered in whatever lunch you had.
Yeah, a bit of egg on there.
Oh, that's better.
Bit of egg yolk on
Hey,
the front.
Justin, you didn't come here expecting a discussion about synthesizers, did you? I'm
Oh,
just.
About
brought
what?
this up for nothing.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Modular. This, don't you? The Andromeda. room full
Justin's
of-
our token synthesist tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
I thought you were selling that, Robert. Does nobody want it?
I mean, the one person was happy with the price when dropped out, and all the other people didn't seem to like the price. Which I understand, because I mean, what at the start of the year, one sold for stupidly cheap in the UK on eBay.
Well, I can let you into a little secret then.
No one's looking. Go on.
This week, a
This week.
Mini Moog sold for £18,000.
What did it have? Bob Moog's DNA?
Was that the
on
RS?
there?
No,
Was that-
not an RA, not an RA, not
It
a
had a
Mizo.
Behringer inside it, didn't it?
It was just a it had Behringer fitted into a fake case.
Well done, Kent.
Got
Good
it,
craftsmanship.
Yeah. Yep. There you go. So the key step keyboard was a bit of a giveaway. I didn't know Moog made mini key minis. Hence the name, you see. Oh, okay.
Unless it was a Model A.
Yeah.
Well,
There's only one of them.
Right.
But Ken, that's like the hardest part of making a clone Mini Moog is making a shit enough keyboard that it looks convincing.
This is true. This is
Where are you going to get your Pratt Rate keyboard
Yeah.
to make it convincing? Oh, this is
took
not
it-
sticking. This can't be
Oh, my
original.
Pro 1.
I've had
Right.
I had a mini here. Many years ago now. I had a mini here, and it had Polymoog keys on it. That was really heavy. But the thing is, you just had to touch the keys lightly, and they acted because they fill all the bottom of the keys up with resin, make them heavier. That's what makes the Polymoog keyboard a bit more responsive to velocity. but they're standard mini Moog keys, but just with full of resin. And they put it on this mini Moog. It's impossible to play the bloody thing. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, good mob, mate.
Fascinating.
Why
Get cameras out.
don't you just hammer a nail through it? It'd have the same effect, you know.
Maybe it was somebody who grew up playing a Steinway concert grand for every day and therefore needed a little bit more resistance.
Well, no, that was the problem. Because of the weight,
they've got
it was
fingers
almost
like-
touching the contact bar all the time. So you just touch it ever. I mean, a fly could land on it and it would go
Oh, I
off.
see.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
quite the opposite direction, yeah.
It's called generative music.
Yeah. I mean, you could pick it up and do that with it and it would play notes. Cool. Brilliant idea, mate.
Oh, I couldn't imagine that on a modern stage with bass drum going through the subs massively. Every bass drum hit, you get something out of a mini.
Well, it's like that new Roland synth, the one you can pick up and move around for modulation. I wonder how that responds to a big bass drum on stage going. Depending on how sensitive the gyroscope is.
Are you sure they actually designed it that way and it just didn't just end up like that? They're like, oh, if you move it around, it does this.
Oh, yeah, some loose components in it. Well, look, modulation.
No, I mean, they just took one of the standard chips probably. But it was like 50p or probably less.
Yeah. Indeed.
One of the standard accelerometers. I mean, you can do it cheap.
I had a Vortex that had one that had the accelerometer.
And obviously, there was the Radical Technologies accelerator about 15 years ago that came out, which was the first keyboard with an accelerometer inside.
Wow.
Now you know.
Right. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Ian, but I am going to go off and do
You let
some
me down, John.
rehearsal.
Half
I've
lightweight,
got more to
mate.
do than you.
Lightweight.
You've only...
You have
Oh,
got more
but
to do.
before I go, though,
What do you have?
2011.
your video synthesizer, tell me about it.
It
It's
synthesizes
nice.
video now. Bugger off, Jim.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You can tell which one's the teacher.
What do you want to know about it?
Excuse me.
I mean,
Tell
it's
me
great
about it.
fun. I mean, it comes with 64 programs built into it. But then you
Wow.
can swap them out because everything's written in Python.
That's one for each
All right.
square on a chessboard, just in case you're wondering.
And
We wasn't, but thank you.
literally, when you've got these 5 controls here, will do different things depending on which pattern you've got up.
Right.
And it
And
just
what are the
works.
patterns like?
I've just done a video actually,
Geometric.
which
All right.
I'll
Do that.
put out. So I'll
So
I'll
watch the
I'll
bloody
let you see
video,
it in a
Jim,
couple
is
of
what you're
days.
saying.
Watch the bloody video. Jim. Yeah, in a couple of days. I mean, most of the patterns I thought were really good. There were a few that are a bit naff, really. The other thing you can do is these 2 buttons here choose that. You just scroll through the 64 presets, but then if there's something you really like, you can save it here.
All right.
But then, although you save it and you can manipulate it, and you can always go back to how it was when you started. Works really, really well. Really simple to use.
Cool.
It'd be really funny if that's because you hit the pause button on it.
It just has.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh, Ian.
You're frozen.
It's the frozen north.
Yeah.
He's captivated by the eyes he froze. So
Yeah. She goes,
Oh, hey up, Andy. Sorry, I didn't realise you popped back in.
just
Andy.
lurking.
Right, I'm going to go and do something productive, hopefully.
Some
But-
teaching.
it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's probably going to go and make sushi or something.
Well, yeah, go now, because then Ian can't chastise you over anything.
No, you can't. You can't.
I've-
How dare you eat sushi in a tweet?
I've not
jacket?
made sushi in ages, actually.
Mm.
I might do that. Cool.
They're a lot of fun.
Can have some diced mashed potatoes.
I've got all the ingredients I need. So, cool. But no, too time consuming. I've got loads to do. Cool. Anyway, cheers, guys. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later,
See
Fruit Bat.
cheers. Bye.
Take care, bud.
See you through. Oh,
Doesn't
look
even
at
look like
that.
a fruit bat.
It's a term of endearment that I've had for forever. I don't know where it came from.
They use the word in Monty Python Flying Circus a lot.
That's where, yeah. I think that's the origination
And
of
I
it.
actually worked with fruit bats. We had them at the zoo for years. So
They're lovely. I think they're cute.
they're cool. It's like little
Yeah.
chihuahuas with wings.
Yeah. They're little sweethearts. They really are.
They're like chihuahuas with wigs.
If you
There's a
want to
quote.
see a clip I shot of them in slow motion when I first got a slow mo cam back in 2010, if you look up Junior Museum Zoo bats, and you'll see my slow mo video on YouTube. I got pissed on to shoot that video too. As they flew over me, they kept pissing on me. But you can see them at 30, 120, and 240 frames per second. It's
We're
pretty
just updating your review.
That's it. Well, they were jumpy, so I can understand why they were pissing constantly. So
No, wait a minute. Yeah, no, there was something else. It was a shower gel advert on the radio. God, that's going back some. And it was Peter Cook, Dudley Moore. Do you remember that one, Andy?
I remember they did adverts, but I don't. For
They did
shower
one.
gel.
They did one for a shower gel. They go, here, Doug, that's a green bat hanging on your shower rail. Remember that one?
I really don't. No, I don't. No.
Yeah, it's good to go.
Hello,
Sorry.
Ian.
Was
You're
that
back.
me, or was it? Did everyone lose their internet?
No, just
No,
you.
no.
Just
No,
me.
just you.
And I was halfway through telling Jim about my Izzy.
Apparently, your video mixer has Bluetooth.
It's got Wi-Fi. It has got
Wi-Fi.
Bluetooth.
Oh, there you go then.
It has got Bluetooth. It comes with a Bluetooth Wi-Fi dongle.
Oh, nice one.
So that's how you program it.
Ian, I was going to ask you about that. So Synthotech has another one similar to that does 8-bit graphics and stuff. Which one is more programmable, the one you have or the Synthotech one?
I'm not seeing the Sensitech one, but I mean,
It's
I've
about
never
the same
done
price, about $100, maybe a little less.
This is quite a bit more than $100.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah. So if it's only $100, it's probably worth buying.
Ah, okay.
This is
Unless it does less.
It's not a Eurorack module from Synthotech.
It's a Eurorack or a module with buttons on it.
Yeah. I think
this
I've seen
is
that.
including VAT $370 here in the UK.
Holy smokes! How much can you
and
program it?
Sorry,
How much can you program it?
that I don't know yet. 'Cause it only turns
Is it
up
pure
every once in a
data
while.
or is it some other
No,
custom-
it's Python.
Python?
And
Okay.
I've never done anything in Python, but there's loads of. I mean, it's like the whole community thing. There's loads of people who've already done some quite
Yeah,
cool.
the Synthotech has a GitHub, so you can do stuff on there too. But
There's loads of stuff on Patch something, where all you get all the Gritty and guitar stuff. You know, it's quite expensive. But it is quite 8-bitty in its visuals.
there was actually one called Vidiot for a while by LZH, I think, and but they stopped making that one. They opted for more expensive ones.
Yeah, I mean,
LZH makes a lot of fancy ones.
I have been after it for a while, so it was a bit of a. It's only because I sold that expensive microphone that I could afford it. And the problem here, it's probably a bit cheaper over in the States actually, because obviously they're based in New York, aren't they? And they're not exporting them at the moment because of parts and stuff. And there's only one place you can get them in the UK, and they've got a bit of a monopoly, so that's why it's sort of slightly more expensive than it should be. You know, it's DV247? They're based out of London.
Yeah.
DV 24/7, yeah.
24/7,
Don't talk about
yeah.
that company.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'd have bought it from anybody else, I would have done. Because I'm, you know. But literally, there's nowhere else to buy them. I was trying to get one second hand actually, but second hand price was still over £300, and then I wouldn't get the VAT back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's better to buy it new.
Do you know what? It's always the same. Every time I see your studio door, I keep thinking you've got the biggest LED strips going. Every time I see it.
Yeah. That's the only light in the room. It comes through that door. Because I have there's a Sky panel here which is completely crap. It's terrible because it doesn't really give you proper daylight, you know. So it never gets switched on. You know. But no,
Rob's got the WD-40 out. Look, keyboard's obviously mistriggering.
Yeah,
It's not WD-40.
Oh, sorry.
It's a Rehearsal.
Yeah, same thing.
you don't want to be using that.
Nah, it's quite different. I mean,
No, I know what service all is. I've got tons of it somewhere.
it's the stuff that I have around left over from a job. So it's great. I didn't pay for it, and I can use it.
What was that stuff I bought a while back? I can't remember what it was called. All I know is it was not a very big tin. It was 20 quid. Fuck this for a game of soldiers.
Really?
Yeah, I used it on a
What, for-
2600 and it was useless.
I'm going to say it's to sweet, you know, isopropyl alcohol and
It's the one that you always see the amateur repairists say, "Oh, it's the only thing you should use."
What contact? One of the German ones, which is just like kills faders.
I'm trying to think.
Well,
Is it air?
I can't remember what it bloody called for the life of me. And they're always going on about, "Oh no, this is the stuff. You've got to use this. Nothing else would do." And
It's not canned air, is it?
No. It's an actual spray liquid, but
Okay.
what's it?
I've only ever really used it.
It's not
Service
WD-40.
Something like G20 or something. It was.
that rings a bell.
I
the most
cannot
common
remember.
is WD-40.
Yeah,
I mean, that sounds like one of the contact ones.
Yeah.
yeah. It was in this sort of like greenish tin. Wasn't a big tin.
Oh no, if it's the small ones, then yeah, I know what you mean. That stuff can be really good for stuff that gets killed by any other solvent, but it's
It's
like
not the DP60, is it? Electrical contact cleaner.
No.
Yeah.
Why can't I remember?
That's great. It's a green tin.
This is annoying me. I'm going to end up having to go down the workshop and have a look.
80 LPS number 2.
I think there's a name that goes with it. And people go, "Oh yeah, use bloody blah."
Yeah.
Is it
I mean-
no, deoxit? No.
I mean, the oxide makes one, but that's really normal deoxide is alright, but they do make a really fancy one, which like tries to.
I'm wondering if it might be a deoxit. Hang on.
I mean,
Let's have a
I didn't know they did a WD-40 specialised contact cleaner.
Yes, well, one of the main reasons is that the US formulation of WD-40 you probably don't want to put into faders.
Yeah, here we
No,
go.
I would never use.
Yeah,
Never.
deoxit.
Yeah, actually, the stuff that I tend to buy is a Servicol Super 10.
Yeah. Well, the deoxit there's one here, it's from DV 24/7 because apparently that's what you should use on pots and sliders. It's 32 quid for how much? Oh, this should be funny. How many millilitres does this claim to have?
Deoxit saved my butt for years, but it may be doing more damage than I know. So
Yeah, I don't like it. 182.
there was no choice at the time. That's all I had.
182 millilitres. It's a dinky tin for 32 quid. I go, "Oh no, that's the stuff you've got to use." Horse shit.
Yeah,
It's
cheap.
all it's hi-fi myth territory. It really is.
Isn't it? Yeah.
It's absolutely.
Have you considered selling it to Taiwan?
When it came to my Juno 6 and the oxidized jacks, because it hadn't been played in over 20 years, it made a huge difference.
Yeah. Oh, it's when I did one of Ty's keyboards, funny enough, and I did the WD-40 on all the pots on it, and they were bad. They were really bad, and he got it back because he was really bad. He said, "Oh, really? Should you be using WD-40 on it?" I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Okay, I trust you," but he weren't happy. Got it back. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. He goes, "Oh, fuck me, this is brilliant." He said, "It's all loosened up now. I can use it," and yeah, that's why I've used it for the last 30 years because it fucking works.
Yeah,
And that
well,
horseshit stuff, Oh, mate, it was useless.
As I said, if you put the international formulation of WD-40 into stuff, don't.
No, yeah.
Pretty caustic, right?
Yeah, the European formulation is fine.
Yeah.
I'm not cheerfully lubricated, you know. I'm
Now you're lubed up, mate.
now I'm
You're all lubed up to go take care of business.
now that we're all suitably lubed up in all the right places, I'm going to retire. Exactly.
You're not that old.
No, but I am that tired. It's been a long
Look,
day.
if he's all lubed up, he's definitely not old. So
Thank you for postulating on all of these things.
natural juices. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going on about fucking natural juices. I've forgotten what they are. I'm off to bed now. Try.
Good night, Andy.
See you all, my lovely
Cheers.
darlings.
See you later,
soon.
darling.
Bye,
Look after yourself.
everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Oh dear. Yeah, no, I thought I'd do the right thing. I used this Deoxit D5 or D82, whatever it's called, on a 2600, and the bloke brought it back 2 days later. He said they're all scratchy again, and they were absolutely bollock useless stuff.
Yeah, or very expensive Deoxit fader one. You like actually you spray it in. It makes all the shit soft. Then you really need to scrape it out, and then you have a nicely fresh fader. But it's definitely not going to last. Or maybe even with WD-40, if it looks like most
Well,
of
the
the
carbon
2600s
contacts
I've
eventually
seen,
just wear, right? I mean, you have to replace
Yeah, well,
stuff.
the WD-40 will last a hell of a lot longer, that stuff. But as you say, if you've got a particularly nasty audio-based slider in a 2600 and it just constantly crackles, you take it out, you desolder it, you split it open, and you clean it, and it's good
that's fair
forever.
enough.
Well, that's only if you're thorough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
No, but like if it's, I mean, I'm sure all of us have probably at some point seen a slider where you just look at how much shit can be inside an open carbon slider, and you just
Yeah, it's amazing what you can get in there.
So
Well, I mean,
explain the whole sealed pots versus regular pots thing. Are they really that much better? You get maybe 10 years out of them more? Or what's the deal with that?
Seal pots are they're okay, but you see, every time you use them, they are still scraping the carbon off the track and collecting it up at one end, and then they start making the noise. But you have to,
You can't clean it.
and then you can't clean it.
Yeah.
So
It's like the sealed transmissions they do these days. You can't really clean it very easily. So
yeah. No, I've had to spend many a moon splitting mini moog pots open to clean them.
Jesus.
It's not fun. It really is not fun because they glue the back, the metal part of the pot onto the I can't remember what the stuff is. It's like Formica with the track printed on it, and they glue it to it. So even when you take the tags off, you still got to very dangerously try and split it without damaging the actual Formica part.
it's fiberglass, isn't it?
Is it fiberglass?
Or it's same as old, or it's similar like old Vero board or old circuit boards, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got that kind of feel to it. Yeah.
Or maybe not fiber, but yeah, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but it can chip when you take the back off to get to it.
Like the encoders I have on my SU700, they're notoriously bad, cheap encoders. They're all skippy. They're basically unfixable. Everyone just swaps them out. But you know how many damn encoders that is? And you got to find the right ones, and you got to put all that damn work into it. So I'll have to do it eventually. But
I mean, case in point, Robert's Andromeda there. They can get very jumpy.
Yeah.
But that's why I have a can out here. Because
Yeah.
when one pisses me off, I do it a bit.
And the only way you can do it
doesn't piss me off anymore.
The only way you can do it is spray it onto the shaft and then turn the shaft and let it run down inside the pot. And you can do it without taking the whole thing apart, because otherwise you've got to take all the boards out and feck
I love
around
when you
with
talk dirty, Kent.
And then
Get
you
to the
realize,
point.
and then you realize that they're sealed at the bottom. So the only thing you can do is spray it in the top, turn it upside down again, and then wait for everything to slowly drip out, or just
drip
don't
out
care
again,
and keep spraying.
Yeah. And they're a bugger for getting all jumpy. You know, you go to touch it and it goes from, 01 to 122. And it's like, oh, you bastard. And he moved it a millimetre.
It's a shame they can't do an optical, like a Vactral equivalent with a pot type design.
No, you do. I mean, well, encoders. Realistically, optical encoders, but they cost money.
Mind you, on the CS80s, the optical expression pedal, they can get very jumpy. And when you open them up, you find it's because there's dust on the receiver.
Yeah, there's always something to.
So dust is built up on the, or a dog hair or something across the receptor. You just go, all right, put it all back together, done.
But this is how to do a fader. I mean, this is conductive plastic rather than like just nice and open. The old penny guards design at 90 degrees. So you just loop up the extrusion. Don't get any loop anywhere near the track, and you have your two screws to tighten it or expand it if your wipers get a bit sad and no longer stick down properly.
Well, I'd like to know what Yamaha's secret is, because on all the CS80s I've ever done, I've had one scratchy slider.
That's brilliant.
Really?
And some of them, without lids. And it doesn't matter how much dust settles on the top, it doesn't get into the sliders.
And how scratchy does the pig flop get?
Oh, that bastard. Yeah, and that's sealed. And it's a dual concentric pot and all. And that's a bugger. But if you spray the WD-40 on it and let it soak in, it clears up. Don't ask me why. It just does.
It's really bad on like an amplifier knob where you're already amplifying the shit out of the signal.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's always the dual concentric output knob, but or stereo output pot. Where why is that the one that needs to be the one that gets scratchy first?
Yeah.
How about the SEMs? They ever have issues?
Those mechanics inside the pods.
Yeah, well.
They're funny when they stiff up, and then when you hear them, oh, that sounds like a ball bearing is dying in this pod. Have you ever taken them apart, Kent?
I'm trying to think. Might have done.
But, I would really love to see how terrible they actually look on the inside. Well, only seen pictures from the back.
Yeah.
How that internal mechanic is fitted into the.
I gotta say, the worst slider pots I ever used on a Moog Rogue. They're just so frictiony, just awful.
Yeah, but then they put that bloody sponge on it that turns to crude oil.
Exactly.
Fucking stuff.
Yeah, you have considered to take the sliders apart, put them in an ultrasonic bath, and then.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, get the high pressure cleaner onto anything else of the Rogue to get rid of the. Or just put it in the dishwasher, the front panel, to get any of the sponge off it.
Yeah. Well, there's so much work has to go into that, because I had a guy bring me a Rogue that had all this, and it was everything. I'd go, it's all turned to, it's turned to oil because it's all over the front panel as well. And I gave him a quote for how much it was going to cost to take it all apart, strip all the sliders, put them into the sonic cleaner, and put it all back together, and blah 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 blah. And he went, "Yeah, give me 50 quid for it. I'm going to buy another one." I went, "Thank you. Here's your 50 quid." To which I was met with, "You bought another synthesizer? Really?"
Well, it's good to buy another one so he gets the phone problem again, right? So.
Yeah, you do the work on it, and then you've got a set of sliders ready to pop into when another one comes in.
I mean,
they snap the shaft off. I don't know how they do it, but it snaps the shaft off.
I mean, one of the polymers from Martin is just like, well, but the one he doesn't bother to repair the front panel. But I was like, well, he has two polymers and one polymer keyboard, and one of the polymers is basically a donor machine, and it doesn't have a nice front panel. I mean, if you try to move anything on there, you should probably get the mole grips out and try and move one of the sliders.
The funny thing about those sliders, they put so much bloody juice through them.
What was it, like 24, 50 volts?
It's something ridiculous. And I do remember this bloke brought in this Polymoog, and I went through it to find out what it needed doing. and I moved the I think it was the filter cutoff on the filter section, and I pushed it up to the top, and it just went like that, and smoke just poured out of this machine where this slider shorts out. And I go, oh dear, here we go.
What? But how can smoke pour out if a power supply can't supply anything more?
Oh, I think the oil just decided to burn that was in it. It's just like, or Vaseline, whatever the hell they put in it.
But at least the good thing about the polymoke is that nothing can draw so much current to really burn in a nice fire because the power supply will blow up first.
The Mark II power supply can put up with quite a bit, though. The Mark I's, yeah, like that. Actually, they can go like that without even turning it on. And fucking useless bastards.
Have you considered to stop looking at it?
Yes, very much.
Well, yeah.
How many polymokes do you see?
These days, not very many.
Yeah.
Are they all in skips?
Yeah. Well,
You see them in piles?
mate, I've got at least 5 of them in the garage.
Wow.
For
So
donor
do you
parts.
think you could get one out of them?
So you have all of them.
No, it's a polymoke. You need more than 3. You're getting on. You need double figures to get a decent polymoke out of one. But it's funny because I mean the power supply, the Mark II power supply they put in them, wasn't much better. That's why I had to have that huge heat sink on at the back of it as well. And then they go and decide in the memory mode and go, oh, let's use that power supply.
It's a fine power supply. They probably had a warehouse full of them.
Yeah.
Like, we're not selling any polymokes. We have 100 power supplies.
It is fine. It is fine in a memory mode though, but a polymoke is kind of pushing it. There's a lot of draw and not a lot of juice coming out of that power supply, to be honest. Even though it's got a transformer coil in it the size of a Buick. It's a bloody enormous thing.
But what are you saying? Supplying the power for all those 70 filter chips and the other articulation chips that are per voice?
Yeah, it can handle that. It can handle that. It handles it badly, but it can handle it. But in the polymoke, there's so much bleed. I tell you what,
It's part of the sound.
Mate. I mean, a polymoke is technically, if you had to describe it to somebody who'd never seen one, it's a 76-note white noise generator.
Well, that's why you always go through the filter. You never go direct.
That's why I love that. The little copper bar that they solder across the top of the sliders, so you can't push them up too far and blow the op amps. Literally, they put a bump stop on it, so you can't push them up too high. What? Why? Why are you doing that? And then Polycom cards.
But it's still known for the resonance bank, right? Those sliders, the resonators.
Yeah, the resonator.
The cool thing is if you have like the resonators up half on the mixer, and then the filter up full, and then you get a lot of sounds from like Kraftwerk Man Machine era.
Yeah.
Or like the model, the lead sound. But if you ever try to program it on a normal synth, you're like, oh, why do I never get it? When you know what it is, when it is the phasing between the low pass and the resonators being fixed, makes a lot more sense. And
it gets very interesting when you're using the tuned resonance, as long as the resonance is tuned correctly, and mix that in. And it can get some very interesting sounds from it, and big chords, because after all, it is 76-note polyphonic. So.
Have you tried the Cherry one? Is that one pretty good?
Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't have the noise. It's not as heavy.
Does the resonator stuff is good on it and all that?
Yeah,
I like
all right.
I mean, if you want polymoke resonators, use the Zebra Hypestead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, one of the Hans Zimmer custom features.
Yeah.
But I think they're only mono, so that's the one, or maybe they're stereo by now, but originally, for many years, as soon as you put the resonators in the effects.
Yeah, no, I think they're still mono, because I do 2 tracks, and then give it someone else.
Or what you could do is, No. Okay. If you were to put them into both of the send slots, and then put a mixer after each, you could pan in the mixer after each, and then
Yeah.
you could, in theory, over the two sends, make yourself a left and right resonator.
Mm.
Sounds like a lot of effort.
Yeah, it is a lot of effort, I must admit. But the thing I always used to get was people give me a Polymoog synthesizer, even though the keyboard for a while used to say Polymoog synthesizer on it and not Polymoog keyboard, which gets very confusing for people. But they bring their Polymoog synthesizer, and they said, "Can you put the Vox Humana preset on it?" And yeah,
yes.
you did. Yeah, you just change a couple of caps and a few resistors, and there you go. You got it.
You still need the phaser, right?
Yeah, but the thing about that, I still think, because when I was younger, I used to have wet dreams over the Polymoog. I used to have a poster of it on my wall. I couldn't. One day I'll own one.
Come on, it looks quite cool.
And then I owned one. Yeah, they look fantastic. They absolutely look fantastic. And you can get a nice sound out of them, but you really have to work at it. Yeah, but when they break down, oi.
And it's an awful Pratt Reed keyboard too.
Yes, of course. What other choices there?
Yeah, I mean, but if you go through it and rebush it, which costs an arm and a leg, by the way, it's a nice keyboard once it's all back and proper. The only thing is it stays like that for about 3 months, and you got to do it again, really, because the metal in it's weird. It seems to have a memory. So you straighten all the keys out, and over time the keys will go. A lot of them will go back to where they were almost, or percentage of where they were.
Well, I can remember Alexander Goffenberg in Vienna. He did like some custom stuff, custom bumpers at the back that would make the Pratt Reeds a lot better. But I think then the company that used to make them for him ceased to exist, and getting anything else made would probably have cost a lot more again.
Yeah.
But that's the main reason if you see a PPG Wave that doesn't have a wavy keyboard. Of course, that's where the name came from. Of that nice Pratt Reed keyboard.
Yeah.
Most of them, luckily, have been replaced with this ones. For some reason, the Waves are probably the worst Pratt Reed keyboards. Which I just don't understand. They're all the same keyboard, but how? What did they do to just make it worse?
I think it's the rigidity of the bass makes a difference. I think that's what it is. So if you got like a bass that's a bass on it that is not that rigid, it somehow the keys just bend more. It's ridiculous. But it's where I also depends on how people play them, because if they do a lot of thumb up and down the keyboard and get all proggy on it, you got keys touching each other and where they bend the little arms that the bushes sit on, and then they stick. You do that thing where you push the key and it just stays down. It's like, oh, you bastard.
But there's nothing as nice as like pushing the key down, hearing that cranky sound of a plastic at the back. And then eventually you might be able to get it down, and it might even register. Yeah.
There's another thing. On those Pratt Reed keyboards, there's a thing, it's a weird phenomenon, but on the end of the black keys, on the metal part, there's a little bit of metal that hangs down like that the black key will sit on. And that loosens over time, so that even when it's screwed down, when you hit the black key, it goes ding. So you go like this up the keyboard and you go dink, dink, like that. And you've got to take them off and bend the ends, the metal ends down, and then reset the key back on. Hopefully, so it actually sits up in the air. Then you push it down, bend the metal, and put the screw in, and so it's nice and tight. But
have you other keybeds do the same thing, or is that the worst one?
Nah, it's the worst one.
Wow.
I mean, what other keybeds, really?
But there are other keybeds that are a pain in the ass for different reasons. Like the keys that they use on the Memory Moog, which they use on the Poly 6 and the
Poly 6,
Monopoly. And they can break at the back. And they can break when you're trying to fit the key.
What? But,
So even when you're putting the
is-
key back, you can actually snap them at the back.
Isn't memory mode just a different generation of Pratt Reed?
No,
Oh.
no.
Oh.
It's got the rubber, the ones, the little carbon jobbies. You've got that track that it's exactly the same as what they have on the Poly 6. And you've got to pull all those rubbers off, clean them all up, and then you've got to re-graphite all of the contacts.
I think the Poly 61 had that too.
Yeah, Poly 6, the same keyboard again. Yeah.
So
But they're quicker and easier to work on. But sometimes you get springs pinging across the workshop and go, well, that's that fucker gone. I'm never going to see that again. Which is why I have little pots of these springs, because you go, putting the springs on the back of the Pratt Raids, and you've got to get them into that tiny little hole.
I had that
And you
happen
get
with the
the
JX10.
spring down, and it goes twink like that, and you go, oh, it's gone.
that's inside the keyboard somewhere.
Yeah, never see that again. Well, I do a lot of this out in the garden. It's like,
About 18 years ago, I had that happen with a JX10.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And you put the red. You put the red
springs.
springs. You got the red and blue springs. The red springs go on the white keys, and the blue springs go on the black keys, because the red springs have to be have slightly more tension in them because of the longer key. And you finish in the keyboard, and you've got a blue left over, and you've got one white key. It's like, oh.
So the factory floor is covered with tiny springs.
So's the garden. Yeah, I mean, I have eventually, I've been out there collecting poo, and I go, oh look, a blue spring, but it can stay there. That's going in the bag with the rest of it, So yeah, it's funny because you hear tink tink. Where was it? Where did it hit the cupboard? I don't know. Have a look on the floor.
Well,
You can never find them again.
So looking at the high quality German list of about every keyboard mechanism listed, that is a Matsushita ESK 70. That keyboard that you don't want to ever interact with.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it does say in the spreadsheet. Yeah, memory mode, Matsushita ESK
Yeah.
70. What do we have under Korg? Poly 800, Poly 61, Poly 6.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what else has
I
there.
think the DW6000.
DW.
No,
Yes,
that's
6,000 does. 8,000 has a different one.
Yeah,
The other-
8000 has velocity.
Velocity, doesn't it?
The other most prolific keyboard is the keyboard that they fitted to the DX7. Well, all the DXs, well, not including the 5 and the 1, but that keyboard turns up in a lot of different machines as well.
And that's been in the Tritons, Trinities.
Yeah.
Late models of the OB8 apparently also had that Matsushita instead of a Pratt Reed.
Yeah. Yeah, the very last of the OB8s did, yeah.
Prophet 600, multi-track, split 8.
Of course, all of the other OB8s had the bloody Pratt Reed, didn't they?
Well,
And the 4-voice as well. 4-voice.
at least with Pratt Reed, you know what it is.
Yeah, but it's all doable. You can.
No, you just throw it out, put a FATA and a MIDI electronic inside, and give up. Or
Yeah, I get a lot of people saying, "Oh, can you put a different, put a FATA keyboard in this instead?" And I go, "Oh no, yeah, it costs you a lot, mate. You don't want to do that, mate. Yeah, because I bought 50,000 keyboard bushes, and I need to use them." I've invested in these fuckers now. You're having
So did
you're
Pratt
having
Reed just
bushes.
make a few models and disappear, or did they make other stuff later?
Pratt Reed is a tool company which then made organ keyboards in like the 50s or 60s.
Yeah.
When many organs were converted to electric traction.
Yeah.
So Matsushita put them out of business?
No idea. I mean,
well, the
Panasonic
Pratt-
is a massive conglomerate, so Panasonic building keyboards for many companies.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can understand more than a random tool company in the States. But
Well, Pratt Reed was very popular in all the American-born synths.
you mean that's where we're from, and Matsushita
Yeah.
was big Japanese company.
Yeah, that had more chance of coming to Europe than the American ones because it was like a big divide back in the day. I'm trying to think. There was a lot of other. No, I tell you what the worst keyboard in the world is. It's the keyboard that they fitted to the Maplin series.
What, a piece of string and some glue?
I think they also fitted it to the EMS Polysynth, which is the worst keyboard ever devised by man ever, and still holds that accolade. It's the biggest piece of colourful shit you'll ever see.
That's the one
in
that's
your
for
life.
schools and stuff. It has like the
No. It's
No,
supposed to be
it looks like it.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a professional keyboard, but it looked like it was made out of Lego by a blind person.
But Banks loves that synth. Or, I mean, he loves it for being so terrible.
Who does?
Ben Edwards.
Looks like a
Ben
primitive,
Edwards bought that fucking thing to me when he bought it not working. You know, these are brilliant. And when I got it going and I tried it out, and I went, this is fucking awful.
It kind of looks like a primitive Vogue grandmother or matriarch colored one.
Yeah. I think
it's like when you're a fan of bad movies. You know, bad movies can be a lot of fun.
Yeah, because I think the photograph that I have of one of these set up on the trestles outside the workshop is Ben Edwards' one when it was finally finished. That's after it broke down another 3 times.
But he really seems to like to use it a lot.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's still going. To be honest, I'll be honest with you. But I think nearly all of his old analog he bought here for me to, and he'd buy these things for like next to nothing. He go, I paid 400 quid for this. And I go, yeah, and you open it up and you go, yeah, I can see why. Can you get it going? Oh. I mean, you should have seen his 2500 when he first bought it to me. He paid 3.5k for it, and I opened it up, and the first thing I was met with was a little mouse in the corner going, "Oh, hi." I go, well, you'll have to go, mate, because my
he was in the wheel making it power. So
yeah.
Surprised we're
And of
still
course,
alive.
one of the VCO modules in it, it had, because it has that encapsulated bullshit like they had on the very early 2600s, and it wasn't like a plastic case, and it was full of like that stuff that looks like mastic. It was actually like the solid stuff.
Well, proper epoxy.
Yeah, proper epoxy, right to the core, right. And we need to get this VCO going because, you know, a 2500 without a VCO is like, it's a bit dull, isn't it? So, and I'm chipping away at this bit by bit by bit, and slowly I'm getting components shown. I get enough of it away, and then I got Fiona to dip it in something for me. She went off with some chemicals and she goes, we'll have a look and see what it looks like in the morning. And she did. It did. It dissolved beautifully, and sort of like brushed it all away. And right at the centre was an LM301 chip, right, and nothing else. All the rest of the VCO components are on the module board itself, up on, you know, and it's just this one. They just put this one chip, just so nobody would know what was running the amp on it.
Or I wouldn't be surprised if it originally was a discrete amp, and then LM301 that will do. Just get rid of all the circuitry that used to be on there.
Yeah, but the thing was, this was an early one, so this must have been what they were using. But by encasing it in this black cement, nobody would know what the actual module had in it, so it couldn't be copied, because that was a big thing back then. You know, people copying stuff.
It used to happen quite a lot in hi-fi, you know, because I remember Mission Electronics, who are still going, I think. One of their early CD players had this little black box which was just like covered in resin.
Yeah.
You know, and people were saying, so what's inside it? Oh, and that's the secret ingredient to make it sound better. You know, I have no idea what was inside it, but it was, you know, maybe nothing.
Probably a pack of playing cards or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or even Cord 700 and 800, they have epoxy modules. Which is then fun when you look at the 770 schematics, which doesn't have it, and when you compare the schematics, you can see, oh well, this is the same circuit, so now I know what's inside this module.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but by then it wasn't important to them.
Yeah, 2 years later, nobody cared anymore.
Yeah, it's like I obtained the detailed circuit diagrams for the GS1's card reader. Because on the service manual for the GS1, where the card reader is, there's just a blank square with little dotted lines. And it's just blank. It says card reader. Yeah, and that's all it says. And I managed to get hold of it, and from a lovely fella in Yamaha, Japan. And he emailed me to it. He emailed me and said, yeah, he said, it shouldn't be a problem. He said, it's not like we're going to do that one again. And yeah, and I look at this thing and it's telling me what voltages are going in and what voltages are going out, etc., so I can identify if there's a spurious voltage. But it told me what all the chips were, because the custom chip that's in it, they give you the circuit diagram of what is inside the epoxy case, which I thought was brilliant. I think there was a problem with the... I had to find a TDA 1040, which has these two, instead of legs, it has two big heat sinks. And I found a couple in town. So hopefully I can get this card reader working. I'm supposed to be fitting them tomorrow, so fingers crossed. And fire extinguisher to hand. And see how that goes. But once I was able to confirm exactly what was on this card reader and how it worked, turns out the CS70 has the exact same card reader. It's exactly the same in every conceivable way. So, but I don't know why they needed to protect how it was done so much. Because on the CS70 they scrape all the codes off the chips. And it's only I think it was like a 74LS05. It's scraped off. Oh, I can't let anybody know what that is. So,
Well, I mean, when are you going to repair your Metabolism?
do you know what? I was out there with a friend of mine today, and it was sitting there. I go, oh. The idea was, because next to it is a CS70, and we were going to borrow the card reader out of it and see if we could get that one working as well. Because I've got 3 card readers I've got to fix, really. And you just couldn't get to it. It's like, it's the unobtainable dream over in the corner.
A question about when they remove the numbers from the chips, trying to be sneaky. I mean, you can get a copy of the service manual and figure that shit out, right? So it doesn't really work.
No, you couldn't. Well, at the time, you couldn't get the service manual for it.
Well, I mean, one person has to get it, and then the internet has it. So I'm saying.
Not always. Not always.
Not in the 80s, but eventually you'll get it, because I've found service manuals for everything anywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
try to find a Metabolism service manual and the circuit board layout.
Yeah.
Because obviously, then, if you don't have any clip on there that can tell you what you want, you're gonna need and with a box that is filled with logic, trying to work out what is where without also a part locator is just pointless.
Well, I did start mapping the Metabolism by desoldering each IC, pulling it out and putting it into the chip checker. And they'll go, oh, it's a 4051. Went, oh, cool. Make a note of that, 4051. Next one along. And that sort of thing. But then when you get to the chip that's broken, you go, well, if I'm fucking, I don't know. So in terms of repairing it, it doesn't get you anywhere unless you can know what the hell was supposed to be in that location. So, and, if you said to somebody who had a working Metabolism, oh, do you mind if I completely deconstruct your entire Metabolism because I want to find out how it works? They'd be going, no, mate, fuck off. Yeah.
Right, chaps, I'm going to go do an Ian.
Steady. Well, you're the only person qualified to do it, let's face it.
Exactly, yeah. Robbie's just steal me thunder, isn't he? Yeah, so I'm even about later if you're still here.
Well, you have to say something bad about Korg first, and then you can leave.
I have to say something bad about Korg. Do I really, Andy? Oh, come on.
707, that's all you need to know.
I can't say it.
The FM wasn't very good on that.
Yeah.
But that was just licensed from Yamaha straight.
I think standard practice is that it's never a good idea for a dealer to rubbish anything.
Well, of course.
No, exactly.
No,
But
not publicly.
no, but what boiled my blood was when Cog USA turned around and said that as a dealer, I should only ever say anything positive. That didn't go down very well, as you can imagine.
No.
When was that?
Is that bad enough, Andy? Is that it? Was that
Yeah,
do
it
it?
works.
'Cause I-
Yeah.
I mean,
So US Korg US are
was-
sort of like the Fox News of the Korg environment, really.
You may say that. I possibly couldn't comment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I've not.
That's-
I mean, all I can
Yeah,
say
when you're a
is
rep,
that
you have to be
UK,
political, unfortunately.
the
so.
UK guys are great.
Uh-huh.
You know, I have had nothing but a good, a good relationship with the UK guys. I don't know the American guys, so I don't know really. But that's
there
what
any-
came down. That's what came down the pipe to me.
Is Korg Korg UK anywhere near like it used to be? You know, say back in '95. Do you reckon? Because I know Yamaha bloody isn't.
No, I don't think it is really.
I thought Korg US was in New York or something like that.
I mean, Cog UK is in Milton Keynes,
Yeah.
which is obviously
So Yami as
distributors.
well. They moved out there, didn't they? As well.
Yeah, I've been there once, and actually, we had a dealer day there a few years ago before the pandemic, and there were, it was good to go around the factory. Well, it's not a factory as such, but it's, it's
Well,
storage
apparently the
and
best one is Korg Canada.
is it?
Yeah. Apparently they're the best guys. Well, on the hands, they're the best guys.
Well, Korg and Roll in Canada, they all have the manuals where you can't get on other sites.
Yeah,
That's another thing that's great about
Yeah.
them. They'll give you stuff that you can.
Yeah.
They took off major websites.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently
I do
they'll
remember-
also hand you stuff that's discontinued, parts for discontinued stuff. And they go, yeah, no, we got them. I'll send you one. Oh, no charge because it's a discontinued part.
Actually,
yeah, so please empty our warehouse for us. Thank you.
Yeah, they've done that for us before now.
Yeah.
Just send it FOC, which is nice actually. It's nice when the manufacturers do that, and you've got an issue.
Yeah.
I do remember when I had the hi-fi shop. So this is back in the 90s, and we had a weekend away with Yamaha. But it was Yamaha hi-fi, but they took us to the Yamaha Kimball factory where they were building the pianos.
Yeah.
Then they don't do that in the UK. What a great visit that was! It was absolutely superb to go around the factory and see him making these fantastic pianos.
Yeah. Oh, yes. But I would have loved to sort of like strolled into the Yamaha place round about, what was it, about 98, when we were throwing everything out for the CS80s. All the new front panels, keys, switches, panels, all the IGOOs, the YM keyboard controller chips, the whole bloody lot. They just threw it all into a skip.
Just in a skip.
Yeah. Panels wrapped, all neatly wrapped up in their boxes. Clunk. And legs.
Okay,
I mean, a
guys.
set of CS80 legs now set you about 1,200 quid now.
I may see you
It's
later.
ridiculous.
If not, I'll see you.
Yeah.
through the
All right,
window.
darling.
All right. See you later.
All right,
See you
take care,
whenever.
buddy.
See you.
No, self.
Yeah, I worked for a Korg. I worked for a Korg dealer about 15 years ago. We had a guy named Bobby Nelson come in and do demoed the Triton Extremes. He demoed the LEs. He brought us the Radius, and we were not a big store. We ended up stocking like 2 Radiuses, and we had to like unload them on eBay. Nobody would buy them. But we also had a sales rep at one point around 2007, 2008, brought us the Oasis, had no idea how to use it.
Talking
He
of
was-
Canada.
he was- no, US, Korg US. So he brings in, he's got an Oasis 76, and he's telling us he's got this big notebook of what he's supposed to show us, and he's going through this notebook. It's like, oh, okay, so I got to show you these 10 presets with the Karma, turned on. Hits a chord pad, hits another chord pad. And he's like, "Do you want to try it?" And I'm like, "All right." So, by the way, start here, start with the new piano that's in there, then go over here, go to the AL1 engine, then go to the CX3 engine.
Yeah.
He did the same thing with the M3 when that came out. He's like, all right, so here's the first patch. You have the Karma thing, and then you have all this, and then he was like, oh, by the way, the engine is based off of the Oasis. I'm like, yeah, yes and no. The EDS engine was kind of based off the HD1, but then they added he didn't show the built-in chaos pad on the touchscreen.
Yeah.
So he left his rep sample. He left a bunch of them for us to sell. He left that. He left the micro sampler, the M50, Microcord XL. So I had a good couple days, to spend with those and to, learn them inside out. And
Yeah.
luckily, I had a band practice the night that he left them, and I asked him, "Hey, can I set these up for band practice so I can try them out and play with them?"
Yeah.
So I used the M3 for band practice. I loaded a bunch of samples onto the pads, onto the chord pads, and then he comes in the next day, and I show him, oh, by the way, I did this for one of our songs, and I start triggering like voice samples and things like that, stuff that I had loaded in.
Yeah.
He's like, how are you doing that? I'm like, go to the sampler in the M3, do this, do this, do this. Oh, by the way, I want to buy your rep sample. So I ended up selling a Juno G and got this M3 for like, I forget what the deal was. If you were a Korg dealer, you could buy stuff at a percentage below dealer cost.
Yeah.
So I ended up getting a brand new M3 for like $1,000.
Oh.
Wow.
Sold the, yeah. I think I kept it for a year and a half. And then the touchscreen ended up crapping out just after the warranty.
Yeah, because I think the Oasis 76 was the first keyboard that I can remember that went fixed price all over the world. It didn't matter where you went, it cost 5,149 quid. Didn't matter where you went.
Yeah,
and then,
yeah.
well, we were always going on, because I would be on the Oasis forum. We were saying, they're saying, oh, what else would you like done to the Oasis on the next update? And we're going, well, can we have a better sequencer? And they wrote a better sequencer, but instead they put it in the M3, and they didn't give it to the Oasis. So we had this quite low resolution sequencer still in it. And then they're just sort of like, oh, it's a shame you paid $5,000 for it, but we're moving on by.
Yeah, and then it gets discontinued.
Yeah.
It didn't,
but it's still the better sounding machine. The outputs on it are second to none. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I tried that, and then I tried the Kronos. Honestly, I like the Oasis better. Bigger screen. That actually had the chord pads. And I used those a lot. Nicer control surface.
Yeah.
Beautiful control surface. But it didn't. I think the price tag. I don't remember it doing that well.
Well, I think it was the first time there was a keyboard come out, shall we say, a conventional type of workstation type keyboard at the time that was anywhere near that sort of money. I mean, even the Kurzweils weren't anywhere. I think they were about 3.5 or something.
Yeah, 2600s were like 3.5, 4, and then you had before that, I think you had the Yamaha EXs that were multi-engines.
Yeah.
But then those, if I remember right, were riddled with OS bugs and things like that.
Yeah.
That didn't work.
Well, even today, the Oasis is the most expensive keyboard I've ever laid out money for.
Yeah, I don't know what mine would be, because I think, like I said last time, I'm on a disability income. I think the most I've spent was probably $1,500 on a MoDX.
Yeah.
But lightweight, I could take it out gigging. It did everything I needed it to do. But man, I mean, if I had the opportunity to get an Oasis, I'd do it. I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I bought mine on HP. Yeah. I think I was paying it forever. I think I sold my soul actually. I think that was part of the conditioning that I signed for. But it was such a lump, And then I think it was the following year or a couple of years later, Symphobia came out, and then everything changed. You go, hang on a minute, I thought these strings were good. Now we got, oh, hello.
But they were Caro strings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's funny going back to not being able to say anything negative about Korg. We never had an issue with that because they had just come out with the SV1.
Yeah.
And the owner of the store and I went to another store about 45 minutes away up in Portland, Maine, because they had just started a keyboard department and they had one. So we were like, all right, let's go check it out and see what it's all about. And
I'll do it.
horrible. Yeah, I'll do it. It was horrible.
Hello, dear.
I didn't like it at all. Like they were supposed to, I think they were kind of touting it as, oh, it's a Nord Stage. Like it's supposed to be like a, performance keyboard. But yeah, the focus was electric pianos and organs, but didn't have any drawbars. The organs, I think, came from the Triton because they sounded exactly like the ones on the Triton. The pianos, I don't know where those came from. They probably came from a stripped down HD1. And
I mean, like, the pianos just about worked, but I mean, VE pianos were okay. The pianos maybe, but then everything else was just like,
oh yeah.
Why did you even bother?
Yeah, the organs were terrible.
Or it's like oh shit, I need an organ now. I only have an SV1. Oh well, I might as well play it.
Yeah, and we tried to talk to the sales rep, and the sales rep couldn't say anything. He said, well, the action was really, really heavy compared to, I think they had just come out with the RH3 and just started putting that in. And the one that I had my hands on was so heavy. Like the action was really difficult. Like I couldn't play, like Billy Joel, Angry Young Man or anything like that on it. Like it was, I couldn't play it. And yeah, the sales rep just got quiet, like couldn't say anything. I thought that was funny, but they didn't really tell us, oh, you're not allowed to say anything negative about Korg. But I think Korg stuff didn't do well for us. I mean, I think in the 6 years that I've worked there, we sold maybe 2 of the Triton LEs. They were both 88s. We sold one of the 61s, and it was a rep sample, and it had the sampling board in it. And then I think we sold maybe one Triton Extreme 88, and maybe one Extreme 61, and it was a B stock. And then I bought a B stock 76 to play out with. But our bigger sellers were the Casios. Because I think people wanted keyboards that they could play in home, and churches wanted keyboards that were just turn it on and just play it and not be confused with it. But no, it was cool to be. It was cool to do that stuff. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I cut my teeth on Korg. I mean, I remember 3rd grade getting my hands on a mini Korg, and like. My mind was kind of blown, even though I could only play one note at a time. It was like, oh wow, like interacting with the sound, moving this, and then the sound changes, and then I got, I was given a Poly 6, which was just about to die because of the infamous kneecap battery.
Yeah.
And it also had one dead voice in it. I think it belonged to my stepdad. And the 6th voice was way out of tune. He didn't know how to tune it. Like he couldn't, I don't know what he was fiddling around with, but he broke one of the pots off and he just disconnected that voice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and then it took forever. And then LFO kicked in, or what they called the MG, kicked in for like a good half hour before it was playable. But, no. Yeah. So, I mean, had that. I had a DW 6000. I had a Poly 61. I like Korg,
Yeah.
Well, hey, I've got to get ready for an evening church service.
All right, buddy.
But yeah, so yeah, nice to meet all of you, and I'll try to catch the show on Friday.
All right, mate. You take care.
Yeah, you too. Have a good night.
All right, bud.
Bye.
That's up.
Yeah, I got to run prep for meetings. See Robbie and Jeff and all.
Bye.
Catch you later.
All right, mate. Take care.
See ya.
See you, bud.
Try to catch you, sir.
There is no try.
So how is Mandy of Laudering?
Mandalorian. That was actually quite a good episode this week. Quite like
Oh yeah,
that.
you got to watch it.
And Ted
The
Lasso was,
Mandalorian.
yeah, Ted Lasso was back to, well, it's
Being
Ted
Ted
Lasso.
Lasso. Yeah.
This is incredibly good. So
Is Ted Lasso back with a third season now?
yeah, started today.
Ah,
I
thanks.
know. I know.
And I
See?
see you got a haircut, you hippie. That's good.
At last, I managed to see. We have a hairdresser in the village, a couple of lovely ladies, and I just go in there, but I have to book an appointment. It's not like a proper gents, where you just walk in and you have to book an appointment. And every time I want to book one where I've got some time to go and do it, so, we're busy. We're doing, we're doing some pink rinses or some whatever they do.
Which is
with the old
normally
ladies.
Thursdays, isn't it?
Which is normally Thursday. Well, they open late on the Thursday, but then it seems like a lot of the old girls like to go on the Thursday. So anyway, now I finally got it done. So it's like number 2 all the way around. Lovely. I feel a half stone lighter. I wish I was. But there you go.
Nothing a good shit won't cure.
If only that were true.
If only, yeah.
Trust me. When I've been on diets, and I've been on a few, and you want to you just want to get that extra thing. You think I'm not going to weigh myself until I've had a big poo, and you think, hang on a minute, I must have just offloaded at least half a pound there, but it doesn't make any difference. What is that about?
No, the biggest is liquids.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
Yeah, take a good piss, good wank, you're good.
Get rid of those fluids, my man.
There you go.
Mind you, when you get to my age, it's more like dust.
With my diabetes, I have days where literally every 5 minutes I'm having a wee. It's wee and a wee there and a wee there. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's fine. I can't. They say once you get to this age, you're stupid to walk past the toilet and ignore it. You get the opportunity, fucking go. I'm terrible. I could be out for 10 minutes and think, I literally went 10 minutes ago. What the fuck is going on?
I get days like that. It's not all the time. Not all the time, though. But I can have days like that where I go, I've just got back down to the workshop and go, oh, bloody hell.
I know, yeah.
Where did that come from?
Where was that one? I say I'm going to miss it. I have a toilet literally, it's like it's an ensuite here. In my new place, it's just around the corner, but I still have to go through doors and shit. Whereas now I can just wander in and out. And that's got a shower in it as well. So
I'll tell you what the worst thing is. Me and Fiona have synchronised. Every time I go to the bog, she's sitting on it. Every single time. And if I'm sitting on it and she comes up the stairs and she goes, oh, fucking hell.
Just wander in pretending to look at your phone and start pissing on her lap. She'll soon get the message.
Yeah, because I think because we literally we eat and we drink at the same time.
Well, of course you do. Yeah.
All the time, So our bladders have synchronised, and I'm still waiting for our periods to synchronise now. That'll be the next thing.
That is a real thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
When I worked in retail, most of my co-workers were female.
Yeah.
And seriously,
did yours synchronise as well?
The whole bloody shop synchronised. I walked in a bad mood. I didn't know why, but I was just in a bad mood.
Yeah, I had the same experience. I'm in insurance, so mostly women. And I worked in a company, it was just women. I was the only man. And they were all on their PMS at the same time. And it was like, okay, today we killed Jeff. So I had an office with a door, and I kept my door closed for 2 days. Yeah. It was like, no, don't want to see anyone. Yeah. Scary.
That's it.
Oh, man. Yeah. Mind you, at least it means that, it doesn't happen anymore. Fiona's got to that stage now where she doesn't have them anymore. But it was great when she did, because she used to buy in so much chocolate in the pantry. It was brilliant. By the way, today I tried this new Aero caramel. Okay. So it's a caramel flavoured Aero.
Mm-hmm.
Don't waste your money. It's fucking awful.
Is
it? Even Fiona went, ugh. It's really nasty.
I rarely eat chocolate.
Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't think it looking, but I rarely eat, my daughter's terrible because now she works in this she works in this like grocery store, and at least 2 days a week she's in the bakery. I say the bakery, it's just like, you know, they unbox the stuff, they put it in an oven, they heat it up, and then they put it into bags, and yeah. But she brings home bags of triple choc cookies, granola bars that are bigger than my arm, all sorts of stuff, and yet she turns around and says, "Dad, you got to lose weight, but you're bringing all this good stuff home." And I try ever so hard not to do it. It's like I'll go for the granola bar. That's probably got way more sugar in it than the chocolate cookies.
This is one of the things that pisses off Fiona, right? Because I can sit down. She can give me a Terry's chocolate orange, and I'll just eat it. Right? I don't even peel it. Silver foil and all. I go, and I can eat all sorts of crap, right? And when I was 17, my waist was 32 inches. And I'm 60, and my waist is 32 inches, and it really irks her. Really irks her.
Yeah, it pisses me off too.
Yeah, I'm still the same weight and everything that I was when I was 17 that I am now. It's ridiculous.
And you eat anything you want.
And I'm eating all sorts of cobblers and drinking filter coffee and blah, 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 and cheese, cream cakes and everything, you know. Because I got this passion for cream slice. You know what a cream slice is?
No.
So you buy me a pair of cream slices. So it's basically puff pastry, and then it has a bit of jam on it, and then about nearly 2 inches of cream, then puff pastry, and then the icing on the top.
Oh,
and it's like, just put them away, no problem.
I mean, if you ate what I eat, you'd be starving. Because I mean, I used to be fit, but 3 years ago, diabetes came along, and then I just started became this fat
Yeah,
blob.
that was another thing. They couldn't figure out why I couldn't get diabetes. I ate 3 kilos of dolly mixtures.
If you want it, I'll happily give it to you.
Yeah, I'll give it to you for free too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was like, a little sweet, but that's all right. You know, I mean, yeah, I don't consider myself, you know,
I'd give anything
not
to
lucky.
have 32
It's lucky
inches these days.
Yeah,
Why?
Mrs.
Anything.
Yeah.
No.
So, yeah, no, but it's just ridiculous that, you know, it's just I don't put on any weight ever. It's just mad.
Fast metabolism.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, well, I had a doctor come see me when I was about 40. It's the last time I saw a doctor, I think. And it was just for a checkup. And he says, "Oh, so what are you eating, drinking and stuff like that?" And I told him and stuff like that, what an average day was like. And he goes, "You must have a metabolism like a neutron star." He said, "You just burn everything and it's just gone." I think, I think I do. It also explains why all the bed sheets are burnt. But yeah.
Don't try lighting a fart.
Yeah, oh dear me. So, I can melt tungsten for 20 yards. And I just got, just very, very lucky with that. Whereas Fiona, poor cow, she even looks at a photograph of a cake she puts on 2 ounces. You know?
Yes.
It's not fair though, is it? When you think about it.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh well. We still have keyboards, so we're fine.
Yeah. Mind you, there's payoffs. There's always a dark side, isn't there? I mean, I've been in COVID lockdown for 40 years.
Right.
I must admit, when the lockdown happened, I can't remember who it was now. I can't remember who it was. It was somebody. It was moaning because he was going to bring a keyboard round, and he said, this lockdown's been going on 2 weeks. It's terrible. I don't know what to do with myself. He says, I can't put up with this. And I'm going, dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, so I had people saying to me, the same sort of thing during lockdown.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like this working from home. Like, I don't like having. I said, I've been doing this for like a decade.
Yeah.
This is where I live, right here, and I go out occasionally when I have to, and that's pretty much it.
I
So,
tell you
yeah,
what,
lockdown was nothing.
it appears Jim Glue didn't have to do a lot of practicing then. He
Sorry,
appears
what?
to be back.
Oh, right.
Yeah. He'd gone off to do some rehearsal.
Oh, I see.
He goes, yep, that knob works. Done.
Press play.
Yeah, press play.
No,
Yeah,
I'm sure
that
she
that
can look into it.
If
lockdown.
anything,
No, yeah, it didn't change much for me either. I also work from home. I don't like people, so
Don't we all?
nobody
Don't
comes to my place, and I'm oh yeah, all right, that's great.
Don't we all? And still we're here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I like you because you're on a screen in 2 dimensions.
You can turn us off
right?
at any
and I
moment.
can turn you off anytime
Yeah,
I want. Yeah, exactly. I don't
It
need to
works.
tell you.
Yeah, it
Well,
works from
time
that
for
point of
bed. Fuck off.
yeah. No, I must admit, because I was always a very, very sociable type of person. I used to like being in a room with lots and lots of people, and
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you know, being extroverted and yeah, and all this sort of thing. So when the agoraphobia started, it was dark times. I mean, after about 6 months, it was
Yeah, I can imagine.
it got bad. There was a moment when it was bad, but
look what I found. I was cleaning out a drawer yesterday.
oh
Sorry,
dear. Whose drawers?
Yeah. Old tampon.
I had a whole bunch of business cards.
Mr. Rehearsal.
Hey, I did some.
Are you ready?
That's a weird tweed jacket you're wearing.
Yeah, no,
can't
sorry.
see.
I shall put this on again for your benefit, if you like.
Can you see
Um,
that?
Not quite.
Hang on, let me put myself full screen.
Put yourself into the
I
forefront,
mean,
as it
I
was.
could put this big.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, case Austin.
Chief
Yeah, no.
Stuffer.
When the hell did we make them?
Chief stuffer.
Oh my godfathers! What's it say on the back?
It says
Flexible
it's,
rates.
Chief Wanker.
part logistics, stuffing, flexible rates, no minimum batch sizes, leaded and unleaded.
Okay.
Fiona Reed.
Oh, that's
that's
for the manufacturing. It's one of the manufacturing cards, isn't it?
That's what your darling wife gave me the very first time I met her,
Oh, I see. So she gave you the
along with a dose of the
manufacturing-
clap.
Yeah, that's when she was working for Tom Carpenter, building all the whatnots
I think it might have been
at Synth
that one.
Fest. Yeah, being the wallflower.
because I found all my lanyards and
Yeah.
You were with
Sometimes.
iKick, really?
I was that for that show I was doing. I was working at IK. Well,
That's
Okay.
it.
on behalf of, shall we say?
Yeah,
I
she was
Right.
OEM builder for Analog Solutions. back
Actually,
then.
no, it wasn't 20. Because no,
No, it's much earlier.
when was the first? It was the first.
Was it?
It was the first Synth Fest. It was 2018.
No, Mum was still alive, so it must have been.
I thought it was 2018.
No, it's because it's the. Was it? No, hang on. Was it the year that
Oh,
Dave
shit, hang on.
Spearsley went up there with the 8 voice?
Yeah.
Then Mum was still alive. I'm sure. Oh no, she might not have been.
No, it was 2018.
Was it really?
Yeah, because I did 2018, 20. No, oh, hang on. Was it?
Ah,
Oh, shit.
now, or was
Hang
it
on.
15?
No, it wasn't 15. It wasn't going in 2015.
Because if I remember, because I tell you what, I can find out.
Hang on,
Because-
because I missed one. So I did 2017,
I took a photograph of the 8 voice
2018 was IK, 2019 I
2
missed.
days before Synth
2020
Fest.
was COVID. 21 was virtual.
Charlie's
So
still
22 was
alive.
virtual.
I'll find it because it will be dated.
I honestly can't remember.
Oh no, it's not that far back. Go forward. There'll be one. I think Daisy's in the picture. Let's have a look.
Because I went up with Neil Fellows. It was the year that
Yeah, I've kind of lost contact with Neil.
he's still around. He's still doing stuff. He literally just put an album out the other day.
Oh, his can't pronounce. I can never pronounce the name of it. No. What's the name of his group? Kinetic or something?
Oh, I don't know. He mostly does solo stuff, doesn't he? But
Yeah,
but he.
but it's what he calls himself.
Oh, Geiger Tech.
Geiger Tech. That's it. Yeah.
Geiger Tech. No, he.
No, I'm thinking of Kevin.
I'm sure he won't
Kendall.
mind me saying this, but him and his partner at the time, they split up a couple of years ago, and I think he just kind of took some tiny step back from a lot of things.
Oh, did they?
Just took some- yeah. It was all amicable. It was one of those things that run its course, and they were sort of, it was very amicable. So, yeah, so he said.
Well, that's always good. That's always good.
But he then went, because he was working for an undertaker's, and then he decided that was going to be his career. So he went and did all of the. So he's now a fully qualified undertaker. He can slice your dice, you get all the bad stuff out, fill you up again, and put you back together so that your relatives will recognise you, sort of thing. That must be that's a job I would no, sorry, can't do that.
Yeah.
But you ain't be running out of business anytime soon.
Exactly, it's the business to be in. I told him a story about the gig rehearsal, or the band tryout that I went to, where the lead singer was an undertaker. And he told me this straight up. He said, "Oh yeah, I earned this at Undertakers." And I was like, he said, "Yeah, we've got rehearsal space just off this trading estate." He said, "Come along." So I came along, and it was where he stored all his empty coffins. And in the middle of this room, surrounded by all of these amazing.
Is it quite dead sounding?
Very dead. Yes. If I had the button, I'd press it. Yeah. Oh, it was just like weird, very weird. I didn't take that gig. I said, I can't play keyboards. I can't sit there and, oh, no, it doesn't matter. We just want a synthesizer in here. Okay. And
I can only do doorbells.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So do your bells, but... And they liked it, and I said, no, I'm sorry. I'm not coming here every week.
Yeah, but they're empty. There's no one.
I know, but it's just a weird environment.
Yeah,
Nice
it
to
is,
sleep
yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Nice and quiet when you close
Or
the
if
lid.
you're a vampire, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're a vampire, you don't
So,
sleep, you
synth-
hibernate.
When was the first Synth Fest? What was that? 2017 or 2018?
17, I thought.
Yeah, 17 rings a bell, because that was the year that I met Fee. I was with Nick, because Neil introduced me to Fiona. I didn't know her at the time, and then he said, "Oh, it's this Kent Spong's better half," and I'm like, "Oh well, yeah."
What a wanker.
What a wanker. Doty was there doing his BMF presentation. No, there was nothing about paraphony. It was all about, I can't remember what it was all. He just waffled on. Yeah, Dave took the 8 voice. Matt Berry was there. The year I wasn't there was the year Martin Ware was there, so that must have been 2019. So I did 17, 18, I missed 19, and then 20 and 21 were virtual, weren't they? And then 22 was the first one back after COVID. Yeah, that starts to fall into place. Yeah, 2017, Kent, is when I got...
It was 17, yeah.
Yeah.
Because if I remember rightly, Mum was still alive, and Daisy was still alive as well.
But Fiona was propping up the bar.
Yeah.
Bless her.
Yeah.
No, because 2017 I wasn't working for anyone. 2018 I was with IK.
Right.
Yeah, that's. And then 2019, who was I working for? 2019 was when I did my seminar, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. That's it. And then, yeah. So, honestly,
find
God, you
some-
get to our age now and you just have to, let me think about that.
Find some vaguely interesting photos.
Let me check my calendar and I can remember what I might have done. Where I might have
Yeah,
been.
it gets to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I can't remember, let me check.
Right. Let's see if I can get this up.
Sorry.
Hey, I say. Oh. How do you show a picture? You know, for showing a tab or whatever. Is it slide?
Well,
What is it? Is it a browser tab?
Yeah.
So go into present at the bottom, share screen,
Yeah. Oh, it's share screen.
and then choose Chrome tab, find the tab, click on it.
Okay. All right. Let's see if I can get this in then.
Honestly, get it up, get it in.
I know. There you go.
There it is.
Just found a photograph of it. That was the first prototype of the anaglyph, which is about the size of a Mini Cooper. Thereabouts.
Whatever happened to the anecdotes?
It's in, well, what I did build is still in the garage, sitting around, wasting
Really?
away.
Why?
Oh, because Mum's dementia got so bad, I couldn't spend any more time on it.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just-
okay.
I think I've got one a bit where oh yeah, the illuminated. I don't know if this one. I don't know if I've ever shown this. This is the illuminated button panel. See if we can get this to come up. Yeah. With round ring buttons. So yeah,
Very nice.
it's all a bit synth orientated. There's much worse photographs in this. Let's see if there's anything interesting in here.
Oh, dearie me.
Not really. It's all a bit. Yeah, it all seems to be a bit sort of, oh, look how shit my life is.
of a subject of shit, as I was talking about with chat, I bought a new dustbin
Hey!
because I sadly have to update my laptop and to new OS, but I still need an old OS around, and apparently this was cheaper than a Mac Mini of sufficient vintage. I was really confused what happened to the world.
Yeah, I think my plans of updating my computer this year might have gone out the window.
I'm gobsmacked. Like my work, I need a new work PC, and I can't get over what's happened to prices of PCs.
Yes.
It's like
And Lappy, we're talking
astronomical.
about, funny enough, I was talking about the prices
They're
of laptops.
making Macs look
Yeah.
really, really reasonable.
Really cheap, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
It's no, but like my new work PC is like $1,500. I'm like, that's just, it's not like mega
No, probably.
high end. It's just enough to do the job. And I'm like, bloody hell, it's an HP, and it's like, it's $1,500. Well, about 1,600 quid.
And a proper HP business one for a business account rather than the normal one. Because HP is normally like the cheapest of decent computers you
Yeah,
can get.
I mean, it was cheaper than the equivalent Dells. I'm like,
Mom!
Mother. Blood.
You look like Mark Tingley's long lost brother.
Yeah, I'm sort of, I'm channeling my inner Howard Scar. Basically.
it's like
Yeah, if
probably-
Howard Scar and Mark Tingley had a baby.
old Spongles picture.
Where's the forehead?
Yeah. That was the Vangelis wig I got to do. I did that Vangelis parody. And I don't think Dom ever broadcast it though in the end, because it got too. Yeah, it just got bad, really. And the Greek accent was basically racist. So
It's quite hard to try and do a good Greek accent.
and I proved it.
Hello, everybody, peeps.
Yeah, I proved it. Trust me. Yeah.
Because, spending more than a month with a
Right.
Greek
Oh,
colleague, it's just
I am actually going to go again anyway.
boring.
Go and turn another knob.
Yeah, go practice some more.
Now we're going to
Yeah.
try turning it to the left.
Now, when you hit that play button, also turn up the volume.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you have a little to-do list next to it, you'll be fine.
This is the secret to my set. It's just a load of numbers.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Everything
Number
else
one,
is just
face the audience.
That's what I've been doing wrong.
Yeah.
I face mistake.
Oh, I thought it was a sort of like an art installation.
That would be fun for an EMOM. Just, to be fair, just get a wall of modular and do the tangle green wave with your back to the audience.
Actually, yeah. That would probably be more entertaining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, I'm going to go. I'll see you guys
See you,
soon.
Jim.
See you later,
Okay.
Jim.
See you
Bye.
later, Jim.
So,
Bye.
Actually, we didn't get any pudding this time, did we?
I thought he had. Oh, he might have earlier on. I think.
Puddy Cat was on earlier, yeah,
Yeah.
but it wasn't this.
yeah.
I've got one down here by my feet, but
Oh, yeah.
he's fast asleep and he's not a big.
But yeah, we didn't have good purring.
No, we didn't get the old business going on.
Oh,
Noah's asleep on his cushion.
Bless.
He's developing a little moustache, little curly moustache, and it looks waxed.
Like Salvador Dali.
Yeah, it is. It's like a little.
Well, yeah,
Salvador
he is
Dali.
Spanish after all.
Yeah.
Well, get off the old beard oil and make it nice and curved.
Well, Fiona watched Crufts,
Oh, yeah.
all of it. I mean, every fucking minute of it. And they had a Noah on there. It transpired he's not a Norfolk Terrier. He's more a border,
Okay.
strangely enough. So, but yeah, so he was identified. The Andalusian hounds all look completely different from how Siri looks. The Huskies look like Charlie. Yeah. Huskies look like Huskies, don't they?
Well, yeah.
But it had these miniature Huskies. Oh my God, they were gorgeous.
Miniature Huskies. What's the point of them?
Well, I think it's like from Pomeranian, and then there's a couple of breeds in between, and they had all the beauty of the Husky without the garage space. You know,
Well, as somebody described Crufts as, oh look, it's legalized eugenics 2022.
technically,
Yeah,
yeah,
got a point.
technically it is. Yeah. But it was when they were going around some of the vendors there, and they had vegan chew toys.
Oh Jesus!
And vegan dog bed,
It's like
as opposed to those nice meaty dog beds that you eat, you know?
of course, yeah.
Yeah, no.
I
And it was
sure
like-
hope you don't give your dog a vegan diet because
Oh,
that sounds like animal abuse.
Yeah. There is vegan treats. There is dog treats.
See, they're telling you, Dad,
It's,
don't do it.
it's
Dad.
always the same, right? Somebody comes to the door, rings the doorbell, this lot kick off. And the longer it goes on, the more Charlie starts to howl. And he does it like this really grating howl. And I get to the door and I open the door like that. And it's become a habit now. I just go, I don't know why we got a doorbell, really. Because as soon as they start walking down the driveway, they're off.
Yeah.
Don't have to ring the bell. God help anybody who tries to nick the car or something. They kick off something rotten.
God, took mine in for a service the other day.
Yeah.
What's your doorbell?
Yeah.
Get it sorted.
And
Yeah, too much
the-
modulation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Sounds
sure
too
other
analog with
dealers do
doorbell.
it. I'm sure other dealers do it too, but
Yeah.
VW have this thing. So you take it in, and then just before lunchtime, you get an email and a text message containing a video, and it's your service engineer, and he's taking you around the car and he's showing you everything that
Fuck,
he's
mate.
found. Yeah, and literally every time I've taken a car in, he says, so as you can see here, you've got a little bit of buckling on your alloy, or the exhaust is a little bit, and he basically gave me the whole tour of the underside of my car, and he said, everything's fine. And I'm like, gee, what? What? Are you sure? He sends the report through, and it says the only thing that needed doing was the AdBlue needed topping up. So you click that and you press the button, and it's incredible technology these days.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
But they gave me what did they give me? A VW Tygo, which is one of their kind of crossover SUV things. But they gave me the Tygo R. So I thought, ooh, sporty version. That's nice. And I put it into sports mode and you dab the throttle, and I could hear this kind of, it sounded like a bit, like a sporty exhaust. And then I put it into normal mode and that noise went away. It turns out it's one of those ones they pipe it through. It's very faint, but they pipe it through the hi-fi to make it sound like it's got a really throaty exhaust. And then I put my foot down in it, and my car's a 2-litre diesel, 190 brake. This thing is a 1-litre 3-cylinder petrol. But I got to admit, it's got a bit. It was way worse in terms of performance than my oil burner.
Yeah.
But it was nimble, and it didn't sound like a 3-cylinder, 1-litre 1-litre turbocharged. Yeah, crazy stuff.
Yeah, but it's the same with Fiona's smart car, Brabus.
Oh, it's
mental.
Brabus, isn't it? Yeah, but it's Brabus cheap.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Little pocket rocket.
But I hate SUVs. I hate SUVs with a passion.
Yeah.
It's just what's the fucking point? Why would you want a boot that's only 2 foot deep but 5 foot tall? Why? Because
Put in a washing machine?
You can't even do that. As soon as you open the tailgate, everything just goes. I went when I went to France a few years ago. My rental was a Renault. What was it? Capture, I think it was called, or Captur, which is just like it's a 5-seat. It's like it's like a Golf SUV type thing.
Right.
It's that sort of size, but it's an SUV. And there's a family of 4. We had two suitcases, big one, medium one, all the hand baggage and everything. And it was just a nightmare. The kids had to sit with their feet up because we had to put the bags, in the footwells of the back seat. The load carrying space is terrible. I need a car you can get a DX1 in the back of.
Well, buy an American big fat SUV.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
Those Cadillac, these. It's,
Cadillac Suburban or something like that.
yeah. Oh,
Well, that doesn't fit down a UK road.
Yeah.
The last
probably
time,
wouldn't. Yeah.
The last time I went to California, I think it was, I was late. I got held up. I missed a connection, and I didn't get into San Jose until about 1 in the morning. And I'd got a rental booked, and I go up to the garage, and the guy said, "Take your pick, whatever's left, you can have." And they were all these fucking great people carrier things.
Yeah.
And in the end, I got this. Was it a Chevy? I think it was a Chevrolet Grand something or other, 7-seater behemoth, and it was like driving a boat. It was horrible. It did have DVD audio player in it. So if I'd have known that, I'd have brought some surround sound discs and thrown them in. But I turned up at the office the next day, and I said, "Yeah, fucking look what they gave me," and they were like, "Yay, Rob's driving to the restaurant tonight." Oh, great, I can't drink, because they could all pile in. So,
Rob's bought the van.
yeah. I always get shitty cars when I go to the States.
Well, that's all they have.
Well, yeah. I think the time before that I had a Hyundai Elantra. It was awful thing. hopefully tomorrow I'll find out that I should get it confirmed. I'm going back to Texas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Have some barbecue.
Exactly. Well, yeah, Austin. Yeah, it's going to be it's barbecue central. So yeah.
Didn't think it was possible to get half a cow into a bun, was it?
And then some. Because I mean, when I first went there and they said, "Oh yeah, we're going to a barbecue restaurant," I'm thinking, "Oh yeah, British barbecue." You know? Yeah, right. It's basically, anything just goes on actually everything goes on the barbecue. Pull its horns out, wipe its ass, shove a spit through it. Here we go. Nah, should be fun. It's been a busy couple of months because I got that. I get back from Italy. When do I get back from Italy? 15th of April. Then I get 2 weeks back here. Texas for a week. Back here for a week. And then it's Super Booth.
So Texas for a week, just enough to get accustomed to the jet lag.
Mm-hmm.
Then back home, it takes a week to get accustomed to that.
Yeah. And the thing is, the Americans have this terrible work ethic that they seem to want you in the office at like 7 a.m. for fuck's sake. So like, if you got to do it, your boss is doing it. You can't. This is the luxury we have at working at home. I can get up when I want, as long as I do the job. It doesn't matter when I get up or when I stop working.
Right.
But when you're in the office, oh no, you've got to be there. 7:30. Breakfast at 7. We'll start at 7:30. 7:30.
Jesus.
Fuck off.
What field are you in? Can we ask?
So, I am an instructional designer for a technology company that builds, or I say builds, is involved in secure identities. So, we run the gamut of physical access control technology.
Right.
So the cards, the data, and the security of the data on the cards, the readers, the controllers. We also do e-passports. So we do national ID cards for multiple agencies, multiple governments around the world.
Right.
US green card, we make that. We've had the contract for that for God knows how many years. All of your US government standard, so PIV, CIV, I forget all the other acronyms, but yeah, so all the US government credentials, we make all of those. We also do real-time location services. So if you have one of our RTLS badges, which is just basically a plastic card, but it has not only does it have the physical access control technology, but it also has Bluetooth. And if you have an RTLS system installed in your office, we can provide a system that will show you where everybody is at any given time, which is of course very useful for management of office space. So if nobody's using that room, you can turn all the power off in that room.
Right.
If you have a fire, you can make sure that everybody's out of the building, and if they're not, you can see where they are. All that kind of stuff. What else do we do? Oh, the whole range of RFID technology. So from physical access control right through to pet microchipping, all that kind of stuff.
And soon to be human tagging too. But.
Well, we don't. Well, we make the chips, and we have chips. We have RFID chips that you can tie. Well, I say tie. I don't know how they attach it, but they attach it to the leg of a bee. It's that small.
Wow.
And the main use for that, mine detection.
Oh.
The craziest thing, but I didn't believe it until I saw it happening.
I am not a number. I am a free bee.
No bees are harmed. No bees are harmed.
Oh no!
But so
except when the mine goes off.
Yeah.
No.
That flies away. Yeah,
so
right.
the mine is obviously a bee won't do anything to a mine.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what part of the explosive or something, some part of the mine smells to a bee very much like some pollen or whatever whatever it's
Okay.
attracted to.
Yeah.
So somebody figured out that if you could track the bees,
Yeah.
then you could release a collection of bees into a minefield and they would automatically fly to the nearest thing that smelt like this thing that they're attracted to.
Yeah.
And it would find it. And so what you would then have is you'd have an RFID, a powerful RFID reader that would pick up the RFID tags, and you'd find where the mine was, and then you could then check it, with your other technology and do what you want.
And
then
your
and the bees just move on to the next one. It's insane. But I didn't believe it until I saw.
That's pretty interesting, actually.
Yeah.
It's crazy, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
It beats the hell out of sending soldiers into a field to just stamp on the ground.
Exactly. I don't know how, that was one of the use cases that when I first started with the company, they was, we make these tags and they sort of lined them up. So you have, inch long and then half inch, quarter inch. And then there was this really tiny one that was like, the pet size ones. And there was ones below that. And I think, what are you putting those in? And they said, bees.
What else can you use Tori MPs for now when you no longer need them to clear minefields?
Exactly. Yeah. See, there you go. Save the bees, throw a Tory in the minefield.
You get half the army closing on an old apple core.
But no, as soon as apparently what happens is as soon as the humans that are tracking the bees approach the location where the bees go, oh fuck, humans, and they go off, and then they move on to the next one. So it's kind of but yeah, so we do all of that kind of secure identity technology. We print cards, we manufacture cards, we develop the software that, because old cards to open doors used to rely on a small IC that had a small memory capacity, and in that memory you could put in a number that identified you on a database, so that when you presented that card to a door, the reader would say, oh, I've got card number 3, and 3 relates to Bob, and Bob is allowed to come in here, so yes, let's open the door, and so on and so forth. But of course, those technologies became very unsecure. They were probably insecure as well, but
I don't know what to
Sleepless nights.
My Fair Classic is the greatest bit of security ever.
It's the worst. It's terrible.
Old university, they still use it.
I know.
But there have been 3 papers, two in Dutch, 1 in English, that tell you exactly if you have a few brain cells and are a computing student, it takes you about 5 minutes with the right hardware to break it.
Yeah.
How anybody thinks that at a university that it's a good idea?
It's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I mean, yeah, My Fair Classic. I mean, Desfire is, actually we're on to Desfire 3 now, I think, which is, triple Des authentication. It's pretty good. But we've got the best, which is CEOS, which is completely software based. So it can sit on any device, whether it's
but it's
mobile
slower,
phone.
isn't it?
Sorry?
It's a lot slower than...
No, it's not. It technically, it's, we're talking fractions of a second. Because you have to, what you're going through, instead of, with MyFair or HID Procs or whatever, it's just a single transaction of, one number. With a CEOS card, you've got to unlock the card, and then once you're into the card, then you have to unlock the specific vault for the application. So, on a CEOS card, you can have a vault that contains your physical access data. You can have another vault that contains your cashless vending data. You can have another vault that contains whatever, and you can have as many of those as the memory capacity allows. So yes, there's like 2 or 3 sort of key changing or key based operations to get you in, but it's completely. We use this thing called the secure identity object, which has these multiple kind of layers of protection. It's impossible to use the data So if you were able to lift the data off the card, which is incredibly difficult and virtually impossible, nothing's ever completely impossible, but if you were able to take it off, say, your card and put it onto my card, when I present my card, the object says, I don't belong on this card because things don't match and the signatures don't match, and so it just won't work. So,
technically, even for my Fair Classic, it doesn't belong on the card, but then you just buy a sufficiently Chinese one. But
exactly.
Anyway,
the Chinese My Fair card market is just insane, and the amount of people that are still using it is.
I think Dutch public transport has switched away from it finally, eventually.
So what we're doing now is this thing, and I can't show you because I haven't got a card on there. But so we have we started off with HID Mobile Access. So HID is the company I work for, and so this means that you can store a credential on a compatible mobile phone that either uses Bluetooth or NFC, and you can just tap your phone on a reader. Then it'll open the door. We then brought in gesture control, which is even better because then to actually open the door, you have to go like that with your mobile device. You actually have, it's a twist and go sort of thing. So you have to unlock the door. But now we've migrated. We're now in partnership with Apple. So there's now an Apple Wallet service that certain US states are putting their driver's licenses in there. So you could, if you get pulled over and the officer asks to see your driver's license, all you got to do is just sort of hold your phone up to the window. You don't even have to open the window. You can just do that. They can read your driver's license, and of course it will only show to an authorised device. 22 Bishopsgate in London has just taken on our mobile access via Apple Wallet, student IDs, all that kind of stuff. So we're heavily in bed with Apple at the moment, which yields no benefits to us personally. But and we're part of a larger group called Assa Abloy, who are a Finnish-Swedish conglomerate, who are the leading manufacturers of physical locks. So they own Yale. Do they own Chubb? Sargent? Yeah.
That's one of my clients. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they basically secure that's this huge percentage of doors and other so like aircraft hangars, and we do most of the major airports.
They make some very funky high secure keys that are basically impossible to copy.
Yeah, they are
like even physical
they're
stuff.
the best. So I was cleaning out the garage the other day. I found this box of all these bits of demo gear, and I've actually got this lock, this door handle lock. It's I don't know what it is now, but it's got a card reader built into the door handle. It's only a small door handle, but it's got a card reader built in there as well. So if I wanted to, I've got a controller downstairs, I could actually rig up my own sort of personal physical access control system. And some of the keys, you look at the key, it's insane. How the hell? But it's all very clever stuff.
Interesting.
So, that's what I do for the day job.
Cool.
I write author e-learning. So we have a team of subject matter experts. People are expert in cards and readers. People are experts in printers, and people are experts in sort of other things. And they say we need a course in, laser engraving. So they build the outline of the course, put all the information in, hand it to me or my colleague Christy, and then we make it fun and engaging. We hope.
Draw clown faces all over it.
Yeah. Draw pretty pictures, make it.
Yeah.
And I am known apparently and I'm saying this apropos of nothing, but I'm known as the voice of HID because I do virtually all of the voiceovers with these mellifluous tones. I was
you have the voice for that though.
Well, apparently.
You do. Well, you do.
But I was walking.
Technically a voice actor.
Yeah. I was walking down the corridor in Austin, right, in our head office, and I was just talking to a colleague and a couple of other people walking the other way, and I was just talking away, and like we'd just gone past them, and this guy turned and says, hey, it's you. And I said, what? I have no idea who you are. I says, you're the guy on all the training. And they're like, oh, yeah.
I
This is
heard you
finally
in bed
you're a rock
last
star.
night. Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
you in bed last night. Yeah, I am a bit noisy, aren't I? Sorry.
I'm famous within sort of like, half a square mile of Austin, Texas.
Launch the nuclear vessel.
Oh, the amount of times I've sat when I'm doing voiceover work for this stuff. Yeah, I'll sit here and I have my script and I've got everything going. I'm just like doing, and if I fuck up, it's just I do go into proper toast mode, and it's the only way I can because I get really angry very quickly when I'm fucking up. So the only way that I can sort of lighten the mood is launch the nuclear weapons. Yes, Clem Fandango, I can hear you.
And now, the man with the largest LED strips in the world.
Has he
Hello,
come back
Chef.
from doing an Ian?
Here, Ian.
I've been doing an Ian.
Yep.
You've been doing an
Yeah.
Ian.
He went and did an Ian.
I've got my own thing now. I'm quite chuffed.
Well, you've got to be
Yes.
famous for something, haven't you? Let's face it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, Paul, I am the Troy McClure. You might recognise me from such trainings as.
I mean, on,
Yeah, push not pull.
on
put
this
that
note, I might do a tie and leave.
Was it something I
Something
said,
Ian
Robert?
Yeah, make like a tree and get out of here.
No, Ian, it's nothing you said. It's
I'm
nothing
sure
at
it's-
all.
No.
I love you all very much.
Yeah. No, you're lying now.
Equally.
Got anything to sell an
No, not
Andrometer, innit?
equally.
Yeah.
Not equally, never
Not
equally.
equally? Oh, I see.
I'm sorry. You're, of course, my favorite.
No, I'm the ugly. What do they call it? The stepchild. There you go. The ugly stepchild.
You're the
Have you
classic
looked around?
Demis Roussos taxi driver.
Yeah, Debbie
Oh
Roussos
man,
was an
Dennis
Uber
Rivers.
driver.
Seriously. No, that's a bit much, man. Demis. I mean, I'm not that size yet.
No, that's true. That's true.
I know.
Do you remember, who was it? The two Ronnies did a sketch about Demis Roussos. And I think Ronnie Barker was Dennis Roussos,
was,
and he was
he
doing the whole
was.
forever and ever, and he gets to the high bits, and then they lifted it up his tutu or wherever it was going, and there's Ronnie Corbett squeezing his balls with a pair of pliers. That's right. Yeah.
Who was it who used to do the impression and he had the big smock on? And when he gets to the high notes, they just let off a fire extinguisher under it. And he just sort of like took off.
Him and Nana Muscura used to get sent up all the time, didn't they? Back in the 70s.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
And rightly so.
Not quite. Well, at the time, I didn't know Demis Roussos from anyone, and it was only in later life that I discovered Aphrodite's Child and thought, this guy was actually rather fucking cool.
Well, I think
Yeah.
Of a locals.
one of his famous albums had an awful lot of synthesizer on it.
Which one, the Aphrodite's Child or Demis Roussos?
Demis Roussos
Oh, right.
had an awful lot of synthesizer on it. In fact.
Well, it was Vangelis was in Aphrodite's Child, wasn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there's only a bit of 700 on that album, on 66. It's mainly
Yeah,
organ and
66,
piano.
yeah.
Yeah. Which is a weird album, but good. But weird.
Well, I mean, yes, when you get to the middle of side 3, that's when it becomes weird.
Yeah.
I think it had an 8-track of that album.
Wow.
That's going back some.
I used to have 8 tracks.
Yeah.
I
I had
in the car.
a Sharp. Oh, not this was actually a hi-fi desktop
type, yeah.
type
Yeah.
Sharp one. I still think it's the best sound I've ever heard. Weirdly,
My old man had a 8-track in his Cortina Mark III GXL.
it was just some of the stuff that you got on 8-trackers. It was, mind you, I ended up knowing all the lyrics to all of the Charlie Pride songs.
Yeah.
Not being into country and western, being sung by a black man. Interesting concept when you think about it. For those years.
I
I
remember having
think.
the Paranoid album.
Anyway, I really have to go.
Go on then. Fuck
Yeah,
off.
go on,
Right.
bugger off.
Go on.
See you, Robert.
Good to see you, Robert.
Okay, fuck off all you wankers.
You got a production meeting.
Yeah.
No, production meeting was yesterday over lunch. No, I just have to finish changing the script over and be in rehearsals again tomorrow at like 10:30, and before that go to the higher store at 9. Oh, I'm having a great time.
Yeah, it looks
You
like
might
it.
love it.
Yes, I'm loving life. Anyway,
Good to see you, mate.
Yeah,
See you,
take
man.
it easy.
Yeah,
See you whenever
take care,
next.
babe. Look after yourself.
Bye.
Cheers, matey.
Take care, mate.
what a wanker.
Yeah.
What do I got?
I don't have the button.
What a wanker.
We've got to find him a buyer for his Andromeda.
Yeah.
I'll have it. £3. I'll give him tree fitting.
Somebody at the door.
Actually, I can't. I've got nowhere to put it. So.
No, they're having a conversation. They are.
I was using one of those online room layout designers the other day to try and figure out how I'm going to get everything into my new studio.
Oh, right.
Well, the thing is, you see, this time
And it just
I'm
goes.
gonna- Well, no, actually, this time I can get both my Jasper stands in, my desk. I can have the KX88 set up as like my sort of main controller, and I can have the DX1 in there as well. It looks like at the moment.
Ooh.
And space for a big 19-inch rack unit, which is what I really need. But I need to get rid of. I've got some drawers
Okay.
here. I need to empty those and get rid of that, and then I might be able to get somewhere towards a decent.
Only
setup.
problem with Jasper stands, it's like any A-frame stand. It's you've got that. You lose a lot of real estate.
Yeah,
going backwards,
tons of
don't
it.
you? Yeah.
Bloody tons of it.
Yeah. You know, that's why. Slack wall's your friend.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah.
Obviously, in rented accommodation.
No,
you
yeah, I
can't-
know you can't do it in rented accommodation. But I tell you what, I mean, you know, I'm not taking the slack if and whenever we do move. I'm leaving the slack wall because it only costs £50 for a
Yeah.
pallet full of slack wall. You know, if you buy it from the right place, really. You know, biggest hassle is putting the stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it should be fun.
That's- I think it's still another week before John Wick 4 comes out.
I've only ever seen the first one. I like
Oh,
it.
man.
I don't
Really?
know why I haven't watched the rest of them. Are they really good? Are they a Saturday night movie?
Popcorn movie.
It's one of these franchises that doesn't suffer from, you know, it continues nicely and
I
it
think
remains
we're-
good.
Jane and I will suggest it to Jane for a Saturday night movie. We watched the Banshee of Inisherin on Saturday.
What do you reckon?
I thought the performances were great,
Yeah.
and I liked it better than Jane. But the premise of somebody cutting their fingers off.
I think it was brilliant. I just thought it was so dark. I love.
It's
the
very
dark.
dark. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But the guy playing was it Dominic, the lad?
Barry Keoghan.
Yeah, he was superb.
He was
Actually,
great.
they're all
Well,
superb.
he got a BAFTA for it, didn't he?
Yeah, they were all superb.
I was slightly surprised that it didn't win anything at the Oscars. I thought at least give like best screenplay because it was like really.
Politics at the Oscars, mate.
Yeah, it's always politics at any award show, really.
But the thing
Yeah.
is,
Well,
it's
yeah.
like everything, everywhere, all at once, which was a brilliant film.
I mean, I need to see it again. 'Cause
Yeah.
I just thought it was amazing.
It deserved
Really?
everything that it got.
Yeah,
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 but
yeah.
they were saying, oh, Angela Bassett should have won this, and why?
I say every year.
Yeah, I know, but
They
it's
say
just
every
always-
year about
hang on a minute.
somebody. Oh,
You've
they
you've
should have
the
got it.
first,
So they-
you got the first Asian actress to win.
I know.
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
got Ki Hai Kwan or whatever his name is. However many years he's been out of the business, he comes back and he wins a flipping Oscar.
That's brilliant.
Oh, it's just
His
great.
story is fantastic. The fact that they
Yeah.
often do something else and then
And the fact that Harrison Ford gave the Best Picture award, that was a kind of a big full
Yeah,
circle
yeah.
moment as well.
Yeah.
There's, it deserved it, and I think out of all of them, I just wish Banshees had won something, just got a bit of recognition. It's a
Yeah.
shame because Gleason and what's his name? Gone out
his
of my head
name
again.
is that actor. We're getting old. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Philip
that's what it is.
something.
See, Phillips, hey?
No, it's not
Is it
Philip.
Brain lice.
Colin Farrell. Jesus.
Colin Farrell, that's the man.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Philip,
But it's
Philip
French
Colin-
accent, you know.
Philip Colin Farrell.
It's his middle name. It probably isn't.
Yeah.
I mean, those two together are just so
They're
good.
superb. Absolutely.
I mean, I've
superb.
always loved Brendan Fraser. I think, I think the first film I watched that I remember
He was so
of him.
stunned when he won, though. I mean, and his eyes were very red. I don't know if you noticed, but he looked not stunned.
Oh,
But
you mean
stoned.
Brendan Fraser? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
looked
yeah.
like, oh my God, I had too much Valium or whatever. He looked high.
I think he's quite an emotional person.
Yeah. He's a very good actor, too.
Brilliant actor.
He's actually, I think, a little too delicate for the profession he's in.
Yeah.
It weighs heavily.
Which is
on
sad to say, but yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went to see Wang Chung. Well, I went to see the film To Live and Die in LA, which Wang Chung scored, and Wang Chung turned up for a Q&A, and they were there, and it was really cool. And it was this little theatre just off of Leicester Square, the Prince Charles. Anyway, because I went to that, I kind of subscribed to their Facebook page, and so a couple of days later, they did a screening of The Mummy, and Brendan Fraser was in town, and he just walked in and
watched it.
And like they didn't know he was there, and he came in and sort of gave a little speech and all that, and he was, it was like really, really cool. He's just, how many people would do that,
Yeah.
Seems like a cool guy, but yes.
What are you two rascals up to? What are you up to, girls? Go on in. Come and say hi. Here's a kiss.
Well, as for me, though, I mean, Everything Everywhere All at Once was not like...
No,
You didn't get it.
I mean, it's not a bad movie. I don't know. I thought it was... I need to watch it again, maybe, because
Yeah.
the humor was forced. I mean, there's a lot of humor in it. It just looked forced. It doesn't flow. But anyway, I'll watch it
Yeah,
again.
but it's like I said last week, that Bullet Train, I didn't think it was going to be a particularly good film, and it ended up being a bloody brilliant one.
With Brad Pitt, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, it is brilliant.
I mean,
yeah.
those two hitmen, I could watch them all bloody day long. It's
I've
hilarious.
seen that.
It is hilarious, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad Pitt is like hit or miss. Like sometimes he's like wonderful, and then when he's not, though,
Yeah.
like Interview with the Vampire is, I think, it's his best role.
I really liked him in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I thought,
Oh yeah,
really
yeah.
good in that.
Yeah,
I thought it was great in what's the Coen Brothers movie? Where he plays the gym guy. Oh,
oh yeah,
Burn After Reading.
yes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I never got.
And he
on
sat
with that.
when he sat in the car with
get on with
his,
that.
and he's doing this, and it's just little things. And like Meet Joe Black, I thought he was really good in. I really like, and of course Fight Club,
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't talk about
and
that.
Seven.
We don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah.
He was very good in Seven. There's very few. I mean, I can't think of many. I haven't watched. What's the one he was the tank commander?
Oh, that's I
I forget what that's called now. He was
He was
great
good
in
in that.
Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was really good.
How did you like Glorious Bastards? Like more than half of it is in French.
It was great.
Yeah, I loved it.
It was clever. It's so clever.
It's one of the best movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this detective series Fiona's watching at the moment is all in French.
I like subtitled
Thousand
films
channels to
and
choose
shows,
from.
so-
She's watching something in a foreign language.
I mean,
Fair dues.
I have to say, I always thought Michelle Yeoh was, brilliant, but also very easy on the eye,
albeit
Yeah.
herself.
even today.
Yeah, you go back to the old Jet Li films with her.
Oh yeah, that and the stuff she
And
did.
Donnie Yen and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Didn't
She's really
she marry
good.
that Sean
John-
guy from Formula One?
Yeah, Jean To. Yeah,
Yeah,
Jean
John Todd.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're not married.
He would-
They've just been boyfriends and
But to say,
girlfriends
he was
forever.
punching way, way, way above his weight.
he is definitely.
Yeah, he must be
It's about
hung.
money.
That must
It's
be
the
mean,
money.
uh,
It's the
it must
money.
be
Yeah.
lovely.
Well, but she's not exactly poor herself, I'm sure.
No, that's true enough.
But he's
Probably
probably,
was
a
to
very
start
nice
with,
guy.
though.
But she's very, very kind of humble and because she lived here for a while, didn't she? She went to ballet school here or something when she was a teenager. So she's but she has this very kind of humble nature, and she's
Well,
gorgeous.
a lot of
She's
that
gorgeous.
is in the Chinese culture. Anyway.
She's not Chinese though.
Yeah, I know. But
She's from Hong
she
Kong.
lived- yeah,
No.
but she lived. Where's she
She's
from?
Malaysian.
She's from Singapore?
She's Malaysian.
Oh,
But she lived in China for ages.
Oh yeah, she did like she was in Hong Kong. Did the
Yeah, but I mean,
she's-
in her formative years, so she kind of would have been influenced
Oh,
by
yeah,
that. Yeah.
Well, and Malaysians are also very.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But having just watched Ted Lasso again, I was just
Superb.
reminded how utterly stunning Hannah Waddingham is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see? So that's the owner of the club, right?
Yeah.
She's the.
Yeah.
Did you see the movie where she is a widow and she hires a sex worker because she never had an orgasm?
No.
Watch that.
Yeah.
What's the fucking title? I don't remember.
It sounds like the premise for that Emma Thompson movie.
Oh, was it Emma Thompson? Could have been.
Good Luck, Leo Grande.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay, never mind. Hey, how you doing?
Emma Thompson still would.
Oh, gee, oh, yeah. I mean, I'll fuck anyone who will let me. I mean,
God, dear, oh dear.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, no, I think we all would at our age.
Well, yeah, I'm 57. You know, give me a break. You know.
My wife turns 56 tomorrow. I keep reminding her she's now closer to 60 than she is 50. Yeah, let's just say that.
But 6 is the new 40 now.
Apparently so.
Isn't it?
Yeah, no, don't believe that.
Oh, thanks, guys.
She's pretty good for a 56-year-old. Gotta say. Have to say.
So we're all in that group, I guess.
Mhm. Yeah.
Can't 60, and you, Ian,
Yeah.
I'm over 60.
He's 73.
you're 73. Yeah, you look pretty good.
Actually,
Almost.
He would have been 74, but he was sick a year.
When I hit 40, I started going backwards. So I'm really only 13.
Well, yeah, that's it. You know, yeah, I say I'm 40-17.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah. No, I think my ideal woman would still be Victoria Corin Mitchell.
Careful, you got in trouble last time.
Yeah, I know, and I don't care because I love her.
Does she know, Ken? Does she know that you love her?
No, she doesn't. My love is
Her security team
unrequited.
do, but
Yes,
exactly.
yeah.
She's not a bad poker player. Bless her.
she's a brilliant poker player.
Yeah, I've seen her.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Victoria,
Watched her,
yes.
watched her win $2.5 million.
I know, it's just insane. Yeah, when you're flicking through YouTube and it comes up with suggestions, and I can't remember what I was looking at, but one suggestion was Victoria Corin Mitchell, sort of like best games, like her best endings. I thought, oh, hello. It's like that sort of video. It said poker. But my God, I mean, I used to work with a guy who was a semi-pro poker player, and he would, sort of tell stories and tales. And I didn't trust him as far as I could throw him because if he could keep his cool in high pressure stakes games like that, but she was just ice cold, so good.
Did you see her on that? There was it's a couple of Christmases ago, but they had this little series of people would meet up and have dinner in a really expensive private room sort of.
Yeah, around the table.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And then they play games, and the last person
Had to pay.
picks up the bill. She turned up with cash. It was like 400 quid or something. So everybody's putting their credit card in. She says, "I don't want to use my credit cards.
Yeah.
I brought 400 quid in cash.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll cover it."
Yeah. Can you imagine what it'd be like in the Corin Mitchell household? Because David Mitchell is a very, very funny man.
He is a very funny man.
And she's an incredibly funny and very smart woman.
Yeah.
That must be I don't know. Or maybe it's the complete. Maybe they cancel each other out and they're just boring old farts.
I doubt it.
No, I doubt it.
No, I
Doubt
wouldn't
it.
thought so.
No, I think they've got enough going for them.
Oh yeah. I was going through all my. I found loads of euros and coins for my trip in a couple of weeks' time, and then realised that probably just the reason I've still got them, brought them back from the last time, is because everything's done on bloody card.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But I finally managed to find a company that will loan me the correct toll passes for the car windscreen, because I'm going to be driving solo, and of course all the fucking toll booths are on the left, so I either have to get out of my car
You have to throw it out.
Around.
or
Catapult. Ping.
But there's you go on. There's a company here in the UK that will do you a short-term contract, and you pay. I think it's 40 quid up front. Part of some of that's postage, some of that's a initial hire fee, and then you just stick it in your windscreen, and then as soon as you start travelling and racking up the tolls, they just collect up the things, send you the invoice, and you pay it, and it's done. But they only do France, Spain, and Portugal, not Italy. So then there's the Italian company, Telepass, I think it's called. They do one that works in France and Italy. I thought, brilliant, that's what I want. So I go on their website and I sign up for an account, and it wants my home address. So fine, I'll put in my home address. Now, I don't have a house number, I have a house name. Not by choice, that's just the way it is. But their website doesn't allow for house names.
That's ridiculous.
So I can't sign up. So
Isn't that bonkers?
it is crazy. So I thought, I'll try again. Now I know where I'm moving to. So I put in my new address, or what it's going to be in a few weeks' time. And that's got just a regular house number. So I put the number in, and it worked. I signed up. Fantastic, brilliant. Right, let's get this thing sorted and get myself a pass sent over. It gets to the where do you want it shipping to? So you put in your address, and then the drop-down menu for the countries. They don't post to Great Britain.
Oh,
And yet they do their whole website in English. There's an English option. They don't. They post to mainland EU and a couple of others, like Norway and stuff like that. But they won't post to the fucking. Here you go. Benefit of Brexit.
Yeah.
Eventually,
There is no benefit in Brexit.
Well, there is no. Yeah. But I eventually found a company in Germany, of all places, who will do it. But they have to send you a pass for each country. So I've got one for France and one for Italy. And it's like €4.50 postage, which is fine. There's a daily usage fee for the first 28 days, and then it's free after that. So it's about it's about £1.50 a day. So you end up paying about 49 quid in total for the luxury of having this thing. And then you pay your tolls on top of that. So that's that one. That was the final worry that I had, was going through all these, because France, every fucking motorway is a toll road.
oh yeah.
Yeah, bloody French.
They were going to do that here, weren't they, at one point?
Yeah, they do a few, but it's very few.
Bit
yeah,
of is there a bit of the M6 that's still?
you got an option. You got M6 or M6 toll, so you can choose to either get mired in the traffic around Aston or not. Basically,
Well, we're going to do it to the M25, which is a great way of slowing traffic down.
Well, yeah, I'd empty that out. No, fortunately, they haven't gone overboard. But no, like pretty much every auto route in France is a toll, and of course the rates change depending on who's running the road. But I have to say the large part are superbly maintained and not very there's hardly any congestion at all. Italy runs different schemes depending on the type of road. So if it's an expressway, like it's an autostrada, they're mostly free, but some aren't. It's very odd. So you just don't want to take any chances. The only one that's going to cause a problem is Mont Blanc Tunnel, where you can't buy a pass for it. You have to pay on at the thing. So that's going to be a get out of the car job, but that's not too bad because it's a slow moving thing anyway. Because it's a pass. It's a border check as well, so you have to do all your passport stuff.
When do you go?
April 9th, Easter Sunday.
Oh well.
Get up at
there
stupid
won't be
o'clock.
much traffic.
No. Get up at stupid o'clock, down to Folkestone, drive on the train. Half an hour later, you're in Calais. And then it's 7 hours down to Bourg-en-Bresse, I think is my first stop. And I stopped there the night. And then up on the Monday morning, and it's 4 hours from there, across the border into Italy. And then I have to kind of do a U-ey to get to the village in the Alps. So I have to sort of like come down the Alps and then come back up again a bit further around. So
It's amazing how you can go through countries, like 2-3 countries in one day. I drive 20 days and I'm still in Canada. Yeah.
I did one trip when I went to the Umbria, I think it's Perugia and stuff, which is on the east coast or the east side of Italy. And I went around a slightly different way. So I went from the UK, I went through France, into Germany into Switzerland into Italy. And I did that. You could do that in like a couple of days. Bloody Swiss, they rip you off. You have to pay a road tax when you go in. Even if you're only going to drive through it for a couple of hours, you have to pay a month's road tax.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
Well, their only export is the cuckoo clock.
Yes. Toblerone.
Yes.
And the Toblerone, yeah.
Although they can't use it's the Matterhorn, isn't it? They're not allowed to use it anymore because they're most
Really?
Nestle making them outside of Switzerland. Yeah. So they're not allowed to use that.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Sail Shark is playing at the Stoop. Little rugby term there. There you go. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, rugby is a sport I discovered last year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah, it's
Which
it's
club,
American
though?
football with the gloves off.
Well, yeah, that's it. Exactly. I mean, you have to be fucking tough to play that
yeah.
game.
Oh, yeah,
If you're not bleeding by half time, you're not playing properly.
You're not playing enough. Yeah. Like, you're a wimp. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I take it you talk about rugby union, Jeff, not rugby league.
Here?
Anywhere.
Yeah, it's different. It's, yeah,
Do we- do-
There are
different
two
rules,
different
isn't
codes.
it? Yeah,
there's
two different
versions
rules.
of it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the rugby union is we'll say the better game, although other people will disagree.
Don't say that in front of Fiona.
I know.
Oh,
I'm
come on,
well
union is
mate.
union is the game.
Union is the game. That's
What's all this
brilliant.
running forward malarkey or passing forward? Should I say?
passing. Yeah.
What's that all about? You got to pass backwards.
Although I have to
That's
say,
Well, yeah.
we England were an embarrassment last weekend.
Oh yes.
I couldn't watch it. I had to literally leave the room.
Well, you know why, don't you? There's no coherence.
No.
at all.
We even
Actually,
supply.
they should have never got rid of Eddie Jones. To be fair,
No.
you know,
Well, they weren't doing too well even when Eddie was running, but they weren't doing this bad.
no, exactly.
So.
Even
Owen on the
Clive
bench.
Woodward.
I mean, it's like, what?
Clive Woodward said the other day. He said there are basically 2 divisions now in the Six Nations, and you've got Scotland, Ireland, and France in the top one, and England, Wales, and Italy.
Yeah.
Because we're so good at the rugby.
Yeah.
You didn't do too bad.
No, we've
2 weeks ago. You didn't
they're,
do bad.
they're getting there. They're
Yeah,
sort
they're
of
getting there.
Every tournament, there's like one game and you think, oh my god, the Italians are actually going to. Oh, it's just missed.
But I think that's the first time I watched a national Wales game, and there was no Wyn Jones. I don't think he was there last week when he played either. He wasn't on, which is very unusual. But it had something to do with all that going on strike, I think,
Oh, right. Yeah.
because all that
There's
kicked
all
off,
that
and then
stuff.
suddenly he's not around. So. But no, the only thing that's the England team is really achieving so far is fucking up Harlequin's chance of getting anywhere in the Gallagher Cup. You know, because they've got most of their good players in the England team, but Harlequins haven't got any good backups. They've got a Toji. They took Marcus Smith,
All right.
Don Brandt. Do you know what? This is the only sport I can talk about, and it's only in the last 12 months that I got into it
Really?
because of Fiona. Yeah.
Well, I
And
don't-
there's me running off names of the Gallagher Cup players. Look at me. Oh, bloody hell.
I only really watch Union and never watch League. I mean, my eldest plays. He plays for just a sort of weekend league, you know, down in London.
Yeah.
But I mean, and obviously when he was a kid, he did play for York. He played league for York.
Yeah.
And those, league games just seem really boring by comparison to Union. You know,
Well, that's why they
it's a
have to have
faster
all
game. I know it's meant to be faster, and that's the whole point of it.
That's
but-
why they have all the fireworks and shit at rugby league and because
Yeah.
it's you got to make it a little bit more entertaining. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, mind you, the game's always entertaining when you've got old, what's his name? Marla playing. Because of all the shit he gets up to. I think when they're playing, I can't remember which team it was, but it had, who's the very tall South African? Right little violent bastard when he gets going.
Nelson Mandela. No,
Yeah, gets upset and bombs a bus. I can't remember his bloody name. They're doing a scrum, and Marla's just tickling his knob, and he appealed to the ref, and he goes, "I'm not giving him a yellow card for that. You should be grateful." Oh dear. Fiona would know his name. I can't remember his name. He's a fucking really tall bloke. Ah, well.
right, I'm going to get a nightcap. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. Well,
Get me
I'll go and
one,
grab
Rob.
while you're away, I'll go and grab a coffee then. Unless I have to, put a BIOS update on the fucking tap.
Oh yeah.
And stop by the toilet.
You need to get a kettle.
Right, come grab this.
It's just you and I, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, have you heard about Kent's super duper tap that boils
No.
water? He's got a normal sink tap, but it's one of these ones that will do hot and cold water, but it will do boiling water, so you don't have to boil a kettle anymore to make a cup of tea.
Holy
You
shit,
just
yeah,
get-
yeah, okay.
yeah. But he got this. I think today it said he needed to be rebooted. It's just you've got to reboot your tap. It's brilliant, you know. Oh dear.
So I
how's
think
things
can't put the
Sorry, go on.
can't put the headphones on a keyboard because can you hear?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's Canada? What's the weather like anyway at the moment? Is it?
Well, I mean, it depends where you are. Here in Montreal, right? Well, it was 6 degrees today. so not too
that's not
cold.
bad.
For March, it's pretty good. Yeah,
Yeah.
Global warming, not really, but
I know.
yeah. Because I mean, usually we have this time of year should be -5, 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hate the cold. I mean, it's
Oh,
cold here. I mean,
me
it's
too.
nothing like that here. I mean, we've had a bit of a cold snap, and the whole of England suddenly stops because it's got really. We've had about half an inch of snow, and
No, when it snows here, it's like 20 centimeters.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
And there's days that you just can't drive. It's just they don't even plow the streets. They just don't wait. Don't give a shit.
And do you put? You must put chains on wheels and stuff like that.
No. Well, we have winter tires.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
Because it's mandatory.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, in Quebec, in my province, it's mandatory.
Wow.
Yeah, if you don't by December 1st, you get the fine. It's like $500, something like that.
Gosh.
So yeah.
We've never, because the weather has never been that bad.
Yeah.
So, what's so special about the winter tires? I mean,
More grip.
right. I think
bigger tread.
Deeper. I want to say deeper tread.
Yeah. And they're more. I mean, if you use winter tires during the summer, they'll melt because they're very soft. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, what else? I mean, it's a good country to live in.
Yeah.
To be honest,
I've never been. My mother visiting. I mean, I'd like to go.
Yeah.
There's loads of places I'd like to go. I'd like to go to Australia. Canada's another country I'd like to go.
Yeah, I need to make my way to England too, but I mean, originally my grandfather on my father's side is from Derry,
Right.
so I need to go because it's my last name as well. So
Yeah.
I want to see family there. I want to meet the people, the original. But and then but I've never been to England. I've been to Asia like 50 times, and I know Asia, and Middle East a bit.
What on earth is that?
That's Kent who put his headphones on a keyboard. I'm sure.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, maybe not. Or
No,
maybe
he
it
is.
was Rob.
No, I muted him.
Oh, you
Oh,
knew
okay.
him.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah.
I have control.
You suddenly started coming through my left side, Rob.
Sorry.
Yeah, you just started. Yeah. I'm only
No.
getting you this.
1 2 1 2 1 2.
I hear you both sides. Ian, your hearing is going.
No, I think it's my connection actually.
Yeah.
Don't, because you get me worried.
No, that's better. It's
There
my
you go.
connection. Yeah.
Oh God, I can hear him through both ears now.
Oh, God, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sim.
let me put it back to one.
Let me disconnect completely. Yeah. Well, at least I mean I have. You know what tinnitus is?
Oh, yeah, I've got it.
Tinnitus.
Suffer from it, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
The right ear, 10K sine wave. Oh yeah, it's lovely
That's
when
all
you want to
because I
sleep.
spent too many hours by bloody loud drummers with cymbals.
Well, but then it's not really an ear problem, right? It's a neurological problem. It's your brain
mine-
that's fucked up.
Yeah, well, no, mine is just because of not wearing
Yeah,
earplugs back
me
in the
too.
day
But
and doing lots of gigs.
yeah, but I mean that is because sometimes it stops
Oh no, I put it all
for
the
like,
time.
but for like a second, and I'm like, when it happens, I think, fuck, I'm deaf. That's the first thing that goes through my mind because it's been so many years, right? And then I go, oh fuck, I'm deaf, and then
It's probably about 10 or 15 years when I first started with, and I'd get it. I'd go to a concert, not performing, but just go to a concert, live concert,
Right.
and then I would have tinnitus for about 2 or 3 days. And it would disappear,
Yeah.
And then one day it just didn't disappear. It just stayed,
Yeah.
It's this ear. It's mainly this ear. It is this ear rather than this
Yeah.
ear. So I'm sort of still. I mean, I still wear earplugs all the time you know, whether I'm playing or whether I just go.
There we
You
go.
know, I always have a pair of earplugs with me. You know, and they're the
Yeah.
proper musicians ones, the ones that are, you know. It surprises me that sometimes you think, oh, this concert is going to be very loud, but then I still have to put earplugs in. You know.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
So
apparently
Kent,
Hang
sorry,
on,
Kent, little
You've got all-
update. When you left, you can't hear?
What? No, he's gone all. Rob's coming out of this speaker. Only one side.
I
We've
didn't
had an
change
update.
anything.
Did you
I
say?
hear you both sides.
Hang on.
well, actually,
Yeah, I hear you two are
fine,
both
yeah.
ears.
But me,
But
I'm
just
on the
Robbie
left.
is just over here.
Well, 'cause
Ah,
I,
hang on,
I,
hang
I,
on,
I
hang on.
tweaked my thing and then I got Robbie both sides, but
How about
then
now?
I lost you.
Ah, there you
Jeff,
go.
When I did that. Say again, Rob. Speak to us.
A testing 1, 2. Testicles 1, 2, 3.
It's you.
Three? It's too many.
Now, I'll tell you what it was. You know, sometimes when you log out of StreamYard and you log back in again to a new session,
Yeah.
I've still never managed to figure out what the criteria are for it happening, but it can sometimes reset your camera and audio settings.
Okay.
And because I've now dismantled everything and my mic is literally just going into channel 1 on my interface,
Yeah.
normally it would go into the mixer and then the mixer would stick it out into stereo.
Okay.
So I don't have the mixer anymore. So it's just going in there. And the only way I can get it to come out stereo for you guys is to put it through loopback. And for some reason it had chosen the interface rather than the loopback.
Oh.
So I just needed to revert. And there we go.
At least you didn't put your headphones on the keyboard like someone else did.
Like Kent did just
Like
now.
Mr.
Left us
You
with
bad boy.
permanent
We had a
tinnitus.
group.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got tinnitus. You. Yeah, you.
No, you. When you put your headphones down,
Yeah.
where did you put them?
Over on the
No, you didn't.
Riley
You
Grand.
No, you had them here, didn't you? Whatever you had them on was playing a tone.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. So we had to mute you. No, it was
No,
something.
on the, it was to your
Right.
right. Yeah, I guess it's.
Yeah, that.
There
Yeah,
you go.
that's
there you
it.
Go. That was
Yes, a grand.
And you left your headphones on there, and it, obviously a connection was made,
Yeah.
as Elastica once said.
And we were all going crazy.
That was a great song, wasn't it?
I don't remember
What
it.
song was that, Rob?
You said it was Elastica.
Elastica
Yeah.
Connection.
Oh.
Was
Was it called
the album
Connection?
it was on? Because I probably bought the album, but
It was
I probably
just
still got
on,
the
wasn't
album,
it?
and I just
Might
don't-
not have made its way on this side of the
I
pond.
don't listen.
It was
What's
a
that?
classic,
What-
like,
What's the high pitched sound?
I don't know.
Oh, is it? This?
hang on.
Yeah.
It's Nurse with Wound.
What?
We're doing Nurse with Wound now.
Oh, right.
I'm burning these speakers in, or one of them. So I've got it on in the background.
Well, kind of background, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I got tinnitus again.
I thought kettle's boiled.
Yeah.
I think I
Yeah,
should put speakers
Elastica
up.
Connection. Yeah, remember that? Didn't Elastica make it over to Canada? They were part of that sort of like early mid '90s Britpop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Justin Frischman was the lead singer, I think, wasn't
yes,
she? She was. She was famous. There was this whole thing because she was dating Damon Albarn from Blur.
Elastica. The name rings a bell, but yeah.
Didn't she first of all wasn't she with Brett? What's her face from
Brett Anderson, yeah,
Anderson,
probably, yeah.
Suede. Yeah, I'm just looking them up now.
They're getting rave reviews at the moment for their current tour, aren't they?
Yeah, and
I'd
I
love to
heard-
see Suede.
I heard the new. Is it the new single?
Mm.
I thought it was really good actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, first album I think I've got Elastica. Yeah, I have. That's the one. Look at the cover. I don't have the second one, which is Menace. So if it was on,
Yeah, Suede's
Connect-
moving up.
actually, yeah, it's on. Connections on that. I'm going to change
Yeah.
this track because obviously it's annoying people, isn't it?
No shit.
They're a quiet taste, Nurse with One, but one of them's a mate of mine. So
Nurse with Wound.
have you not heard them?
I thought it was like a sound effects thing you were playing.
No.
Well, that's what I thought
Yeah,
too.
well,
Get him out.
BBC sound effects,
Oh,
band
but
C.
Yeah, of a
Nurse
dead
with wound.
nurse on a synth.
No, look up Nurse with Wound. They're certainly an acquired taste.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it's,
One for the tinnitus sufferers.
an old mate of mine, Colin Potter, is there. He's in the band and he does all their sound stuff. And they do all right. They do decent tours when Stephen Stapleton can be bothered. You know. Oops.
Ken, have you updated your Hydrasynth?
What, to V2? Something or other. No, not yet. I like it working.
No,
Should I
apparently
do mine?
I was, yeah, it's up to you.
Oh,
Came
I
out
know.
today.
Did it really? Let's have a laugh then.
Oh, don't, because now you're going to blame me.
No, I'm not going to blame you.
Why would I want to do it?
Do you know what the upgrade will do? Is there any
Yes.
special? All right. Or are you going to talk about it on Friday?
Does it get
yeah.
rid of that odd smell?
Odd smell.
Now, I'll tell you what, does it connect to doors every time? As opposed to you fire up the door and then you have to turn it off and turn it back on again before it will find it. I don't know what the fuck that's all about. Every
I don't
time.
know.
Every single time.
Lots of people.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Lots of people are saying that it's fixed the local off save. So when you wanted to turn the local off, I think it would never save it. So you change the patch and local would be on again.
Oh, yeah.
So apparently that wasn't a bug, but they've changed it.
Well, it wasn't one I noticed because I use it as almost a controller, really. So
right,
local op is not something I do.
OS2.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking for the loader.
If you have the 49, the
there it is.
desktop of the Explorer, you now get the same 8 banks of memory that the Deluxe has.
Oh, right.
There's a new modulation source, voice modulator, oscillator bit reducer, LFO quantizer, envelope quantizer, LFO step advance, global effects bypass, increased vibrato resolution, new sustain pedal options including a sostenuto, more LED options, because apparently people used to put tape over the tap tempo light because it was just like really annoying. So now you can turn that off. You can adjust the brightness of all these things. Glissando in glide options. ARP range goes to 6 octaves. ARP step offset parameter. More random initialized shortcuts. All step LFO steps. Wave scan waves. Voice mod offsets. Local on off saved. And more. But I wouldn't know because I don't have a Hydrasynth.
I'll do it, but I'll do it after Kent's done it.
Yeah,
I mean, I've got the Hydrasynth Deluxe Firmware Pack 2.00.
Yeah.
that sounds about right. Yeah,
That
apparently
sounds
Ken Pierce is doing a live stream at the moment about it.
So,
I thought I already had a 2.00 on here.
And it just came out.
Let
Are
me
you
have
thinking
a-
maybe the software you use is 2.0 or something?
Well,
I don't know. I
So
don't
you're
know.
using
how well that works.
Cubase 2.0. That's why.
He wishes.
It was the best one.
Well, I stopped at 5, and I just switched to Reaper because I'm tired of paying for things that I didn't need.
Reaper is brilliant.
I love Reaper.
Yeah.
Except that now, yesterday I bought a soft synth Poly M by XLIS, whatever their name
Oh,
is.
the new version.
Yeah, and so installed, authorized with fucking iLock my ass, and now I go to Reaper, doesn't find it. I can't. So I send them a
Download.
nice
There's
message.
a way.
but-
So select
There's a way of
file.
going. It's a long time since I've done it, but I had this problem probably a few years ago with Reaper, not identifying.
Yeah.
And there's a way of you being able to go in and actually add in the script.
Oh no, I put
find
I
it.
put in a path to that exact spot. Nope, not there.
Oh, well,
Fucking
where's that gone?
sucks.
Oh, okay. Maybe you have to unpack it first then. Okay, all right.
I saw the update for the Poly KB,
No, it's a
and
DAC
I
file.
thought, oh, they've got a nice little discount on it as well. and I'm trying not to spend
Yeah.
too much money at the moment with all the other expenses that I've got. But
Oh, you save about £100. If you
oh
go
yes,
through KVR, it's even $10 less.
all right.
Yeah.
That's
The other thing, Jeff, is are you up to date with the firmwares on?
Yeah, yeah. So,
So
I
you're
mean,
on the latest one. 'Cause that can
actually
sometimes-
today, everything, I mean, Windows updated, Reaper updated, iLock updated. I mean, everything updated today. And yeah.
I hate
Right.
iLock.
Parent
I
applied
really
to synth
do.
holding the
Is it,
arm
is it an
and
actual
latch
iLock
button.
or is it the virtual iLock you've got?
The virtual. Yeah, none of the, I don't have a
just hate
dongle.
it. I absolutely hate it.
Oh,
I've
fuck me
never had a
too.
problem with it ever.
Yeah.
Oh, it works.
I mean,
it works fine. but-
I've stopped buying plugins that use it. for some reason.
well,
got
yeah, but then you only know after.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
you have to
I've fallen
authorize
foul of
iLock.
that once or twice, but I try not to.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I've never had a problem. I only bought it because I think it was when I got Mac 5.3. You know what Falcon was before it was Falcon, and that was the first thing that I ever had that needed an iLock. So I bought one, and I used.
Also, you have the dongle.
Yeah, I have the dongle.
Oh,
I
okay.
think
Which
the
is
dong- probably
absolute-
find the dongle's better. The virtual
But the so-
is just pants.
No, but I have the software as well. Obviously, I have the software on here to manage it, but I also have the software on my laptop, so I can, because most things will have 2 or 3 instances that you can authorize. So I authorize the laptop on the software. Never had a problem. Never had a problem. So,
Yeah, it's the first time I have a problem with that. First time.
Yeah.
And it says authorized. I don't know. So I
Mind
sent
you,
them a
I've
message.
got that ZDT thing on it, the zero downtime.
oh yeah.
Because I've only ever had one iLock issue, which was like I turned suddenly and elbowed it and snapped it clean off in the socket.
well.
Ah,
That'll do.
okay.
Yeah.
I see JRR Shop are doing Exil's Lab Poly KB3 for $49.
Yeah.
Now, if I apply the
Okay,
code,
here we go.
oh, codes are not available for this product.
Yeah. See?
Go through KVR. Try KVR. Because if you go to Miscellaneous or whatever their name, it's $10 more. So
It's a real pain in the ass having 21 fucking audio connectors.
I've got
The
like
list is
4
so freaking
codes
long.
for JRR Shop that always work.
Are you joking me?
But these ones, I guess it's because it's already heavily discounted. They're just not allowing you to take that extra little edge off. Still $49. What's that?
Which monitor is that fired up on?
It's not.
it's about the same in pounds, isn't it?
Yeah,
roughly.
no. Probably cost me about 45, 46. Because I got the first Exil's stuff I ever got was that one that they did, which was it's not necessarily a like for like.
Is it XLs or just Zills?
I don't know.
I don't know.
No, do
either.
I. We need somebody to sort of like clarify this.
I think
Man,
I
it's
think
it's Belgian or
Belgian or
French,
French, aren't they? Yeah.
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 I think they're French. Yeah. Anyway,
Always
And it
think I'm
doesn't
gonna
mean
sound
anything
like
in
an
French
idiot when I
either.
say it.
No. I got their, what's it called? The God, it's the one that's based on the GS1, but then goes way beyond what the GS1 could do. What's it bloody called?
What, the cherry one?
No, the Exils or Zils or whatever.
I didn't know they did one.
Yeah. I can't remember. I'll have to fire up Logic to find out what it's called, or just go to the website, you lazy fucker. Yeah, that'll do it.
Dun dun dun.
Oh, Chaos, that's it.
Okay.
That's on sale as well at €59. That's a good plugin. Difficult to get your head round, but yeah, I might get that polygate thing.
No, it still works.
So
Which
I'm all right to
one?
go ahead and install it tomorrow then.
Yep, it's fine. Remember, you got to do that bloody press on and latch in the arpeggiator and then turn it on to put it into update mode or whatever.
yeah.
It doesn't say update mode, it just sits there and says Hydrasynth.
I've downloaded it ready. So.
Good man. Let's give that a bit of resonance.
I really am missing the ability to just turn an instrument on and play it at the moment.
Yeah.
Made a big mistake in packing everything away.
Yeah, you should have left yourself one thing.
Do you know what I also did? I actually said I'll leave my sample track out because at least then I've got something. But no, I was in the zone, and that got boxed. So yeah.
So who am I playing? Who's this?
Mingus, I don't know.
Nope. Close though.
Coltrane.
Close.
Davis.
Coltrane. Yes.
Davis, yeah.
Oh yeah. I
The
can hear
old
his
man
Davis
was-
now. Yeah.
No such thing as a wrong note, Davis.
No, there is no such thing
Yeah.
as one. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
So what did he say once? Think of a note and don't play it. Right. I tried that.
Doesn't work, does it?
No, it did. It did. I mean, it sounds like shit, but it did.
Yeah, the trick is making it sound cool and right.
Well, see, that's why you go,
Uptown
I'm
and
not
tight.
that good.
Yeah.
And then beating your wife to a pulp when you get home.
Dystopian.
Well, it's funny because
Couldn't be brilliant at everything though, could he?
no.
Hey, they fixed the USB problem.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah, nice.
So I expect a full report on the show on Friday.
It works.
I'll be
There you
watching.
go. It covers everything pretty much. It's working. Don't worry, it didn't break anything. No smoke.
Good. If it does break in the meantime, send me a
Oh,
message.
actually, that reminds me. I need to set the show up, don't I? Shit, I haven't done that yet. I can't
Also,
do it while I'm
don't
on here.
install Windows 11. There you go. A little safety tip for you.
Yeah.
Got Manny Fernandez as our special guest this week.
Oh, good oh.
I was hoping.
sorry, I'm going to sound like a fucking idiot. Who is Manny Fernandez?
Who is Manny Fernandez?
Mr. Synth.
Dr. Synth.
Dr.
Dr.
Synth, sorry.
Synth.
Dr.
Doc-
Synth, yeah.
Yeah.
He is officially an actual
yes,
doctor.
yes. Yeah, Dr. Synth, yeah.
Third wave. That'll give it away.
Yeah. third
Dr.
one.
Synth! Yeah.
No, not that one.
No?
No, that's Dr. Mix.
Oh, that's Dr. Mix.
No,
Oh,
Dr.
yeah,
Synth.
okay.
So Manny. All right. So Manny Fernandez.
Dr. Doorbell.
Outside of his current. Dr. Doorbell. That's me. I'll take that. I'll take that.
Dr. Doorbell.
Manny Fernandez,
Hello.
before he became a hugely successful orthodontist, for which he is a doctor, he was and has been involved in pretty much every Yamaha synthesizer since the Mark II DX7 in terms of sound design. What he doesn't know about FM is just not worth knowing.
Right.
He's voiced DX7 Mark II, which is how he got Yamaha's attention. He then went on to voice the SYs, 77s, 99s, FS1Rs, Montage, Modi X, and a bunch of other stuff as well. He's done, not just, but he's mostly known for his FM.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I'll be interested to
And
watch the
he's-
show and just tell
he's a
him that
Really cool guy.
French idiot who doesn't know it.
He's a nice,
Yeah, very nice guy.
geezer.
Yeah, he's a lovely bloke.
And he's coming over to the UK for Synth Fest.
Good
that'll be brilliant.
man.
So
And-
we'll be going out for a curry then.
We'll be going out for a curry. Well, I don't know.
Curry!
So the way he managed to wangle it. So basically, I said to him that I'm doing a seminar at Synth Fest and it's going to be FM related. And he said, "Oh, I've been looking for an excuse to get over to Synth Fest, and it's our like 40th wedding anniversary or something, and the wife wants to go travelling, so I'll see." So he said, you know, we managed to wangle it so that they're going to do like a bit of a European thing, and they want to go to Liverpool. And I said, well, Liverpool, you know, it's not too far. You can come across. So he's managed to wangle it. So my seminar this year will feature Dr. Manny Fernandez.
Oh, nice.
Where he will, well, we don't quite know what he's going. We've got some ideas, shall we say. But he's actually not working this Friday, so he offered his services, and we're like, oh yeah, because we were going to have a guest, and they've had to rearrange. So he'll be on, and we were hoping. And this is my rant when I first came on this evening about FedEx, and not necessarily FedEx, but Brexit and the whole fucking UK customs malarkey. Isn't going to happen. So I was hoping to have something here on Friday that isn't out yet, and it might have been a bit of a nice little sneak preview, because Manny and I have been working on it with the developers in different. Manny's been doing voicing, I've been doing manual writing and translation, or checking translation, should I say. And so I was able to negotiate getting one over here pre-release, and it shipped this morning, and then where is it now? I think it got to Charles de Gaulle, and then FedEx phoned me up and queried the value that the developer had put on it, because the developer said, look, what do I put on it for your customs, because obviously things have changed. And I said, well, I don't know, I'm not a business, I don't import stuff. I said, just put on that it's a demo unit for review, that it, you know, no transaction, you know, no financial transaction has occurred. But apparently HMRC says everything has a value, and they valued this at basically €1. And they said, we know it's a 10 kilogram synthesizer, that's not worth €1. And then she had the nerve, or the audacity to say, oh well, if he'd have put 130 quid on it, we wouldn't have even batted an eyelid, and it would have gone straight through, even though it's not worth 130 quid. So she was asking me all these questions, like, you know, what's its value? I said, well, what, retail value? She says, no, just the value of the product. What's it worth? How much did it, you know? I don't know. I didn't make the fucking thing. So I've had to get back to the developer, and the developer's now trying to figure it out. So I don't think it's going to be here for Friday. So never mind.
So I've got a lost accordion.
A lost accordion. That sounds like a film, doesn't it?
600 quid worth of accordion, second-hand accordion.
Francois Truffaut.
Gone to America, sent it to America, and it's disappeared. Can't track it. Can't find it.
It can't be stolen, because nobody would steal an accordion, would they?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just hoping it. I'm assuming it's. Well, I'm pretty sure it left the UK. I can track it. I can track it to it leaving the UK, but I can't track it after that.
And shit by plane?
Yes.
Yeah. In North America, we have a huge issue since last year with losing stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
I should have known that before I sent it. I mean, it's insured, but you know.
It's really. I mean, luggage. You travel, and your luggage is found 6 months later on a street.
Yeah.
And I mean, the horror stories about
This is the second time it's happened in the last couple of years. I mean, I lost it. Wasn't an accordion. It was a ukulele that went, quite an expensive ukulele. Went to America, and he never got it. So we've had to refund him.
I suppose the upside is
we're talking like 8 months later. You know.
The upside is they're stealing shit instruments.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Sorry, I apologise to all the accordion and ukulele players.
Don't apologize.
Hey,
That's it. I'm going to get my ukulele.
was it you, Ian? Or somebody said,
Mute him, Rob.
is there such a thing as a bass ukulele?
Yeah.
Yes.
I did a video on it.
It must have been you.
It was me.
Bass ukulele. What the
Yeah.
It's the one you stand on.
Well, I did. I restrung
Is it a bass ukulele?
It's
A
that
guitar?
big. That's-
You know, it sounds like a bass.
I have one here.
It's got weird rubber strings, and when it arrived, it was actually bought second hand. I bought it at auction and didn't quite know what sort of condition it would come in. Somebody had cut the strings on it. Literally, they just cut through the strings. The rest of it was fine.
Why did you do that?
I did replace one of the tuners on it because it just felt a bit, But yeah, and then so my video was just restringing it and setting it up.
Bass ukulele.
I mean, I would have kept one, but I've got a bass here, so I don't need that.
Wow. There you go.
And speaking about the DX7,
Were we?
we were talking about the DX earlier. No, because it just reminded me
And I
of my
wasn't
friend.
here. Jesus.
No, you were talking about Dr. Synth.
Oh, Dr.
Who worked-
Yes, yeah.
Jeez, that memory, Rob. Oof. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, good excuse. So no, the story is one of my friends worked on the development of the original first DX7.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and his
Cool.
big contribution, I said, it better not be the color, you fucker. And it wasn't, because
No.
brown, seriously. No.
Well, there's a very good reason why it's brown. But you finish your story.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, his big genius idea was the best and worst idea of the DX7, the init button. Because there was not supposed to be an init. You were supposed to take the 32 sounds and just mod them as you
Yeah.
wished. And so he just had the init. So, yeah,
Now there's a very good reason why
when it's brown.
Why it's brown.
Yeah.
Very good. Because the only brown DXs were the 1, the 5, and the 7.
Yeah.
Oh no, hang on. I think the 27 was brown as well.
Brand.
Brown.
Brand.
But no, there's a really good reason, because I'm just trying to find the page. So there was this thing back in the day called the Yamaha integrated system. And it was Yamaha's, this was sort of like mid to late 70s. Yamaha had this idea about producing a range of devices that could be interconnected with, computers. So you'd have a YIS computer system that would then hook up to a hi-fi system in your lounge, and then to other devices. And of course, a lot of people attribute the 80s with day glow colouring and all that fancy, in your face. I lived in the 80s. We all lived in the 80s. The 80s was brown.
It was brown, yeah.
It was brown.
Really?
Bran. Yeah.
Bran.
God, in the early 1980s, everything was still bran or shades of
Oh,
bran.
early 80s, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, yeah.
So they developed this thing, and it was going to be this integrated system that went. It was the vision was that you would have a system that had elements in the front, in the lounge, in the kitchen, in your bedroom, in your office, and they produced this range of stuff, and so it was called the Yamaha integrated system, and it was all brown.
Yeah.
The whole thing. All the printers, the CPUs, the hard drives, the monitors, all the appliances. There was a big CPU with a double floppy disk drive. I'm just trying to find. Here it is. Let me just share this screen visual. And it was all brown.
That's really clever. That's one patch.
It's just one patch.
And it's not using the arpeggiator.
Oh, yeah.
It seems to be using timed LFOs.
So you go. Here's a YS or YIS or whatever they call it, computer system. So you've got the brown wooden box with the brown monitor, the brown keyboard, and the brown printer, and the brown CPU with the brown disk drive. Everything was
Because
brown.
we like brand.
We like brand.
You slag.
I want a brand baby. So, as the DX7, the DX1, the early DX development was all done around the same time. The idea was that you would have this DX7 synthesizer would also be part of the YIS family, and that's why it was brown.
Oh.
And they stuck with it for, say, the first 2 years, I think it was, when they brought out the 1, the 5, and the 7, and I think the 27 and the 9, of course, they all came as brown. And then I think the first black one was the 21 or the 100. And then, of course, you had the 11, and then the DX7 Mark II was black, and that was it. Black was, but yeah, that was
Black
it. Was
new brown.
because it was all supposed to be part of this. And if you want any information, there's a website called Yamaha Black Boxes, which is kind of ironic given what we've been talking about. But the website is called YamahaBlackBoxes.com, and it's a guy in Italy who is cataloguing as much of that era of Yamaha musical products and associated things. So
and the poetry synthesizers.
Yeah, so he does this thing where and it's dead good. Let me show you this. So for each instrument, he actually
So brown note.
He builds these are his his creations. He'll build this kind of version of it, this flat design, and then he'll give you the history and the features, and he'll bring up some images, tech specs, external links, so on and so forth. And each instrument is then, so you click on DX5 and you see the DX5 and various bits and links to brochures, and put sales links. So there's a massive kind of database of stuff, and he's constantly expanding it, but it covers all sorts of instruments, from the professional range right down to the home and consumer stuff. And then at the bottom he's got these links here, and he did this bit of research into the Yamaha integrated system, which was a really cool, it was a really great article. If like me you are into this kind of stuff, then it's incredibly interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. That's where I spend a lot of my time.
Hey, you gotta have a hobby.
All the DX7. He's actually there are a number of websites that you can download DX7 patches, but he's taken them, and not only can you download the patches, but he also tells you all the patches that are in each bank, and they're all the official ones are there. But there is a great website that I rediscovered just the other day. Let me show you this. This is fantastic. So this is patches.fm, and I love the title of this. The performance is about to begin, which was Yamaha's tagline for the DX7 when it launched.
Yeah.
So basically, you click on the patches button up here, and over here on the left, you've got 26,129 patches that are all Yamaha, DX patches, and you can scroll through, any of them. You can sort by the bank, sort by the author. But let's just say you wanted to understand what horn section A was. You click on horn section A, and over here on the right, it then it shows you all the programming, all the patch settings, the algorithm that was used, the envelope levels, and everything. And then you can also, I think I turned sound on. So you can audition the sound on the web page, and then if you like it, you can add it to your favourites, or you can download the SysX and build your own little bank of favourite sounds.
Do you know how many children's programs use that sound?
Oh, what this?
Yeah, it was on everything, wasn't it?
And if you allow it to use your MIDI, you can use MIDI on it as well. But yeah, you can, I mean, it's very useful if you just want to go through.
Classic.
Well, it's only useful if you like FM.
And
Sorry?
who doesn't? Sorry, I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, I know.
Does not compute.
Does not you'd be really glad to know, Robbie, that on my album, which is coming out later this year, there is a Yamaha SY22.
Oh, I've got one of those right here.
Well, I used to have one.
Shouldn't that
And
be
I suddenly
packed?
realised that when I was mixing it, I thought, oh bloody hell, that's that SY22.
So.
That's not the sound I use.
That's what you get for having a fish supper.
Here you go.
Yeah.
A bit of a bell sound.
No way.
Really? Was that it?
No, I like
The name Big Ben didn't even.
No, the
Give it away.
SY22 is.
Somebody answer that.
No, the SY22 is actually quite an underrated thing, you know.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you.
I got mine free. Literally, they gave it to us. Like, I don't want this.
Yeah, I was given mine
You have it.
because it was faulty.
Mm.
I know it wasn't faulty. I couldn't find anything wrong with it. So I used it. Used it for a long time. But then, I got an Op 6, so why do I want more than one FM synth? Really?
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
I know. And it's getting late because I was going to go at midnight. It's 20 past.
Is it really? Jesus.
I've only got one FM synth.
Yeah. So I am going to go and say good night, gentlemen, or good afternoon, or good evening.
Yeah, depending
It
on
wasn't
the
because
cow.
you just
Yeah, it's
turned up.
evening here. So.
It wasn't because you
Yeah,
turned
it's
up
evening
just
here.
it's late here. I'll see you on Friday at PSN.
Indeed,
Yeah.
yes.
See
We'll be
you.
there.
Good to see you guys.
Yep.
See you
You
later.
too,
you
mate.
later, babe.
Take it easy,
Sometimes
buddy.
I lost the chat, so I can't say goodbye in the chat. So, see you later. Bye.
See you later.
See ya.
I do like the multis on this, I must admit.
Mm.
They are lovely. Oh, yourself.
What synth?
Hydrasynth Deluxe.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Do you know what? I still haven't patched it up to the Hydrasynth 49. And get the...
You better do it before I come round.
Yeah, that's true.
If the offer's still there, of course.
Yeah, of course it is.
Not that I've got anywhere to put it, but
Yeah, well, get settled first.
yes.
So,
Well, when I told the wife today that I was supposed to be receiving this new thing from across the English Channel,
yeah.
she's just the look she gave me. Was like, I said, I'm sorry, I can't help it. So I'll leave it in this box as much as I can, but
Yeah, more stuff to shift.
so in actual fact, it's probably a good thing that there's a problem getting it here. So I was just trying to see, because I think it was still moving, even though they'd said there's this customs issue. I think it was actually still moving across,
Yeah.
but they've delayed the delivery from Friday to Monday now.
Oh.
But that's okay, because I don't need distractions at the moment. I've got I forget how many thousand records to put into cardboard boxes this weekend.
Well, this is why my VR2 is still in its box. I daren't get it out.
No.
I won't get anything done if I do that.
Apparently, my wife has made an executive decision that the VR2 is going to reside in the front room, and not in some small room upstairs, because she's worried about physicality, all this kind of stuff. So
I must admit, it was really nice of Fiona to just turn around and go, do you know what? I'll get it now. Okay. Are you sure? Yeah. You can play your racing game, but I can still watch my French detective film series.
That's the great thing about the VR, is you could sit in the front room and play a game while somebody else is watching the TV. You don't have the telly on.
She hasn't thought about us swearing at the top of our voices at each other.
No, there is that.
So that might be a distraction still. They did a review on the VR2. I think it was the Linus computing channel on YouTube.
No.
If it's been built, he's reviewed it.
Right.
And wasn't what's the word? He wasn't expecting much from it.
Right.
And he goes, I use my Oculus and all the rest of it. So he started using it, and he just liked everything about it, how it extends, how it feels on the head, how light it is, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. He started playing Horizons. Oh, yeah. Because only one of the Horizons supports the VR. The other Horizons doesn't. And he tried that out, and so it's just ridiculously fantastic.
Yeah,
and the Oculus went like that.
A lot of people have said that it beats a lot of the competition hands down.
Yeah. And I'll go the way the Oculus did. It's time for dinner. It's like 8:30 almost. So. Yeah.
Hi, bub.
Yeah. It was nice seeing you again. And I'll be watching Friday.
Good man.
Okay. See you, man.
Good stuff.
See you later, babe.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Yes, so because there's hardly any lag, and you know that thing that tracks your eyes.
Yes.
Well, what it does is when you look around, it knows what you're looking at and puts that into sharp focus and blurs everything else to keep the speed up, which is, when you think about it,
it's clever,
immensely clever. So, and then there was another video underneath, which was what it's like wearing the VR playing Gran Turismo. Holy mother of pearl!
Yeah, I just can't wait. That's the only. That's all I'll be using it for. I think most of the time is
absolute
that.
Frogging. Yeah.
So I remember when I got GT Sport, and you got the the VR mode in that, which is really basic and limited. And it's really disappointing. And then, do you remember that there was a game called Drive Club, which came out before GT Sport? And I think they, it's like GT Sport took a while to come out on PS4.
Yeah.
And so a lot of companies tried to sort of beat them to the punch.
Fill the hole, yeah.
Yeah, you had Drive Club, and then you had Project Cars was another one.
Oh, Project Cars, yeah, I remember that.
Which is not actually too
right.
bad. I quite like it because it's got the local circuit in Snetterton. But Drive Club went VR, and it went as in you could actually play the whole game in VR, not just one-on-one with a computer. You could race online with multiple vehicles.
Yeah.
But the problem was that it suffered from slightly poorer graphics, because obviously it's having to take system limitations into account. And of course the original PSVR headset wasn't full HD, even though it was touted as 19 or 1080p. Sorry, it was actually 2 times 720.
Yeah.
Which meant that it wasn't full. It was good though. It was really good, but it had design flaws. The fact that you had to have a PS camera to track the lights.
Yeah.
And the fact that they didn't have adequate protection for people wearing glasses.
Glasses as well, yeah.
so that you would rub your lenses on the lenses. So your lenses of your glasses would rub the lenses of the P, and it would then cause abrasions. And it was only when I first noticed one of these abrasions that somebody said, "Oh yeah, there's a guy on eBay who's 3D printing these little things that you stick on either side of the lenses in the VR headset,
Yeah, holds them off, yeah.
and then just gives you that gap." Had I known, but
Yeah, well.
yeah. So, but no, it was good. It was it was a good first attempt, but it was lacking in certainly when it came when you put it up against things like Oculus Rift and others.
But I think the only thing that's really going against the VR2 at the moment, if you had to have a not happy box ticked, is simply the amount of games available.
There's
and
more
the quality of them.
Yes.
Because some of them are, when 3D really hit, and you had 3D movies, and they were doing stuff and it was constantly
purely
focused on the fact it was 3D. There's a lot of games like that that go, oh, it's all about the VR. And you go, yeah, can we have some graphic level detail in this? No, it's all about moving the things about virtually. And it's like, yeah, whatever. So,
no, there's certain games. I think the fact that Gran Turismo was a launch update.
Yeah.
That was obviously, in the plan from way back.
Yeah.
When they were developing the game, it was obvious that Sony had said, right, VR2's coming. We want that to be ready
it's more
to go.
just although it was an update, it wasn't a port.
No, exactly. It's the same game. It's just now it's completely VR.
Yeah.
But I think we'll see. Because even with VR1, there was all of those kind of novelty VR games to start with, and then eventually you started to see games that really understood what a VR environment could deliver in terms of gameplay. It wasn't just about things, like you say, the 3D thing where let's just throw something out of the screen. Blood and Truth was a really good VR game because it put you in the action, but it didn't require huge amounts of physical room, and it was very clever in the way it used it. But it really immersed you into that whole environment. You actually felt like you were in a room with other people and that you were interacting.
Yeah. Initially I thought that the only other thing I was sort of like, oh, that's a shame, was because when I drive Turismo, I like to bumper drive.
Right.
I like to do the, in front of the car kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
And on VR, it says, no, you can't have that view.
Mm-hmm.
You only have the inside. But when you think about it, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have a VR view when you're hanging off the front of the motor.
Exactly, yeah.
So it was fine. So it initially started off as being like, and then you go, no, actually it makes sense. Don't worry about it.
Well, I actually found that I started to get better times and drive better when I played Gran Turismo Sport using a VR headset.
Yeah.
But obviously it wasn't VR, so when you're racing in GT Sport, you couldn't do it in VR. You had to do it with. So I just basically made the screen the biggest possible screen you could have, and then put myself into cockpit mode.
Yeah.
And because that was obviously a lot more realistic,
for want of a better word, yeah.
You actually then drive the car.
You get a better
in the
feel
game.
of the physics of the car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I just had, I set it to the biggest possible screen, in the VR, even though that when I turned my head, it still looked like I was looking around the car. And I found that I was getting better lap times, and it was just, I was just enjoying it more. So, to be able to then now properly drive in VR in cockpit mode, that should be, I just can't wait, but gonna have to. So,
yeah, well, I think both of us are waiting. And see, the other thing, I mean, the main point of getting this in the first place is so we can drive online.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, all right, it's fun to do it on your own, but it is better with other people.
Oh, yeah. Everything's better with friends.
Yeah. Absolutely everything. And you know, and so it's, you know, if you're not in a position to do yours yet.
Hopefully it won't be long.
I think Ty's only spent about 10 minutes on this one so far, but he wants to allocate time. I go, yeah, well, you know, it's like you'll try it out and you get the bug, and that's it. It'll be phoning up on a Sunday morning, go, do you want another race? Come on, you want another race? So,
Chip, have you ever played a game called Everybody's Gone to the Rapture?
no, heard of it. Yeah.
Utterly fantastic game.
Yeah.
Where, well, it's kind of difficult to describe, really. You're in an English village in supposedly around, you know, the area of Shropshire. Okay, so it's kind of that sort of classic archetypal English village, you know, chocolate box sort of, and you are this character. You don't know who you are. You're almost like an entity.
Okay.
And everybody's gone. There's nobody else around. But as you wander around the environment, you encounter what they describe as kind of like psychic impressions. So you'll encounter a moment in time that's passed, and you'll hear people talking, and you might see sort of sparkly images, outlines of characters. But you know, so, and it's almost like it's like an episode of The Archers, because it's got all those brilliant voice artists that do radio dramas, and they're doing this radio. It's kind of like a radio drama in a way, but you're walking around this wonderfully drawn village that's so typically, you know, traditional British village. And you're encountering all these moments, and you're trying to figure out what the hell went on. Where has everybody gone? Was it, was it a rapture, or was it something, you know, a bit more sinister? Was it something a bit more obvious? You know, and you're constantly exploring this entire environment, and it takes hours to get around it. And people they called it a walking simulator, but it really is. You just walk around.
Well, do you know what? I
love that in VR. Love that in VR.
Well, I like the look of that Titanic one.
Oh, yes.
But because it's VR, whereas I think looking at it, it's not a newish game, and the graphics are a little bit jaded. But it would be interesting as well, because it's literally sort of like a virtual documentary, really, about the whole sinking of the Titanic. And its history and all the rest of it.
There was a good Apollo 11 one for the first VR.
Yeah.
Where you could actually land the lunar module on the surface, and you had all the authentic radio chatter and everything.
I remember that one. Yeah.
That was quite cool. There was a shuttle one as well, I can't remember.
I seem to remember having a hell of a job separating the LEM. There's one coming which is a highly detailed map of the the Venice Palace.
Oh yeah.
But how it was back in Venice's heyday, when it was the exporting country of the world, and they
didn't
were making
stink of shit.
10 ships a day. They were
building. Yeah, massive. Yeah.
And they had. In the palace, there was this place that was actually also, it was kind of a prison, for want of a better word. And we're talking, Jesus Christ, how far back are we talking here? 1250, 1375, right at the beginning. Yeah, before
13th,
anybody
14th
else.
century.
Yeah, before anybody else was doing commerce of this
magnitude.
Level. Yeah, which is it was the richest. It was the richest spot on the planet. Wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
And it had this, opulent architecture and all the rest of it. And it was beautiful. And they've VR'd this entire palace out and all its levels and stuff. And there was a documentary on one of the Sky channels, I think it was, that were touching on it, and it was like, yeah, I could spend quite a few hours wandering around that place, checking it all out, and you've got the commentary of what you're looking at things, and they tell you all about it and stuff. So yeah, there was a lot of torture and debauchery and all sorts of shit going on.
Oh yeah.
So, well, it
14th
was
century Italy, yeah.
yeah, I mean, we're talking opulence that was never surpassed.
No.
Not even in France, even during the Renaissance, and that is nothing like this. Whole new level.
Yeah.
Maybe the Roman Empire, height of the Roman Empire, perhaps. But yeah, and they thought, oh, yeah, it's another opportunity to use the VR. So.
Yeah. No, there's plenty of. As the better the technology gets, and the better that the programmers get the.
It's a canoeing one.
Yeah.
I was looking at that and go, well, it's the only way you're going to get a crusty old fucking agoraphobic like me out on the water.
Yeah.
Canoeing past icebergs.
I did one early on when I got it. There was one that took you around a range of, wonders of the world, not the official wonders of the world, but various things that, like, there's that stupidly tall waterfall that like the water falls for about a mile or something down this, and then you get these massive kind of rainbow glows, and you can experience all that with your VR headset on. But the problem is that you're just a passenger, basically. You can't move around this thing. You kind of, it's a guided tour, and it looks fantastic. And you're looking around, and you think, oh, that's amazing. But actually, I want to go back up again. Oh, I can't do that because it won't let me do that.
Yeah.
So, there's stuff like that.
It's sort of like Google Maps, the way Google Maps is done.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
But you can only go where the camera had been.
Exactly, yeah. But even then, you couldn't move around of your own free will. You had to kind of follow. It was basically like watching a movie. And you just kind of sat there and you could look
move
around.
Your head,
yeah. But the actual travel of the camera was all predetermined.
Fixed. Yeah, it's all fixed. Yeah.
But I'm sure as the technology gets better and the delivery formats.
Well, that's what appears to have happened. The technology's got better, and the software developers are going. So, what do we do to make best use of this? So,
I've got some games that really. I don't normally suffer from motion sickness, but there were some games. There was one. I can't remember what it was named, but basically, in Aliens, you got those big mechanical machines that the driver sits in, or even Matrix Reloaded, or you got these human-powered walking things. There was a game, I can't remember what it's called now, but it was like that. And that I was just, after 5 minutes, I was like, oh, I can't. My head's spinning. This is really weird.
Oh, but it's not that.
I forget what it's called now.
It was Mechanoid. No.
Yeah, it was that sort of thing. You're in this kind of arena, and you were in these things.
Yeah, it was mech something.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
But sit me in a seat of a car or an X-wing fighter, not a problem.
Yeah.
Zoom around. I mean, Star Wars Squadrons.
Yeah.
Is a brilliant VR game.
Yeah.
Difficult, but really, really good.
Yeah. Well, I've taken on a Star Destroyer with my single X-wing. I think it must have been on Moron. I think the game level was on. Because I was able to take out a Star Destroyer with an X-wing. Like, really, dudes? Come on.
But I remember when I first, was it Star Wars Battlefront?
Yeah.
The first one had an X-wing VR mode.
Yeah.
And I almost cried because as a kid in the 70s, I used to build an X-wing fighter cockpit out of old cardboard boxes that I'd got from my dad's restaurant.
Yeah.
Spent hours, with felt tip pens.
Mech
drawing.
Warrior. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Thanks. Dave.
drawing all of these things on there and just pretending that I was flying in an X-Wing fighter. And now here I am, 21st century, with a headset on.
Yeah.
And I'm actually in an X-Wing fighter, and I'm flying around, and there's other things flying, and I can shoot. I mean, it was almost like, my dream has come true.
Yeah, I think I was definitely getting onto my dark side because, my friends were, they had the models of X-Wings and stuff like that, and you couldn't buy a model of a TIE fighter. So I made my own.
Yeah.
And then they brought out Vader's TIE. And I bought two. I bought one to have as Vader's, and the other one, I cut all the back off it, and then using, that modelling putty stuff, and made a proper TIE.
Nice.
And, Star Destroyers are my favourite ship of all time. So I'm definitely on the dark side, mate. I tell you.
Well, you'll like this week's episode of The Mandalorian, then.
Do we get a Star Destroyer?
So the opening part of the show, because have you been watching it?
No.
So one of the motivations for the Mandalorian at the beginning of the season is he needs to be redeemed because he took his helmet off. So if you take your helmet off, you then kind of relinquish all of your Mandalorian status.
It's
and
like killing a member of the High Table, isn't it?
Yeah. So the only way you can regain it is to bathe in the living waters on Mandalore. Now, of course, the legend has it that Mandalore was completely destroyed and is a cursed planet. But, of course, our good friend the Mandalorian manages to get back there and, whatever. So the first part of episode 3 starts off on Mandalore, and he's managed to redeem himself. And there's this incredible, 5-10 minute scene where him and his Bo-Katan, who is this other Mandalorian that's been deemed unworthy because she took her helmet off. They have their two individual ships up against half a dozen TIE interceptors on the surface of this planet.
Oh god, yeah.
Really fucking cool. So it's a really great, canyon type, fighting. Yeah, it's brilliant. Really, really good.
Excellent.
And then they managed to get rid of all those TIE interceptors, and then they noticed that there's a whole bunch of TIE bombers over the other, and it's this big, massive sort of fleet of TIE fighters and interceptors, and it was really, really cool scene. But then it switches to Coruscant, so there's this new kind of tangent of a storyline that starts to take place on Coruscant. And it has a couple of the characters going to the scrap yards where they're dismantling all of the Empire's machinery and ships. Yeah. And there is a half dismantled Star Destroyer.
Nice.
And they have to go into it, and it is rather cool.
Yeah, Steve's got it right. Darth Spong.
Is it Bath Sponge?
Yeah, Bath Sponge.
Yeah. No, it's a really good episode actually, because there's not a lot of the Mandalorian in the episode, but this new tangent, you can see where it's going.
Yeah, it's building up.
These two stories are going to merge, and it's going to be really good. So
excellent.
But it's odd because I've been watching The Last of Us, and so I've now gotten really used to Pedro Pascal as Joel in The Last of Us, and now I'm watching him in The Mandalorian, and I just can't help thinking of Joel and where's Ellie? It's
definitely Disney's golden bollocks at the moment, isn't it?
Oh, isn't he?
Yeah.
But honestly, The Last of Us, the season finale, which basically mirrored the game, so you kind of, if you've played the game, you know what's going to happen, you know how it ends. But it's done so well. They've absolutely nailed it.
I think I still want to play the game first before I watch the series.
But also, I mean, I've been playing the game again since I started watching the TV show.
Yeah.
And I'm now appreciating the game even more.
Really?
Yeah, it's kind of given it a new.
Yeah, because I mean,
Lease of
I really
life.
can't make up my mind whether to do the series, do the show, then do the game, or do the game then do the series.
Honestly, I don't think it matters. I think because the TV show, obviously, you don't get a lot of the game action where you have to, navigate, negotiate, whatever. Whether it's a building full of infected or raiders or whatever.
Thinking about it, I think I'd rather do the game first, because that way I can have the game unfold as new for me without any hints or clues of what may be further down the road.
And you can then watch the TV show, and the TV show expands on. So, like at the beginning of the game, the infection has already started.
Right.
But at the beginning of the TV series, it hasn't.
Oh, okay.
So they've added a little bit at the beginning, and then
For those who haven't played the game.
exactly. So it just kind of establishes everything, and then when it happens, it's like, oh yeah, this is exactly kind of how it went down in the game. Then you get to episode 3, which is one of the best episodes of television ever, which borrows from the game for about a minute or two.
Right.
And then the rest of the episode didn't happen in the game.
Oh, okay.
But when you then go and play the game again afterwards, you think, oh, hang on a minute. Although what was in the TV show wasn't in the game, they definitely alluded to it in the game. So the writers have said, hey, look, in the game, we implied that Bill had a partner, a romantic partner.
Right.
But we never saw that romantic partner. It was just kind of alluded to.
I see.
So what they've decided to do is say, actually, no, we'll have a whole episode where we actually meet Bill's partner, and we see how their relationship develops, and we see how Bill becomes this very bitter character at the end of it. I mean, he starts off as Bill is basically a what do they call them? A prepper. They're just prepping for the end of the world, and the government's gonna. They're just. He's got his underground bunker full of guns and munitions, and he's set traps all around his little area. But you get to kind of understand why he was like that, and then of course Bill finds this other guy, Frank, and this wonderful episode emerges where the two of them just they fall in love, and they have this real relationship, and then at the end of the episode, honestly, you'll need a box of tissues, because it's such a powerful ending, but it wasn't in the game at all. It was just alluded to very slightly. So they've been really clever, and they've done that. There was another bit of the show where they kind of expanded on what was implied in the game but never actually played out.
Got you.
But then there are other bits which are almost scene for scene, word for word, shot for shot, just like the game. And they're really, really flipping good.
I always hoped that they'd do a TV series or a film of Half-Life.
Yeah.
Which hasn't happened. But there again, it's like, I always hoped they would do a film or a trilogy of films of Ringworld.
Mm-hmm.
But Cameron decided to do Avatar instead.
Yeah. But no, if you can see it, if you can get access to it, it's such a good watch. But the game, if you're going to do the game, now you've got the PS5, get the PS5 version of The Last of Us Part.
Yeah.
Because the one of the biggest improvements they've made over the PS4 version, even the remastered version, was when you go from a cutscene to a game scene, there is often a kind of a shift in the light or the quality of the light. Like the cutscene's like really well lit, and then you get to the game.
Go to the staged rendering. To the,
you can see the difference.
Almost live action, if you like.
The PS5, apparently, all the cutscenes are not renders. It's the actual engine.
Yeah.
So there is complete consistency.
Yeah.
As you go through, swap through from a render to the actual, from
written
a
in
cutscene
Unreal
to
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's incredible. The difference in quality. I mean, the PS4 remastered version was really, really good.
Yeah.
But this PS5 version is incredible.
Well, it's like I got two versions of Gran Turismo 7 on the PlayStation. One is the 4,
yeah,
and one is the 5. You think same game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, run up the 4 on a 5,
exactly.
and you go, "What's wrong with this?"
Yeah.
Whereas before it was the most beautiful game I'd ever seen, and suddenly
Yeah,
it's like, "Oh no, this is horrible." It's like playing on an Atari ST in 1986 or something, you know.
It's
Weird, but you get used to.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's like when I've pulled out old VHS cassettes, I'm thinking, was it that bad? Was it really that bad?
Yeah.
No, at the time, it wasn't.
At the time, it looked brilliant.
Because you didn't know any better.
Yeah. Because before
even
that,
DVDs.
Mate, I can remember we used to have a UMIG 8mm projector, and you could buy, from the shops, you'd buy, say, a film of some old B movie, like It Came From Outer Space, right? You put it on the UMIG, and yeah, it was the film. The sound was coming out of the speaker of the UMIG. It was all very sort of like radio, sounded like a radio. But it would only have 10 minutes of the film, and they try and lay out the entire film into 10 minutes, and it makes sense. Or something that happens halfway through the film, but that looked good as an ending, so that would be the ending, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that would cost you 75 quid for that reel. And it deteriorates.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you get video, and you go, "Oh my God, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread."
Yeah.
You know, on old, well, the Betamax was better picture quality, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But politics again.
Then you go to DVD, then you go to Blu-ray.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I could say the same. Yeah, I could say the same thing about music. You started with this vinyl.
Yeah.
Sounded okay. Cassettes sounded. I don't know. It depends on the cassette because I've got some up here that are really good quality.
Well, there's the cassette and the player as well,
yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I got a nice Pioneer in here. And then you get to this, and then this just blew everybody's mind as to how brilliant it sounds.
But
then you go to streaming, and then you come back.
Hold that thought. Hold that thought.
And this one's, by the way, that's a half-speed mastered one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this sounds spectacular.
Here we go. What we got now?
Yeah.
Then you get this.
Ooh.
Oh.
Which is the Super Audio CD 5.1 and high resolution stereo pack.
My God, how big's the player?
How does that?
Well, no, this is imported from Japan. It comes. The Japanese have this thing at the moment with 7-inch sized sleeves, but this contains the Super Audio CD, which has the high res stereo and multi-channel, as well as the regular CD, and plus a whole bunch of ephemera in that. But the quality of that is
how's the 5.1?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Because Elliot Shiner's mix, so it's really, really good. Really good.
That's the, I don't know if you can see it. That's the half-speed mastered.
That's one of the greatest albums of all time.
Oh, kidding me? Yeah. This is what got me into synths. I mean, other than playing, as I was talking to Kent earlier, playing with a mini chord when I was like in 3rd grade. But this was like this really got my interest. Just the way that, just the sounds that they were getting out of what they had, and then seeing the picture of those guys with that huge polyfusion setup. So good.
Do you know what? Since we've been talking about Star Wars, I was just thinking.
Anyway.
My helmet. You know what? I think I left the batteries in it.
Oh no. Although you say that, I mean, I've been finding stuff as I've been clearing the house out, like remote controls that I'd left batteries in.
Yeah.
Batteries these days don't leak.
God, I hope not.
They really don't. I mean, I found stuff with batteries in that's been there. They've probably been in the box since I moved here 9 years ago, and they just haven't leaked. I mean, I've whipped them out as soon as I found them, but they haven't leaked.
Well, do you know what? I'm intrigued.
Oh, he's going to go now.
Go and get bath sponge out.
This could end one of two ways.
Yeah.
Now I picked this. They released Toto 4 on Super Audio CD. It was. I can't remember when it was now. It was obviously many years after its release, and it then got deleted. So it became very rare and very expensive very quickly, and I wasn't in a position to I tried finding an original version.
Yeah, there's a 2022 40th anniversary. It looks like 2003 it came out.
Yeah, that was the original SACD, and then they did this 2022 reissue, but it was Japan only.
Right.
So I mean, you've got the main sleeve, which kind of opens out as a gatefold with loads of pictures. Yeah, all the the liner notes and all that kind of stuff in there. Obviously, the obligatory Obi strip, and then the actual album. So it comes in a 7-inch sleeve with the disc mounted on this kind of 7-inch record, and then you have reproduction concert tickets.
Oh, nice.
Reproduction posters, reproduction single sleeves. They all came in there. There's a massive poster, which I think was a Budokan gig that they did. There's that.
I like how the CD design kind of mirrors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's a cool touch.
This is a really great thing that session lists, all the session lists. Yeah. Sorry, Ken.
It's all in here from when I did Dom's show.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, and then you've got all these there's a tour program with all the pictures of the guys and
nice.
Even the Vader gloves are in there.
Oh my God. And then there's this track by track book, but it's all in kanji. It's all in Japanese. So I have no idea what they're saying, but sure, it's wonderful.
I have I bought a track by track book off Amazon of Toto. It just goes through every album, every track. So it's a fun read. But I'll show you that photo right there. Was the one with Steve Porcaro and all that stuff. That was the one that got me hooked. Like, I need to try some of that stuff. But anyway,
like a pig in the proverbial, there, wasn't he? I maintain to this day that the drum track on Rosanna is the greatest groove of all time.
I've tried playing it. I still can't quite. I can't quite get it, and I think it's all in the ghost notes.
Oh yeah.
Like, you just got to lay back on them, and
it's an amazing groove.
Oh yeah. Well, he had a lot of variations on that shuffle, the Purdy shuffle. If you go back to Hydra and listen to Mama.
Oh yeah.
Pamela was another one. Gypsy Train off of Kingdom of Desire, that was another one.
Yeah.
Kind of a shuffle. So many good ones.
Indeed. Oh God. What's Kent doing? I can hear him wrestling.
I don't know.
In the background.
Yeah. Just pulled up Synclavier V just for hell. He better not be my father.
Turn your camera on, Ken.
Oh, that's awesome.
It works.
There you go.
Oh, if only you can transform your voice into James Earl Jones.
Uh-oh, Darth is back.
Uh-oh.
I felt bad. Looks like Throughport Collective stole most of your video guests. I had to come over here and jump in. So
Great, I can make faces nobody knows. Join me.
For a price, I'll join you.
No trouble if you can't say anything.
was that a pretty expensive helmet?
Okay. Hang on, just get me helmet.
I don't think he's got his headphones on, has he?
Oh,
Yeah, I
right.
think he's got his headphone. Yeah.
Jesus, look at that.
Oh,
It looks like it's pretty pricey.
Oh, I don't think it was
smells
cheap.
of evil in there.
How much was that helmet? That's a pretty fancy one.
That was a fancy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we pushed the boat out to do Dom's show. So I can't remember. It was. I think embarrassingly, I think it was 3 figures.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So I was going to get the whole suit, but it was like an awful lot of money.
There's a classic Triumph the Insult comic dog routine where the guy's all decked out at the premiere of one of the prequels. And the guy, he goes, which one of those buttons calls your parents to pick you up?
No, I've always embraced my inner nerd. I can't resist it, and I'm not going to bother trying to.
That's one of the epic Triumph. If you ever go look on YouTube, look for Triumph at the Star Wars premiere. Some of the funniest crap you'll ever see. Just,
Oh, brilliant.
there's a woman who's pregnant there. She says, "Oh, I've got a future nerd here." And he goes, "Tell him that's the last time he's going to see female genitalia." So- Robert Smigel is awesome. I just love that guy.
That's funny.
Oh, man.
Oh, man alive.
So what did I miss?
Oh,
I love.
Other than album
the Renaissance.
comparisons.
No, yeah, we had a bit of a Toto 4
Toto, yeah.
geek out.
Yeah.
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 You had a vinyl off.
No, we were just talking about different versions of it.
Different versions, so like I got a couple here, like original, half mastered, and then Robbie's got the
Who did the
SAC.
half-speed master?
This is an original one from '82.
Oh, they did it in '82. I didn't realise they did.
Yeah,
it.
this is an original 1982 one.
So I wondered if, like, who are the guys that do those?
Well, this is
Oh, what are they called?
Master Sound.
Could be them.
I mean, that says Master Sound up there.
There's a company that does these, like, direct from, you know, like one generation pressings.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm looking here.
I don't even remember what they're bloody called now.
Who released a vinyl in chocolate?
Chocolate.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, they did a chocolate pressing.
Well, George Marino mastered the original.
Let's have a look. Let's see if
So
Google
this
can come to
probably
my...
is an original. They just cut this at half speed.
Well, don't forget the ultimate vinyl. When you die, you can have your ashes put in a record of your favorite song. So
Yeah. Well, that'll probably be.
One of the ones I'm missing from my collection is the Durutti Column album. I forget the name of the album now, but it was designed by the sleeve was designed by Peter Saville, who did a lot of the old factory records, you know, the New Order sleeve designs and everything. But this Durutti Column album had a sandpaper outer sleeve,
Mm.
And it would then, and the idea was it was that good, it would destroy any other music that came into contact with it, which it effectively did. Because when you put it into your rack, if you didn't have a plastic sleeve over it, it would scrape the records either side of it, which I thought was a very, very Tony Wilson thing to do.
Mm.
This music destroys others. That's great.
What? Maybe I think, what song would I want pressed on the record? I'd have to say, off the top of my head, Mercy Street.
Yeah, good choice. Good call.
Either that one or Rhythm of the Heat from fourth album.
Yeah. I don't know what I'd want for mine. I guess it'd be something that, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think if I could choose an album, I'd have Cupid and Psyche 85, Scriptability, because I think that's still one of the finest albums ever made.
I'm just checking. Somebody commented on.
I don't know.
When do you go see Gabriel, Robbie?
Sorry?
When do you see Gabriel?
June 19th. Juneteenth.
Juneteenth, yeah.
Yeah. At the O2.
Actually, apparently quite a few people have released chocolate records. Yeah, honestly. You buy the single and then you can eat it.
I wouldn't play it, that's for sure.
Oh, somebody commented on one of my... Oh, you did, Mr. Synth Addict. I appreciate that.
What's that?
The the comment on my my cover of Funeral.
Oh yeah. No, that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a show. We did two of those, I think, back to back for a couple of years.
Was there a wall of keyboards there?
Yes, there was. I could have done it on one or two, but when I play live, I don't like to change patches in the middle of songs. I like to have things kind of already set up so that I just want to play. And I don't know. I've had a lot of comments anytime I've done a setup like that where people really, love to watch me, get around a setup like that. But I've been doing it.
Yeah, you have to have the talent to do it, which you have. Yeah. So
I've been doing it since high school, and it's like, all right. I mean, and in high school, all I had were just these portable Yamaha PSR keyboards that had no MIDI, so I couldn't do any of that. So, all right, well, what kind of stuff do I want to do, and how do I get all the sounds that I want? Yeah. Set up 3 or 4 instruments and have them all ready to go. And even in high school, people were like, how do you play 3 keyboards at once? And you don't just play them all at once. You just have stuff set up. It's
necessity, just whatever happens. Yeah.
Well,
that's why they call him Clever Dick.
You also look at it like playing an organ, like a pipe organ. You have manuals, 2, 3, 4, and each one's got, a different purpose.
Especially the feet. I can never get the feet part. That would be too hard.
I tried once. I tried on a Hammond at my previous church. They had it was a D152, which had a 32-note pedal board. And I could kind of do root notes, and that was about it. But yeah, no, anyway, this was a show, it was a benefit show for that school's music department. That was a Christian school, and they allowed Billy Joel and Elton John, which was kind of cool. But we did stuff that was permissible. But it was a night of all Billy Joel and all Elton John. So we did one set of Billy Joel music, mostly hits, but then a couple of deep cuts. And then the second set was all Elton John. And we opened with that Funeral for a Friend. So I had the whole intro, that was done on the ARP 2500. I had that all sequenced, all ready to go. And what you don't see in the back of me on that video is a JV80 doing some of like the strings and the brass and all that stuff. But yeah, no, that was a fun show. Would I do that one again? Absolutely.
What am I reading here? I'm just checking.
I learned that when I was 7.
I'm way older than that. And I couldn't even do that.
You know what? I started at 3. You know, I had autism. I struggled a lot as a kid, but music was the thing that really just like calmed me and relaxed me. But I remember having an organ at 3. I couldn't tell you the brand, but it had light up keys that that had the notes underneath. I remember getting for my first keyboard, it was a Yamaha PSS 130, little portable 2-note poly. But I took right to that. And I think when I was able to finally get something that I could play chords on, and I think it was just a natural thing, although I think it's deeper than that, I would sit in my room with this little Yamaha keyboard, put something on the turntable, whether it be Elton John or whatever, and just start playing along. And, just playing along with stuff. And I think it just took off from there. So, Funeral for a Friend, I guess that's why they call it the blues. Was another one, stuff like that. And then, I don't know. I just love doing it. And then I started writing my own stuff in high school. Didn't really do anything like major with it until like 2005 when I really got into writing. I started with mostly just instrumental stuff. If you think like really early Yanni or Vangelis, all instrumental music. I did most of it with an SY-85.
Well, the old Yanni was actually decent. It was synthesis, stuff. It wasn't so schmaltzy.
No, and I've got a lot of that stuff on. I go over here and get a bunch of that stuff.
He just kind of became full of himself. I mean, in an interview with him once, he said, "I don't listen to any other music. I just listen to my own." It's like, what the hell are you talking about? What a lying asshole.
There you go. Keys to imagination.
It's like the famous Steven Seagal quote about, "I just read the best script I've ever read in my life, and I wrote it."
I saw him in 2004. I can honestly say it was the best sounding concert I've been to because the sound was perfect. Like you could hear everything. It wasn't too loud. Like it just filled the room, and it was in like a small like hockey arena. But looking at his rig and looking at Ming Freeman's rig, it was like all Korg Triton and maybe one Yamaha controller, probably a KX88. But yeah, I like his early stuff a lot. So I started writing that kind of stuff, and then I started, gravitating more towards writing contemporary Christian, stuff in like 2009. So things that were personal to me. And then later on this year, I'm thinking August, I'm going to be putting out another instrumental album. And actually, I started writing that like last year.
Are you fading fast, Robbie?
Yes, I need to go to bed because I've got to be up in the morning. Well, it is the morning, but...
Good
point.
Don't you have a show to do tomorrow, Friday?
Friday, so...
Yeah.
But I've got lots of work to do tomorrow.
Yeah,
so.
I'll be watching that. I'll be excited to hear about the Behringer SH5.
Well, when they release something to talk about, then we'll talk about it.
Exactly.
A few pictures that were released a year ago they've put back again. I'm sorry.
They still didn't release the Soul Synth, the JP8000 Mini thing.
We had an editorial discussion today at one of the places I write for, and we kind of basically decided, look, we're not going to do Behringer's PR for them.
They'll cover vaporware, yeah.
When they've got a product that is on the shelf or in people's or about to be in people's hands, then maybe we'll talk about it. But until then, why talk about it and then only for it to then disappear for the next 6 months?
Yeah, there's other stuff to talk about.
There's other companies that are making stuff.
There's 20 minutes where I'm going to have to lie.
Yeah. I mean, Yamaha's got a new one out, but it's more of like a stage piano.
It's a nice unit, but we won't be talking about that. That's not really.
It's not really synth. But...
No, we've got a few things. Anyway, I will see you guys soon.
I'm the same, mate. I got so much to do tomorrow.
You got to finish those memory modes?
Yeah, I just got a lot of the, the real shitty, didn't want to repair ones that I've got to get all out of the way before I can do any more new work.
Yeah.
Which is the time where my bank account dwindles down to a worm's belly before the money starts coming back in. But still the outlays, obviously.
Well, just look at like Ouroboros. It just keeps going around in a circle. So
yeah. Well, I had to buy 3 Kenton MIDI kits last week for machines that I'm not even going to be able to get to for another 3 or 4 weeks. So that's all dead money until they're done.
Yeah.
So I've got that Rev 2 kit to fit. I've got another CS80 kit to fit. And what's the other one?
Do you have your KSR mods pre-built, or do you have to build them each time?
For the 80s, I tend to build them
to order.
Yeah, to order. It's better than having them just sitting around, really. And you say build it, fit it. It's done,
Yeah.
And it doesn't take a long time to build. They're just fiddly, very fiddly.
Yeah.
But I still want to get this Volterra one so I can actually make up actual printed boards for them, which would make it all just, slick.
Right.
But it's 3.5K for a Volterra one. Well, it was. I think it's gone up because we had our economy went for a bus ride.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah. and it went up another K because of it. So.
Ouch.
But there's now talk of there's a Mark II, which is better this, better that, and I go, oh, here we go. Better sit on this, sit on my hands and wait for that one to come out. Because if I get this one, I'll just be going, oh God, I could have had that one with the laser cutter and all that sort of stuff. So I will wait and suffer in the meantime.
You're talking about a pick and place machine?
Yeah, well, I mean, no, the pick and placing you do yourself.
Yeah.
But it's also got a built-in heat bed, so you place the components and then it cures the board.
Yeah.
And then basically when it's all done, you just got a functioning board to plug in as soon as it comes off the machine. And it's not big. It's not big. But failing that is I wanted to get the CNC out again and do subtraction boards, but it's a bloody big CNC. It's huge, and I need to get all the cables that are in the workshop.
Is it in your shop in the back? Did you show that before?
What's that?
The CNC?
No.
Oh, okay.
Right. I'm going.
Yeah.
See you later. Take care.
All right, dear.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
So where do you have your CNC set up?
At the moment, it isn't.
Oh, okay.
It's standing up on end in a shed, waiting for room to free up in the workshop so I can set her up.
Okay.
So we're cutting back on the work, get through the old troublesome ones.
Yeah.
Hang on, somebody's at the door.
And again, it's it's not happening.
Yeah.
But then if we're going to do this EMON, it might be an idea there isn't an enormous CNC in there. So,
yeah.
do you know what I mean? So it's 6.5 dozen the others. So it'll come out in the wash. We'll be all right.
Yeah.
You can plug it
You
out.
don't say you got to spend money to make money, right? So.
Well, yeah. It's just there's been so much outgoing and no incoming. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So. Right. So I better go and get some shuts.
Radio.
And I'll probably do another one tomorrow night anyway. Do the standard Thursday. And then it's PSN on Friday, isn't it? So, but Manny will be on it. So he's
Oh, good.
I like old Manny. He's a good lad. He's a good lad. And then was it Ramsey Saturday?
Yep. What's Manny doing? Is it a top secret thing, or what's he doing on Friday?
Oh no, I think he's coming on because I think Ben can't make it.
Oh, okay.
Again, because I think he's got another gig on. So, so he's going to do a stand-in.
Oh, cool.
So, but you know what it's like. It'll just be me and whoever just staring blankly while Robbie does a lot of talking.
I have to train Manny how to say "what a wanker."
Yeah. with a convincing sort of Middle England accent. I can't
Yeah, definitely.
it's Wirral. I think it's got a Wirral accent.
Oh, really? I'd never placed it
Oh,
exactly.
mate, I don't know. Mate, you can go four doors down the road here and you've got a different accent. I mean, it's ridiculous here. It's madness.
I mean, we have, in the South here, we have a fair amount of different Southern accents. People have this generic Southern twang thing, but there's so many different variants on the Southern accent.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different ones up here in New England too.
Well, we have a bunch of my dad's from the Wisconsin area, so all the Scandinavians up there have their own crazy accents up in Minnesota, Michigan, Wisconsin area. So
yeah, but we've got this weird thing where you drive up the road for about 2 hours, and you need an interpreter.
Yeah,
they're still speaking English, but you can't understand the bloody word they're saying. Theoretically, anyway.
I saw clips from it was a horror movie from the UK, and it was, I don't know what region it was from, but yeah, like that. I'm pretty good at picking up the accents and hearing through these enough words to know what they're saying. This one was a struggle, and I don't find that very often. This is rough.
Yeah, but I mean things like, when you get to real broad sort of like Glaswegian, you don't even understand half the words. You don't know what they mean, Because they did a thing. It was about Glaswegians in space, and it was basically a rip-off of Star Trek.
Yeah, I have to see that one.
And it is funny, but you only understand maybe a quarter of the words they're saying. You can catch one word here and there, because they did the thing with the guy who was supposed to be playing Data.
Oh, okay.
And he's said to the female officer, and he's gone. He goes, what was it? You're coming down for a wee dram and all that, and all this sort of stuff. And she's going, "Aye, you won't be getting your hole. You're an android. You haven't got a knob." And that's me clearing it up into more English. This was worse.
Yeah.
There's something
it's
about
not the kind of thing you can slow down. It's still messed up, right?
But there's also things that only people living in just Glasgow would understand, like where the guy goes, "Set phasers to Malky." Which is based on, there was a teacher in a school, one of the high schools in Glasgow, who was known for using the cane a lot, and getting physically violent with the kids. And he was Mr. Malky. And
I thought it was more pick off on Malchik or something.
Yeah, no, and his name became the word to use for giving somebody a smack in the mouth. He goes,
"Wow,
yeah, can it say to give you a Malky?" But you'd only know that if you from Glasgow, or knew somebody from Glasgow. Fortunately, I did. There's a tech I know in Glasgow who explained to me what the hell a Malky was, because I was going, "What's that?"
Yeah, because one of my coworkers is in Glasgow, and I sent him a couple links of some stuff that was like some music done around him, with people talking. I go, "Can you understand this?" He goes, "Not really. This is pretty rough."
Yeah, sometimes it's like, what?
He's a local. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, but literally, you can go out of the McGovern Road and drive 10 minutes outside Glasgow, and it's completely different.
Yeah.
And half the words they're using there, nobody's using there, and they don't, like, what did he say? Sort of thing. Everybody looking blankly at each other, throw a golf ball at them.
That's funny.
It's sort of like being America, but compressed into a very, very small space.
Is that still the toughest accent there? It's not an Irish accent or some other kind of British accent?
Welsh can be a bit troublesome at times.
Welsh, right? I've heard that was pretty rough.
And if they actually speak Welsh, it's like, mate, I don't know.
All those consonants and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. No word should have that many fecking H's in it. It's like, that town that has that ridiculously long
Exactly,
name.
yeah. Well, because there are words and towns in Madagascar that are made that way, where they just smash words together, but at least they're separate words. They're not like 5 H's in a row and stuff like that.
Yeah. But that one word, that being Willy go thing.
Yeah.
But in English, even in Welsh, what it means is, I think it's something like the white roofed barn near the river
It's literally just a sentence and a
where
word.
the bridge crosses by the big oak tree, and that's literally, and they just made it the name of the town. It's something like that. I've got it
Yeah,
completely
Madagascar
wrong.
does similar things with their words. It's really funny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's funny how these things come about, but there you go.
Wow.
So, yeah. It's a interesting, diverse world.
And yet they have these crazy long names, but like the capital of Madagascar is Antananarivo, but nobody says that. They just say Tana.
Yeah, it's like Ayers Rock. You get a slap on the back of the head now if you talk about Ayers Rock. It's not called Ayers Rock.
Uluru, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think it has 3 different names.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, depending on which tribe.
It's Aboriginal
So
group.
yeah, exactly. And they all had 3 different names for it. So there's 3 different names you can use to say Ayers, but you can't say Ayers Rock anymore.
Yeah, I've only heard Ayers Rock and Uluru. I didn't know there were other ones. So
Yeah. I know there's definitely 2, but apparently there is a 3rd, but it's not.
maybe it's
widely.
only used in private talk, like it's sacred or something.
Yeah, it could be that kind of thing, or it's more. It's sort of like it's our word. Kind of
Like
thing.
you're filthy. Don't say our words.
Yeah, that's what I guess so. But so there you go.
Yeah.
All I know is everything out there is trying to kill you. That's all I know.
It's a pretty crazy. I still want to go there because it's one of my favorite places to study when I was studying biology. But
Obviously,
there's
beautiful.
crazy ass shit down there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got one of the greatest racetracks in the world, to be honest. Panorama Mountain, or Bathurst, as it's called.
It's cool for a lot of things. I mean, there's astronomical outposts there. There's some great astronomy done down there. There's
Well, what light pollution? Do you know what I mean?
well, especially when they had the ozone hole.
Cool, yeah.
So
But the wildlife is off the charts. It's just unbelievable wildlife that I have.
yeah.
Well, both on land and around the coastline.
Well, it's really
you know.
sad that the Tasmanian tiger is supposedly really extinct for real now. They thought
Really?
they had a small group of them somewhere, maybe, but they haven't seen them since the 50s, I think.
Yeah. But there
40s
again,
or
you see
50s.
species die out all the time, don't they?
Yeah, but it just couldn't handle the pressure. It's
Yeah, I seem to remember there was something about a list of weird facts, and that was one of the things.
There's some really good footage from a zoo in the 30s or 40s, black and white footage. And unfortunately, the easiest way to find the footage was in that horrible Howling 3, the marsupials movie. the second sequel to the Howling movies.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be marsupial wolves, and of course they had those little stripes on the sides, but they had this amazing footage of them in the zoo, and it could open its mouth 180 degrees practically.
Jesus Christ.
It's a trippy looking thing, and it's wolf-like, but it's still a marsupial. It's not a placental mammal, so it's not a wolf at all. It just it's this convergent evolution stuff where you have similar traits, completely different animals across the planet, and it's a fascinating animal. It's just a shame it's toast.
Yeah. Wow.
And there's all the one that I love, the one that Ramsey's always talking about, the quagga.
Oh yeah.
Quokka, is it quokka or quagga or whatever? The cutest little thing.
Right.
It just looks like a stuffed animal. It's just so damn cute. It's just this adorable little fuzzy thing that lives near where Ramsey is.
But it bites people's heads off, probably. Doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like the Monty Python rabbit. Look at the bones.
Yeah. It carries a flick knife.
Yeah.
Or an aluminium baseball bat or something, doesn't it?
It's just the cutest damn thing you've ever
Wait a
seen.
minute, we live in Australia. Dink. Yeah.
But platypus is cool, and they haven't gone extinct yet, thank goodness. The echidna is another rare egg-laying mammal.
Platypus, mate. There's an animal that can't make up its bloody mind.
Yeah, it has
Dude,
chemoreceptors.
what are you?
It lives in muddy water, so it has the chemoreceptors in the bill.
Yeah. You're amphibious.
So-
You lay eggs. No, it lays eggs,
Yeah.
but it's a mammal.
Yeah, it's a mammal that has eggs that also has these little poisonous spines on the rear legs.
Yeah, it's like, dude, make up your mind, man.
And the bill has all these chemical electrical receptors in it for seeing in muddy water, because eyesight's not so great.
Yeah, because it's almost like they're going, look, we've got all these bits left over. Let's put them all together and make this. We'll give it a stupid name.
Yeah. But the other relative, which is so funny because they're in the same group, the monotremes. It's the other egg-laying mammal is a spiny echidna. It looks like a hedgehog, but it's also not a placental mammal. It's it's a egg-laying mammal.
Oh, okay.
It's a but it's
That is all I know about hedgehogs and echidnas.
there you go. Yeah, but they're really cool because they're related,
Yeah.
but they look really different, and they're only mostly related by the fact that they lay eggs.
What's the weird thing I read the other day? Oh, there's no such thing as a banana. All bananas are clones.
Well, so the produce industry is a trip. I mean, you probably already know this, but broccoli, kale, kohlrabi,
Yeah.
and what do you call it? Cauliflower, all the same exact plant species.
Yeah.
They've been bred so much crazy different ways that they have all those different expressions of the genes, but they're exactly the same species,
Yeah.
and they look completely different.
And we share 50%
Look
of
at the
our
dogs.
genes with bananas as well, don't we?
I mean, look at dog breeds. You know how many
Oh,
dog breeds are there now?
yeah.
Like 200, 300 breeds, all from Canis lupus.
Yeah.
So it's completely insane.
No, because the guy was saying that if there was a disease, a really bad genetic disease that hit bananas, we'd lose them all, and there would be no such thing as bananas after that. Even clone ones.
Yeah, because they don't. You notice if you've ever seen closest thing to a natural banana, it actually has seeds in it.
Yeah, and apparently
You
it's
don't want to chomp into a big
poisonous
old
or something.
seed.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, so they
pretty
just like with
nasty.
grapes,
Yeah,
they made them seedless,
yeah,
and so a lot of things have been tweaked. I mean, if you look at the original corn, which is called teosinte, this little grassy thing,
yeah,
and the natives down South America over centuries basically bred it into being some kind of fruity corn thing, and then modern genetics took it further.
yeah,
But and it's just mass producing corn syrup basically is the main use for it.
yeah,
Ethanol and corn syrup and stuff, and so they put high fructose corn syrup in everything these days, which is
Yeah.
just terrible. Just give me real sugar.
yeah.
So yeah, if you
Mad,
go down
innit?
the whole industry of produce and stuff, there's a lot of whacked out stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these new apples are weird. Maybe they're not that new. You tried the one that's tastes like lemonade, right?
Oh, this is new.
Yeah, it's the Pink Lady apple. It tastes like pink lemonade.
Really?
It's a trip, yeah. And they're very crispy too. There's also what is the one crisp one called? Not super crisp. I'm telling you, it's just like new apples showing up all the time. And there's a local farmers market that has some even crazier. I tried one from Japan. It was a special breed of apple from Japan that's actually about 60 years old.
Yeah.
And it was really good, but you don't see it in the stores. You only find it at special breeders who graft them and continue breeding them. So apples have their own thing too. Nobody plants apples. They're all basically grafted clones.
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
But it's a trip when you get out there and
Yeah.
then look at all the weird tropical fruits that are pretty much unchanged, but also pretty weird in their own right.
Yeah.
There's a really cool YouTube channel this guy has about rare fruits around the world. I forgot the damn name of the guy. Fruit Explorer or something like that. Check out if you want to learn about fruits. Check out this guy's channel. He's got trippy stuff on there.
Yeah, I got this weird sort of, I don't know, it's an itch that it has to be scratched. I always love to find out about weird stuff and learn about all this different kind of stuff, and there's so much of it out there to discover. Literally you can find out something you never thought was possible or ever existed every day without any trouble whatsoever.
If it could be tweaked, we'll do it. I mean, they did stop irradiating stuff for a while. Remember they had irradiated food in the markets?
Yeah,
because it lasted longer. They finally stopped doing that.
Yeah,
but that was kind of scary for a while.
Yeah, well, the radiated bit is sort of like a bit of a clue, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. But it was accepted for a short period of time. You know,
Yeah.
people were willing to give it a chance, even though it was probably a really bad idea. Not that your fruit is radioactive; it's just been treated. You know.
Yeah, but bananas are, aren't they? They're quite radioactive in terms of how radioactive some fruits are. Bananas are right up there.
I mean, they're not giving out alpha particles to damage you and stuff like that. But
No. I think you'd have if you were surrounded by a few million bananas, you might feel some effect from it, but collectively. But as far as fruits go, bananas are quite hot.
they're just kind of weird, you know.
Yeah,
I know some people that can't stand the smell of them, so they don't eat them. Even though they like the taste, they can't stand the smell, so they don't
I
eat
definitely don't like them cooked.
them. They're good with flambe, like a Banez Foster. That's good.
Nah, do you know what?
Soak them in alcohol and some sugar and burn them. Oh, those are good.
No, I'm very much I'll take it in its natural state, and that'll do me. Thank you. I won't even put it on cereal.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I mean, me too, but I won't pass up Banez Foster in a good restaurant because it fucking tastes great. But so,
well, if it tastes great, then go for it.
yeah,
That's where we differ. I don't mind it in cereal.
Oh, okay.
Just adds a little sweetness to it, I guess. But yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah.
I make my own banana bread, but I macerate the hell out of it. I hate globs of banana in my banana bread. It tastes like it's like a little bit of snot in my bread. So I'm very picky about that. I blend the shit out of it, and then it makes a nice, smooth banana bread.
Right, I better get off to bed. At least. Well, until tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, guys, you take care and look after yourselves, okay?
Yeah.
You guys too.
Ta-da.